bring him good luck. He's not died once since acquiring that hand, survived many breaches, deathless after getting that. Will it be enough to take down 4 members of the Snakes?
Interestingly, Perp only has an RCB though. It's a weakish ranged weapon. He goes with the Void Waker.
Off prayer, hitting that 40. Great job by Perp there. Running the sigil of Arcane Swiftness, Menacing Mage and Meticulous Mage. So his magic is going to be very crucial in this fight. He's got that speed up barrage. He's got that chance to freeze more likely and get healing back if he can utilize it.
Perp getting caught in ropes there by the Dragon Crossbow of Rexy. Rexy now going for the DD. Perp, can he catch a freeze? He does catch a freeze. Will he go for a Halley here? No, he doesn't.
Perp doing a great job in this fight. Back-to-back barrages doing great damage, taking down Rexy's food. Rexy, more of a weaker hybrid, but he's done a great job so far. Up until this point, Perp, however, just dominating him. There again, special attack off prayer.
Good work by Perp. Super work by Perp. I thought Rexy would read that as it took a tick or two for the Voidwaker spec to go off. But Perp now putting the pressure on Rexy. Rexy running on absolute fumes now. 45 HP in a dream. He's got 30% spec and nothing that will spec with 30%.
You see right there, Rexy throwing in the javelin. The javelins they picked up from a breach.
When they hit, they hit.
From Smorks' team themselves, they couldn't loot them themselves, and Rexy doing great work with them. Now going with the halberd back to back. He's clinging on for dear life, but can he take out Perp himself? Perp only has 2 sips of brew left. Will he use both of them here?
Absolutely last-ditch stuff now. But Perp can surely finish this. Rexy only has 27 HP. Here comes the Fang. Now it's time for redemption heals. Will Rexy get any redemption heals here? 12 HP. Will he get any redemption heals whatsoever? Perp going in with the Fang now. That's not ideal for a redemption heal. He wants to barrage if he wants to beat a redemption heal. Rexy going in with the Vorkins javelins. Are they going to hit twice? No, they don't. They hit a 0-second time. That's another huge
Rexy's taking them out.
No.
Wow.
2 members of the Smorks have managed to take out the two members of the Snakes, however, my bad, have managed to take out the entire Smorks team by themselves.
Unbelievable.
That is crazy.
Unbelievable. Skill specs really didn't manage to do the damage he needed to for his team there.
Snakes dominant so far. That's 2 wins in a row for them. Very, very good work by them. Dittabitter still hasn't had a fight.
Amazing. I want to see Dittabitter fight. He's come under a lot of flack this tournament, but I think he will throw it down if he gets to an H. So hopefully we do get to see Ditta fight at some point, but he just hasn't need to. He's sitting back, drinking his Mountain Dew, eating his pizza because he is chilling.
With that win, the Snakes have advanced as the top seed in this group. They're going to be fighting on in the semi-finals later, but the Smorks still have one more chance. They still have a fight up against the Nuggets later on. We'll see if they can take them out. Which person is going to come second in this group? Who's going to advance?
Quick bit of news for you. We are going to pick up the Oda block fight after this, and we are going to try and pick up from where we left off and replicate the battle that he was having with Doobie as best as possible.
Competitors' food will be put back to where it was, special attacks put back to where it was. Make it as fair as we can.
As soon as the mods are ready to bring us that fight, we'll cross straight live to it. But wow, what a battle we just saw with Snakes and Smorks. Superb stuff.
Perp doing a great job there.
Perp locked in.
Like, Skill Specs, the team, they needed to not die so much during the week, have that extra food, and they would have put up a great showing against some of these other teams. But it's very difficult for them.
We didn't see the best performance from SparkMac. I hate to say it. I love SparkMac. We're all a massive fan of Spark. But, dude, he just didn't manage to get the momentum in that first fight.
He left his special attacks for so long. Maybe using that earlier in the fight would have been useful. But
absolutely,
up against that Sigil of Rampart, it's going to be hard.
Sea Engineer, how did he perform?
Not too bad, as expected, I'd say. I felt like he could have used melee a bit more. He had that Fang to poke, but also his Sigil choices very heavily mage-based. Maybe he could have done more blood barraging to try and recover some of that hit points.
Sick Nerd performed well, I felt, as well.
Yes.
Sick Nerd really, really locking in this time, and he managed to get some good DPS on his opponents.
As for the Snakes, so Victim and Rexy, 2-man squad doing it by themselves. Victim did absolutely amazing to start that off. And Rexy, at the end there, clinging on for dear life, taking out Perp.
Yeah.
Great showing from him.
Rexy, one to watch for competition MVP here, I have to say. The way he really, really fought like an absolute lion there.
Shall we toss it over to Foe, see what his thoughts are after that battle?
Let's chat to Foe. Foe, can you hear us, my dude?
I can. So I've got some notes to talk about on this one. First off, I think the big thing here is obviously, Rampart. Rampart we talked about is super strong, but it's not just that kind of like ran this fight. There was a massive food discrepancy going into this one with, the team that had the most kills, about 40 of them, versus the team that had the most deaths, about 40 of them. That was about a 450 HP discrepancy there, with the extra brews and food that, Solo Mission's team had versus the lack of that Skill Specs' team have. But it's not just that, it's a gear discrepancy as well. Purging staff on almost everyone, that is plus 37 mage accuracy. If you put that up against like a toxic Staff of the Dead, that's 25 mage accuracy. So this thing means you're almost always going to hit those mage freezes, and it has more mage defense than all the other staves as well. And I think 4 of the Solo Mission snakes have that. That's going to be something to watch this whole time. Every member has a Noxious Halley, I'm pretty sure. Blood Furies, Ring of Suffering, Morgan Jabbies, and they're going up a team that is in, well, their first 3 members had half Mystic sets. Their members don't have good sigils, and they all have about half of an inventory of food. It's just, you're going to run all over them. That's why we saw 2v5 on that one, unfortunately. I don't think that another team would be able to run 2v5 against the Skill Spec Smorks, but just unfortunate how that one went out. Also, how about Victim going 1v3 nearly there? That was pretty ridiculous.
Hey.
Very brave performance by the Victim. He is obviously a very competent NH'er, but yeah, to see him take out 3 opponents basically is quite special, and maybe he's vying for that MVP of the competition.
Yeah, maybe he will be. We'll have to see. Have a vote with everyone after this. Who will be the best performing player over these finals? We've still got a lot of matches to play though, so anything could happen. Will someone get a KO that's going to change the game, like we saw earlier with Doobies and Reese?
Yeah, absolutely. We did see that, and I'm just sad we didn't get to see some Pure Spam action in that last fight, man. We're all a massive Pure Spam fan, and I think we want to see some more NHing from him. I think we're nearly ready to cross to the next fight, but we just need confirmation from the mods. So yeah, Foe, are you enjoying the? What time is it over in the States, Foe? Tell us.
Let's see what
it's 11 a.m. for me on the West Coast.
Worth getting up for then, this. Most content creators
I didn't go to bed. I got off a flight that was 4 hours late. I got home and I slept for about 30 minutes last night.
30 minutes sleep. Cool.
I'm rocked up on caffeine today, and I'm just going at it, dude. Honestly, if you think about it, I got more sleep than I would have gotten if I played the tournament. So, all in all, I'm pretty good in the last week.
Very, very true.
That's one thing that really shocked me. Watching this tournament unfold for the last week, they have to work incredibly hard. They have to stream for so many hours.
Oh, man.
The good news is, sorry to cut you off, Foe. I have exciting news.
Go on.
We can go to our next battle, which is, of course, the rematch between Doobies and Odablock. We're going to pick up the action right there. Let's cross live right now. Here we go.
Let's do it.
This is intense.
Whatever.
Are they ready? Let's see this. Can Odablock do it? He's got to take out Doobies. He's got to take out Boaty if he wants to claw this back and get a win for the Odablock Warriors. Doobies doing fantastic. Still has 3 anglerfish and brew and a bit left.
Now, you're about to see some absolutely impeccable NHing from Odablock. He is, after all, a superb PKer of all styles, but NH is especially one that he is competent at. Wow, Doobie's coming in with the barrage into the Nox Halley. Doobie's really going for the throat here. I don't think Odablock is experiencing connection issues again.
Don't sleep on Doobies. He is out there in the Rev Cave PKing every day. This man knows what to do. It may be his first All-Stars, but he doesn't feel under the pressure. He's given speeches out to his team. He's ready for this. He knows what he needs to do, and he's ready to try and take out Odablock.
But, of course, Odablock is the king of PvP, and he knows how to recover from these kind of situations. And as we see, he faked his staff to go back to the Void Waker, and Doobies is on the ropes because of it. Now, can he catch the freeze? He catches the freeze on Doobie.
That double Void Waker there, both off prayer, crucial for clawing back some hit points. Odablock needs to kill Doobies quick so he can have as much food remaining going against Boaty, the last member of Odablock, the Boaty Brawlers after this fight.
And Doobie now is out of food completely. He's on 51 HP. He's going to be clinging on for dear life, but Odablock gets the headshot with a 54 off with his head.
Holy shit.
That's one of them done. Boaty stepping up there with his Dragon Hunter wand.
I can't wait to see how this Missouri body goes. Will it be the tank gear that he needs to defeat Odablock? Let's see.
That was
both
fucking wild.
players very stacked on gear. The leaders of their team been given the
The
best
melee hit
gear they
was
can
just
have to
fucking
fight this.
atrocious.
Boaty, having that Fang for a spec, it's his only spec weapon. He doesn't have a great carry potential like Odablock's Void Waker, but Odablock only at 20% spec. He needs to try and win that and claw that back.
Things less than ideal for Odablock here. Boaty is really looking strong with his gear, but he goes for the DD to try and take the heat off himself, goes for the bolt. He is a competent in nature, so when he locks in, he will really, really lock in.
Yeah, Odablock getting so many kills throughout the week, giving himself those extra brews have been coming in clutch for these fights right here. He's still got a decent amount of food, and Boaty's seeding away so that Odablock can't use his Noxious Halberd while he's a tile away.
Boaty really needs to eat up here. He crucially does have 100% spec here. Odablock, it looks like his spec has regenerated 30%. Has he got anything he can spec with here? No, he doesn't.
Boaty going with the Staff Bash. He might be regretting that later when it all comes down to the final hits. He needs to lock in, get those freezes, get those blood barrages, and fang Odablock down.
This is still anyone's fight. Odablock has a ton of food. Boaty still has a good amount of food himself. Boaty going for the fang spec there, and it catches Odablock a bit off guard, I feel.
Odablock's got that arcane swiftness sigil and meticulous mage. He really needs to be using this mage as much as he can. It's going to be his strongest combat style, attacking with 4 ticks instead of 5. Having that Zuriel staff on top of it to blood barrage and get his hit points back. Needs to make the most of this.
Boaty just can't seem to break down Odablock. Once Odablock is on a charge, you really can't throw him off. But he does manage to get a bolt, which is nice on Odablock's robes. Surprised to see Odablock not switching to his tank gear there.
Boaty, one of the only people running that Sigil of the Gunslinger as well, which is going to give him faster range attacks. Are we going to see him utilize that crossbow more? And he's now fully out of food. Odablock somehow, how has he managed to claw us back? I didn't even realize Odablock's taken the lead.
Odablock is in the lead here, but he hasn't got a lot of food himself. Boaty running all over him, going for the mage here. He's going for the mage. Thought he might fake it. Both of these players will probably be using Entity Hider, as that's the meta now for NHL. NHL Entity Hider banned. Forgive me.
Boaty down to 39 hit points left. Odablock also out of food. Anyone could do this. Boaty with a 40 bolt, clawing it back. Both players blood barraging.
There goes the fang. And here comes the barrage of Odablock. Can he finish this now? He wants to be as unpredictable as possible. He goes for the blood barrage.
Oh
my God,
Boaty taking down Odablock. What a tight battle.
Odablock Warriors unlikely defeat in round 1. Doobies did a great job in this fight. KOing Reese, making Reese die with so much food left. Reese, that fight's on you, maybe.
Yeah, that fight is possible.
That could have been a game changer if you used up that extra food.
It was a sublime bit of NHing from all competitors really there. Odablock, I just don't think he was quite at his best. I didn't see the slick one-tick performance that I usually expect from Oda.
He still, though, managed to do an opponent and a half worth of food. And you're coming up against the best PKers from the other team when you're in this position 5. These players know what they're doing. And for Odablock to take a player and a half worth of food there, very good. They're not out of this yet. They have another fight coming up later with the Titans.
Don't forget, Boaty also had that amazing tank gear, that Missouri body. No one else in the team, I think, no one else in the tournament has Missouri, if I'm right in thinking. So, yeah, impressive stuff from Odablock to get that much of DPS on Boaty, to be fair.
Yeah, and he's doing this from not his standard setup. He's not using his home setup right now because of the issues we had earlier. So it's going to be hard for him. It's going to be difficult. It's just extra difficulty for him. But when you're that good at PKing, he knows what to do still. He's
sure. I bet Odablock could beat me on a very crappy laptop if he wanted to. So, yeah. So, we have another battle that we are going to queue up very, very shortly. As soon as the JMods give us the signal, we will cross live to that.
Yes, this is going to be the Warriors versus the Titans, I believe. It's going to be the first time we're seeing the Titans fight.
Yeah.
Torvesta, their captain, coming in with that max gear. How do you think he's going to perform in this situation?
Well, I think when Torvesta goes for it, he really, really goes for it. I think can we cross live to the fight? Now, here's the Torvesta Titans gear if you were interested. Yeah. So, take a look at that Armadillo chain body that Torvesta will be rocking. He PK'd that from the clutches of Odablock himself. And now we're about to see the rematch between these two captains.
Holy shit.
It'll be
Dude,
very
you
interesting.
fucking-
A very
You're
important
alive.
thing to note on this is Torvesta's team has 4 sigils
alive
of
too, mate.
Rampart. The strongest
Barely.
sigil we've been talking about it constantly because of how good it is.
See,
That
you got the
100
stream up, man.
defense bonus
That's
to
awesome.
all your melee stats, all your range defense. It's going to be very hard for the Odablock Warriors to try and get through this. And
Goes.
Torvesta Titans coming into this as 6th seed with food disadvantage potentially because they
You run a
haven't
cable
got many
across the floor, or you
kills
just
throughout the
running,
week. They've just been dying on repeat.
No, I'm
But
doing
they have
Wi-Fi
great
right now.
gear,
Let's see.
great sigils.
Mm,
It could be anyone's
pretty
game.
good in that.
Interestingly,
Wi-Fi
Mr. Mammal has the first
is pretty-
AGS
is
that
like
we
in
will
this-
see in this tournament so
up
far.
in that,
And every
I'll live
member of
through
their
it.
team has an Osmuta's Fang. And Lake also has
Looks
the
not too bad.
ornamented kitted Fang as he's been grinding out a lot of PVM. Lake, an
Dude, look.
exceptional PVMer, has also managed to get
cool.
himself
That's
a
really
quiver.
cool.
That's what you want to
Holy
see,
shit.
right? Some
Yeah,
pure
that's
DPS
fucking-
items there.
Expect
appreciate
nothing
that,
less
Danny.
from a man
Okay.
like Lake and his skillful PVM.
Fucking
Mr.
sick.
Mammal last year
That feels
showed
like
us
it paid
with
off.
that
That feels so
corrupt
good.
AGS last time, a weaker version. He's so good with it. He managed to KO opponents with a weaker version of his AGS. What can he
dude,
do
I
with
mean,
a
I
real
just
one?
always
Interesting
use
to
my
see
prime
here.
sub, so
Lake
I always
also has an AGS, so Mr.
I
Mammal
always
and
start as soon
Lake
as it
go
runs
big
out.
KOs hopefully with the AGS. I want to see some 75 hits. I want to see
Fantastic.
some
I
max hit
appreciate
headshots. That'll be excellent
Yeah,
to
don't
see.
worry.
They don't
The
have
moment I woke
5
up-
suffering, so this could be
Very moment I woke
Interesting,
up, I
interesting.
fucking
Can we
opened my
see some
phone and
gear
went right to it.
potentially from the Odablock Warriors? I wonder if the mods can show us some gear from the
Right
Odablock
to
Warriors.
right to the Dead
That would
Man
be
All
cool to
Stars.
see.
Just check it out.
Possibly not, but
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I did the same.
here we go then. Actually, this
Oh,
is going
really?
to be some gear from the Odablock Warriors.
Well, I like turned on my
Odablock Warriors
computer.
looking
and
absolutely
pulled up
stacked on
screen
food. That's one thing they
to
do
check.
have. They have the food advantage. Is that correct?
Yes, they do have
Did
that
you watch
food
this last
advantage.
fight that just
And
happened?
Odablock himself
Yeah,
having the
bro.
4 brews,
Holy
and
shit.
Mutz himself having the 4 brews. Mutz
Oh, you've been on
getting
live
off
for
to
like
a
30
great
minutes.
start
Yeah,
this Devon
man.
mode week. He got
Did you see
taken
what happened
3
to
early
Odablock?
kills, and
Yeah,
kills like that
he
when
was-
opponents
the
don't have
DC
food, can't fight back,
and the comeback
is very beneficial in
performance,
getting you
to be
these
honest.
extra brew
for
strategies
being
from their
for
team.
real about like what you can see from Odablock. That was just a poor performance.
Yeah.
He's done better is really what it comes down to. But he did really good. That 45
Seen
Noxious
too much
Halberd
action from the
was
Morrigan's throw.
unexpected. Just a fucking KO. Really took the dude's head off.
I was really
See a better performance from
expecting
him.
to
I know he's a good NHL.
even though Oda wasn't doing great there, I was really expecting him to still perform.
Yeah,
Because he was
did you
still
see-
pulling it through.
So, the mods are giving
Did
me
you
the
see
signal.
Reese, though?
We are about to see some combat.
Yeah.
This will be the Odablock
That's what I
Warriors
mean though, is with
Dude.
Reese, man. Reese is
Let's
just
take it away.
like respectively, he can stay sat.
He's not warmed up. The Odablock Warriors, they just
Yeah, it
feel
was
like
that
they're
was
already more
insane.
calm, more
Or
composed. This is
food,
Torvesta Titans'
or
first
food.
match of the competition.
Here we
Like
go
down
then.
like that.
But
Uh,
it is make or break for the Odablock
Yeah,
Warriors.
for
They
somebody who's
need to
done,
win this fight.
I think,
Otherwise, they're gonna be
DMM
out of
every single
competition.
year, and he's like
Huge
full time.
AGS fakie from Mr.
I think he
Mammal. I'm not
full-time
sure what he's
PKs,
doing here. It feels like he's got
makes PvP
connection
content,
issues the
like-
way he's playing.
Curtis starting off very
You're-
strong, uses both claws.
and you're that bad?
Both of them getting that
Yeah.
Maybe
I know.
maybe you
Mammal
should
with a great
uh,
barrage there.
maybe you
Mr.
should
Mammal is now responding.
you know
Here we go.
look for a new profession or
Mr. Mammal
something. I
pulls
don't know.
out the
There's the
AGS.
AGS.
for real.
But Curtis with the
So I haven't
javelin.
seen
Here comes that
all has
best of
gone down.
spear.
So
We love to see the best of spear. Oh, it hit a 48.
I didn't think we were going to see this being used at all, but
A
it's
10.
working. Farmer versus.
Yeah,
Uh,
I have no
it's-
clue honestly.
Curtis is doing a great
I know
job.
I see the brackets right now.
scrappy
It's
so far.
2
It's
wins.
definitely one of the scrappiest
Solo,
fights we've seen. It's just
Dino,
pure
and
ragging.
Skill
Will Mammal
Specs
catch the free
are
throw? He
out.
does. Now, we have
Done.
seen Mr.
It's
Mammal
now
take it pretty
just
well.
I
There's
think
the
Oda
AGS.
just
Oh,
lost.
chance
So I
on
think it's
MMORPG for sure.
Bodhi
He could
versus
have killed it.
Torvesta.
That could have been a
And
different
whoever
fight.
wins
If he
it,
had died there,
they'll miss it.
MMORPG would have not used like 6.
But man, MMORPG is already going at it. So Solo, I guess they pulled out all the moves.
Stronger than MMORPGs. I would have expected we're going to see him
For
using
Solo
more
mission, I didn't get to
mage
see
in this
it because
fight, just 'cause he has
too
an
early
advantage
for
of
me.
it.
Mr. Mammal not looking too good on supplies here. He's only got an angler and
I think they have a pretty
no
good
brew left.
setup
He
actually.
goes
I
for the
guess you
DD
were
to try and
right
take a
about the
snap on
Outlast.
himself.
Guess
Here
that
comes the Fang.
Yeah, Mammal
what made
with that Pyre's protection. You need to be praying
made the
correctly to get
whole
that
game
benefits,
for
otherwise
everybody,
it's
you know.
a disadvantage. MMORPG is
It looks
hitting
like
off Pret,
most of
and
them
a lot
have
the
blood
time he
furies.
could get that
How you
extra
pulling that
damage
up, by the
from
way?
every hit he does.
This fight's really
Twitch.
opened up now, and now both competitors are
The,
on pretty even supplies.
like the
So here
brackets
comes
and stuff.
MMORPG. He's got Mammal frozen
Oh,
exactly where it
that's
was
the
at
same
end of Best of
browser.
Spear. We love
That
to
was
see it.
the
Another Best of Spear.
this is
Mammal with that gunslinger, but we haven't seen him use too much range during this fight.
down
He
here
does
was
have Sigil of the Light Bearer as well, interestingly, so he can go for another AGS spec. He loves his AGS spec.
That's a great point. His special attack regenerating faster. He's now ready to use another spec. Will Curtis be expecting it? We'll have to wait and see.
It's so cringe though. Over like
He might well
people
be
got a
down with
DDoS,
having
man.
that potion
Like
anymore, so
Ooh,
we're not
yeah,
gonna see
fucking
massive hit from
a
him.
lot of people in
Here
the
comes
chat
that
were like,
AGS. He
"Oh, it's a
faked it well,
DDoS."
goes straight into the bolt. It's good to see
That
there's
is
fake
a
into the
perfect
bracket.
name for it.
He's
Fantastic.
constantly hitting
Good job,
MMORPG
boys.
off
I mean,
Pret, but all of the hits
probably.
are zeros.
Probably
Even
is,
there,
like-
special attack off Pret.
I hate to say
zero.
it, but yeah.
No one
Sigil of
likes
You know.
it from
Hate to
Pret.
say,
100
hate to
defense
say it
buffs
because
so crucial in these fights.
it's
Working
true.
with Pret
You know, like
Especially,
that
man,
kind
this
of thing.
is
Yeah.
RuneScape being RuneScape. Sometimes
That
you
it's
just don't
happening.
get the DPS you need.
Hate to
Here
say
comes
that it's
Mammal now
happening
with the bolt.
because
Can he finish off MMORPG here?
It really feel that way. It was
Both
just
opponents
like
have
right
very,
when he
very
gets
similar
in.
supplies. They're both pretty much out.
His stream was
Oh,
going
he got hit
strong.
earlier this week.
All that they've got left.
He got
They
hit
will
like
come
right
out
at
on
the
top.
beginning, I
Mr.
think,
Mammal wielding that AGS.
Oh, really?
when they first
Zero.
started.
Could have KO'd
And he got
MMORPG
into like
right there.
a
MMORPG with the claws.
They hit low and a zero from Mr. Mammal with the AGS.
I can't remember what it was, but like right off the bat when he first started,
I'm gonna have to be hitting up the
the
server
day
after
one,
this, 'cause Mr. Mammal's
he got
RNG
hit.
is broken here.
and
Four
he was
special
thinking
attacks
then
got
to
in
switch
this fight
setups.
with that Sigil of the Light Bearer. That could have
Dude, if I was
been
older block
very
though, this is
different.
the
It
only
was not
thing. It's
different
like,
because
I mean, I don't know a
Arsenal
lot,
tried,
and
he
it would
zeros,
be
but he's got the bolts coming
something
in.
that I would
He's
be
got the
like
fangs,
full
he's
time
able to
looking
fake
into
it,
even
bolting down
myself.
on the Sigil of the
Is like
Gunslinger
trying to
and
get
taking
my
out.
internet
These opponents
lockdown,
must finish
like
him
on
off. There goes
full
the bolt. It's
lockdown,
low.
because there's gotta
Mammal has
be like even if I've
MMORPG
gotta
has the
hire,
lead. Will he go for the best
if I was older
speed?
block and I've
Heavy
gotta
regen,
hire
left
somebody
net,
full time to
one-
like
11 hit
for
points
some of these
between them. Who's
events
gonna win?
to
Both
like
hitting
protect
0,
my
0, MMORPG in there with a kick, and he goes down to
my
Mr.
setup or
Mammal.
like my
Great
internet
showing
from
by
DDoS,
both
I would be
opponents right
I think
there.
I would be
Wow,
doing
that
that.
really went down to the wire,
You
though,
know,
but he'll have to
especially for how
convince
many
himself
viewers he's
to
getting
go
right now, and
straight
like
into our
for
next
how much
fight.
it
Who have we
affects
got?
the event
Mutz
and
is
for how much
coming
it,
up next to try and
you know,
take out Mr.
he's
Mammal. He
how
needs to try and
passionate he
make
is
quick
about
work of him. He has got that brew advantage.
this tournament and
So
stuff like
Mr.
that.
Mammal's able
And
to
then to
take
see him get
a
attacked
few
and then
hits, few bits of damage.
it
It's gonna really
feels
give
so
our
helpless.
team a great chance
It's
throughout this
it's
fight.
Mutz will surely sweep him aside.
there's got to
with
be
his
something that
swiftness.
he could
But
do,
Mr. Mammal going for
you
blood
know.
barrages here, just trying to keep a bit of health.
Yeah,
He's
that's
faking
it
the
is
AGS. I
it
think he's
is
trying to
sad to
actually
see.
hit with it. It's very
Uh,
slow.
but
It's not clean. It ain't pretty.
man.
I
There
don't
we
think
go.
anyone was predicting that.
No,
I feel like
no
it
one
would all
predicted
just
the
come down
turn
to
AGS, but
a VP.
Mutz did go for the Void Waker and get the job done. Interestingly, he decided to use some spec and just get
Yeah.
Mammal out.
Well,
he
V-
like streams.
That's the thing is
Get
he
your
mentioned
focus,
this
move on to
too.
the
A
next, get
VPN won't actually
Sigil
do
of
anything because they
to
if
against the next
since they've
opponent.
already have
So here comes
the
Alpha.
IP
original
address.
IP,
Will he have the
Doesn't
edge
matter.
it won't
in this
matter.
fight?
They'll still be
Well,
watching it and they'll still be
people
able to
got
hit
the
it
least amount of food in this
because
fight,
they'll
and
know
that's
what
gonna be a
like
big deciding
they'll know
factor.
what packets, they'll
Great
know what
fang spec
what
from
to
Alpha.
target.
Straight away, going in with that
And
fang,
that's the
getting
thing. The
damage on
all a
the up
VPN
on the
does
food situation straight away. One of the only
is
people
like
in this
between
tournament using the Sigil of Rampage,
your
Alpha
connection
switching combat style after
to
every
your
single attack
ISP,
is going to increase his accuracy,
it
damage, and he can do some great
like
stuff on
masks
Mutz.
the
Interesting
packet.
tactic there. Let's see
But
what
if they're doing it
Oh, there
before
goes
it
the
even
Void Wake
leaves,
coming into the
it
Void
won't
Waker.
matter.
Yeah.
Unlucky, there's the whip here.
Yeah.
Mutz loves that. Mutz
Which
loves
they
the
are.
Void Waker
That's
into
like
whip.
for a
That is
DDoS,
the
it is
original
it
IP.
is like a
combo that he
really
loves to do.
specific
So
attack,
here comes Alfie
and
with
it's
Yeah,
just
that's-
He's
unfortunate.
now got a freeze on Mutz.
I mean, he can change his IP though. He
Rampage
absolutely can.
on Alfie, Rampart, Adroit. He's got a great set of
That's the
systems.
thing though,
I
is
think
like
he's gonna
when somebody's
be the
got a
deciding factor in this fight.
Pretty equal
um
supplies. Mutz
like
still
they're
has
basically
loads of
embedded
juicy in his inventory. He can
somehow
drop
like
them if
that.
he needs to. He's
It's
got 50% spec here. When will he go
you
for the
have
Void
to
Waker? Will
like
he
you
go
have
for
to
the
remove them
RPG
basically.
as
You
some
have to
kind of
know where
range
they're
attack?
they're camping basically, and then you have to remove
Mutz
them
quickly stepping in and out of
or
Alfie,
or
but
completely
on Mutz,
like
they can't hit him as much.
wipe the whole
One,
thing everything, start from a whole fresh slate and rebuild from that, and then hope that
Yeah.
they're not able to get in again. But even then, I
Almost
think that there, there could be somebody like that, could help with that and help him try to figure that out, because it's sad to see.
Yeah, you think he would have like gone some, right? I mean, like,
But Alfie
Yeah, it's
fixed
good to
it.
be
He's going
comfortable
for
in your most
Prayer
comfortable
Mage. And when
form, the
Mutz has got a
best you.
Voidwaker spec,
And
you're praying
Yeah,
Mage a lot.
I
You're
would have
gonna
gone.
be
Yeah, you're gonna
dealing
be
less damage.
fine. So Alfie here now on full health. He'll have to go.
Yeah,
anywhere
for how
else.
superstitious that I am, I would try to plan like a backup
Mutz
secret,
already, though, almost
you
has
know,
another
secret
special attack splash.
like a
That
bunker
might
that I've
very
got
easily
set up
might
that's
be
got a whole setup that's got
coming
everything
clutch.
ready that I can like
Clear
retreat
it,
to if I needed, you know,
Here comes Mutz now. Both
Yeah.
opponents frozen.
that
Well,
I
I
could
would've-
just run over to. But
Yeah,
just
Alfie
like,
just
but
gone
at the
for
same
it.
at the same
maybe this light
at the
barrier
same time,
doing enough, getting those
you know, like,
guaranteed hits
why
with
has he got to
Voidwaker
do
so
that?
they
Why
can
has he got to
stack
go
up
through all
really
this
hard
trouble
most of the time.
because somebody
Mutz has a full
just doesn't like him, you know?
but
Yeah, it made a
going for
lot
the
of enemy.
Voidwaker spec there on Alfie. It still hits like
Yeah.
Alfie just praying Mage just does not want to get hit by the Voidwaker. He can relax now because Mutz has absolutely no spec, and
And I
there's
hate
not much chance that Mutz will get another spec in this fight.
Mutz has those brews left, but he doesn't have any combat potions after this.
Sorry, my headset
He's
just.
going to be on lower stats for his melees and range, so
Ooh, man.
he needs to sort of use them now and then focus.
Honestly,
on
didn't have a lot of
adjusting
faith in
his
Alfie.
style.
Expected Alfie to die pretty
Mutz
quickly.
with only
I thought
57
Mutz.
HP.
I mean,
Surely he has to
against
go for
Mutz.
some
Mutz is a
blood
way
barrages
better.
now to try and clear this opponent.
Alfie's good.
Both
Don't get me
hit
wrong.
neck and neck, though.
I think
Alfie's
Mutz
doing
is.
a great job to try and take out Mutz. He came into this at a food disadvantage.
Alfie's
He's not
Alfie's
taking out
definitely
Mutz.
surprising me
Doing
here
great
right
with
now.
both
Like,
people
so
out of
open
food
now.
now.
Yeah, I can't believe.
Wow, 51
he's
HP for Alfie,
putting up a
26
really good
for
fight
Mutz.
against
Surely
Mutz.
some blood barrages
I
have
believe
to happen
Mutz is
whoever
not
really
trying.
wants to stay in
Oh,
this.
oh,
Mutz getting the amazing. So will Mutz Voidwaker? Yes, he will.
oh
He
my
managed to get the spec
God!
regen to go for a
Crazy.
Voidwaker, and he
That was
clears the
unexpected.
Was that
Yeah, Mutz
5
needs
special
to
attacks we saw
freeze
from Mutz during
soon as
that
this
one fight? That is incredible. Having that
Yep, there you go.
guaranteed damage.
That light bearer really coming clutch. Now he's got to
Oof.
contend with Eliop, and Eliop is
Damn.
that competent NH'er and just bolts him. And Eliop even dropping the emotes. He's a cocky
He
boy.
waves him away. Eliop, known for Mage Bank PKing, but
Now
Page
he's got to
Bank
contend with Mika.
PKing.
Now Mika is a formidable force. I feel that when Mika locks in, I saw
Funny.
him fight against Odablock. in the warm-up to
Eliop's
this
known for.
tournament, and he was fighting pretty well. They did some practice fights together before the Deadman Mode All-Stars tournament even began.
this is a different situation, though.
What is
Having to
it?
get used to PKing with sigils, Mika.
Black Dragon,
has
Elite
changed
Black
his
Dragon,
whole
where the fuck?
style. Swashbuckler sigil,
Hey, KBD,
uses
there we
that
go.
Howard
Yeah,
more and more.
he's known more for KBD.
It's just going to be new for him. His normal style, he loves having that VLS to spec multiple.
I'm surprised
times.
it is
Opponents have got-
um,
using Blood Barrage heavy.
who's next up for their in their setup?
Who's next?
He's
Then
going
goes
like
the
Eliop
first
is going
Voidwaker
third
spec of this fight. He went for Voidwaker early on. He
or
missed
second.
use of that spec regeneration.
It's Eliop
Now,
in
will
again.
Eliop manage to catch a freeze on him? Mika's got great
Torvesta
Oh, he's
Titans.
Torvesta.
DDing underneath him, checking in, checking out.
So we're
Here it comes
yeah
with
we
the
just
Nautilus
had we
Alley.
just saw Alfie. It's
Eliop
Eliop.
came
It's
to this
then
fight
Lake
with
and then
big
Torvesta.
food disadvantage after those 6 steps
Wow, I
forward.
can't. Yeah, I can't believe they put him right in the
Back,
middle.
Mika
I guess
trying
they
to dance
did
around,
try to
just
give
use that
Lake
Howard as much as
room
they
as
can.
possible, right? I
Catching
don't
out
think
off
Lake.
prayer, using his bolts, using his mage, using his halberd, whatever he
Eliop
can do
is
to
at
try and
least
get an
better.
advantage.
Mika's good
Voidwaker
though.
spec, unfortunately,
Is
on Fred for
not
Mika.
one bit.
The contrast between this fight
Mika
and
did
some
a
of the earlier
really
fights we've
good
had
show
this
last
round
game.
are light and day. These two opponents are really competent NHs, and you can see that they're switching back to their tank gear within each hit. They're not.
I mean, I'm
missing
not sure what
prayers.
Mika was
They're
doing there,
using
but he's just
faces,
running back and
Eliop
forth.
getting the thumping
Yeah.
there on Mika.
Both are
Yeah, he's gotten
doing
himself into a
great
real
job
corner
getting
now.
those prayers
be honest.
correct. They're running almost identical sigils, both having ramp up for the defense lanes, both having pious protection to get that extra.
These sigils are
strength,
fucking
extra damage
ridiculous, dude.
reduction, and when
Holy
you play
shit.
correctly, the
I
difference
think the
being
one that
Eliop having
was
that
most
arcane
impressive
to speed
was
up
like there
attack,
was like a
whereas
flash.
Mika's got the
Oh, dude, a
swashbuckler speed up his
crazy
melee attack.
flash pin.
Eliop taking the chance
Double
to speak
sigil.
to Mika. He
Somebody.
has no food left
I wanna
whatsoever,
believe-
and he's just composing himself to go for that last bit of damage. Good work by
The
Eliop there.
West
He
Ham.
was composed. You can see
West
the
Ham has
skill of it
crazy
coming
si-
out now. He's got
but
absolutely
Dino's
nothing
out,
left.
so-
He just has to throw everything at this. He's
Guess
going
it
for
doesn't
DDs
matter
on
anymore.
Mika, and with the flower, it's especially good for him.
Mika trying to catch the freeze, and he does, getting it back, being able to hit with
Oh,
melee.
whoa.
Off prayer a couple times. in a row.
Yo.
I think
Gets
They are
the
not
damage in
setting
while
up
he can.
Ditter
Eliop's
Bitter
fully out
at
of food.
all.
Mika just needs to try and clear him out and then start doing some damage in the next
Dude,
fight.
they fucking
Eliop's
they
really
gave
clearing
him
on here, and
nothing.
This is what you tend to see happen. That's a great noxious halberd by Mika on Eliop. Oh, he could have finished him there. What you tend to see happen with these fights,
Crazy.
when they go down to the wire like this, it really opens up and people start to miss prayers. People get sloppy with their NHing. as we see there, a staff bash from Mika. Thank you for proving my point, Mika.
Both players now fully out of food. Mika with that HP advantage. He's just going to try and finish it.
Oh,
He
nice. I
does.
see you
He
put those in
gets
there.
in there and kills him with range.
Good work.
Yeah, for you to
Yeah.
check out.
Solid bit of NHing.
I
Kinda
think
clean.
all of
Competitor to
Oh, it
contend
is.
with the Dazan's quiver and the Armadillo chest plate. Is this Lake? It's Lake.
Lake fully stacked on gear.
They all have the
Lake
exact
laying
same
down
setup.
a few food at the start
The
of
only
fight,
difference is
stopping
that
those deaths in deadman mode. He's not too experienced with the game mode. This week was his first time ever logging into a deadman.
your spam doesn't have a Blood Fury, but
How is his PKing ability? His team think he's really good. That's why they put him there, second to last. They believe in
Yeah,
him.
they have
Well,
very,
he
very
managed to
similar.
take a chunk out of his
The
supplies
main
here.
thing is those
Mika getting
sigils.
caught
Those
by the
sigils are
javelins off
huge.
Prevo, but he's still
Uh,
managing to not
I
get
think the
frozen.
reason
Mika
Nuggets got
again getting
knocked
caught
out
by
is
Morgan
because they
javelins.
have like
He's lucky.
practic.
Mika always stepping out 2 tiles away.
That's the
If he
thing.
can get a melee hit on his opponent, but Lake can't hit
Bodhi's
that
team is
step
actually
back. He's
looking
doing a great
pretty
job
good.
trying to get any
Hate to
little
say.
advantage he can with that.
Lake with the AGS
But
there.
they
I
got
think Mika
not.
fed that
I
on
think
Fred.
they.
He did
I
get caught on
already got
ropes, but
knocked.
he did get his overheads right. So Mika now on absolutely
No, they
nothing. He
won.
has
They won.
37
That's who won.
HP. He does.
Oh, Lake.
The
Zero
Bodhi's team won.
AGS. He
Bodhi
could
is
have
actually
taken out
look
Mika right there.
a pretty
Very
strong
lucky
contender
for
with
him.
some of
Unlucky
those.
there. Unlucky there. So Mika now still trying to stay. Look at the
absolutely.
movement. Oda Block's taught him all about movement. Here we
Yeah,
go. now.
Oda.
Lake
They have
gets
some
stuck
pretty
hitting his
strong
opponent
sigils, and they
back.
put
He's
everything
got
on
a
Oda,
shield on
but
right
he.
now. It doesn't look like he's wearing a shield anymore. Is he just choosing not to use
I
his
don't think
crystal
you can
shield?
put all that
Looks
on one
like he
man.
has a defender on. Ah, there it is.
Yep. But he will need to switch back into that crystal shield if he wants the optimal tank setup. He's got the Darok's legs, which are
And then Torvesta Titans has no
absolutely
sigils.
juicy in terms of tank gear.
They're fucking.
Goes
They're
for the
going
sleeve
down
to
this.
get away from Mika, but Mika
That's for
also
sure.
has the Noxious Halley, so Mika can attack
Torvesta,
however
but
he wants,
both Lake and Eliop had
Managed to take
sigil
him out there.
Rampart,
The quiver, the bolts, very
Not
strong,
showing that.
and
mutts
Lake there, yeah, Lake.
for Lake,
Yeah,
my
it's
bad.
not showing in their
All
gear.
good. It's an exciting battle. We're seeing a lot of NHs. So who have we got
like
up next? Tell us, Robert.
Coming in, he needs to get this win. He
if you
needs
look
to
at the
take out Lake.
on the
He
side, like
can
right above their
live it
inventory
down if
on the
Oda Block
stream,
Warriors go out of
when
this
it pops up
tournament,
again,
and it's his fault
it'll
because he
Yeah.
show
in the
what
first fight,
sigils
he
they've
really
got.
needs to put in work and show why he's such a great hybrid tyrant in
I
this
don't know
fight.
why it
Absolutely.
shows in the
Mika
inventory in the
such
top left
strong
then.
performance from him, that's
I don't know
for
what
sure.
those are.
So here he comes with the barrage. He's not going to hit many barrages on an armadillo top and a crystal shield, that's for sure.
Mika has done a great job of removing a lot of Lake's food, though. As you can see, he's only got 2 left. Reese should have quite an easy time taking him out, but the zeros from the
Reese
flank,
is
the
back?
barrage is splashing. He can't do any damage at the moment.
So unlucky from Reese. Lake is
Yeah,
really digging in
Reese.
here.
Lake
has
Lake
only got
finished off
2 food
Mika.
left and Reese is looking good.
Oh,
Bolton back,
shit.
Getting that 36. Lake does not want Reese
This
to
is
go
gonna be
easy
close.
under him, using those
I can't
flowers
believe
to
Lake is doing
try and
so.
move
I didn't know
away,
Lake was
and he
that
gets
good.
the freeze for himself.
For those of you unaware, the flowers will allow
Yeah,
you to
I guess so.
one tile
They're
in
giving
certain
him full.
direction if you're frozen,
They're giving
and
him
they're
better gear
especially
than
useful
Eliop
against
had.
PKing for when you get
Yeah,
frozen
dude.
and your opponent stands on top
I
of
wonder
you.
if just like
Doing
because of the deaths that
fantastic
Eliop
job
had,
now. He's done so much damage to Reese, and he hasn't had
it
to
just
eat
put
at
him,
all. He's still got 1 food left.
you know, put
Uses
him
it
in a little
now,
bit
but
of
he's clawed his way
different
back into the
position.
fight, doing a
Oh,
great
they're
job for his
down.
team.
They're both down to 2
Lake really
contenders.
on the
Beast.
ropes here now. He has 70
Yeah.
This is Lake
HP left.
now.
Let's see what he can do. Can
And
he get
it'll be
This is
somebody
pretty
who can
matched
start.
right
HP
now.
down before he's sent out of the game?
Reese down to 5.
Oh, dude.
Fish Manta right now, and he takes
Whoa.
out Lake with the barrage there. Great.
If
job.
Lake
Oh.
takes out
Should
Reese, they actually have a really good
time
chance.
going into this next fight against the
Um,
man himself,
Or I mean, if Lake,
War
yeah, if Lake takes out
Best,
Reese here
leader of the Titans.
with
Let's see it, Torvesta.
Reese
Come on
still
now.
having food,
Torvesta versus
then
Reese.
I think
The
that they
battle
have a
over
very
Reese
good
here.
chance.
Here comes Torvesta with the bolt.
Just the
Torvesta
question is,
correct.
is
Torvesta
Reese
wants to stick
gonna?
a Void Waker off prayer on Reese. Reese
No,
goes
he
for
takes
the
it home.
barrage
Damn.
to move himself
That
off
full.
Torvesta so that he
A
can
full
take a
heal up.
breather and eat up to full
He's
and
going
finally
for
what's he gonna do?
going for a melee
For a
attack.
Torvesta needs to get Reese down.
Ooh, a
It would have been a
Staff
nice.
as quick as he
It'd have been
can.
really
He's
nice to
got a
see
massive task ahead of him. He's got to beat Reese
Um,
and Oda Block. He's the last man
Torvesta
standing
and
for
Oda
the
Block
Devils
with
right
like a
now.
clean,
What can he do?
clean
Surely
full
it's
inventory on
a
this
huge
last
task for Torvesta to
fight
beat
here.
Reese and
But
Oda Block. That would be massive.
I mean,
Reese
that
is
would be
almost out.
that's
Reese's
definitely
only job is
Oda
to make sure that he
pulling
gets a
through.
big chunk of Torvesta's HP
To be
down,
honest,
so
Reese
that
is
even if Oda Block
actually
disconnects, Oda
fucking
Block can get
piling
the win.
in. I wish it would show the numbers of
Sorry,
how
you
much
thrown me off
damage
there.
dealt. You know,
Torvesta, the sigil of Rampart.
Yeah,
These
and
other
show like the
competitors
the
using
tracker
aggression
and
in
stuff.
this fight, he's going to take
Yeah.
more damage, but also has that chance to deal more.
Or
himself.
Vesta Shakers.
Go for these KOs, go for that Void Waker, massive hit. I think he can hit 70s plus with that, with this sigil choice.
Reese fully out here.
Oh, they're saying Torvesta's choking.
What will he do with this? Here he goes for a bolt. He diagonal steps on Torvesta, then goes.
Kind of true though.
DD's back on top of Torvesta.
He's getting down food way too much.
Torvesta will surely want to
for
get the
where
barrage
Reese
here. I don't think Torvesta
piling on that boy.
till he gets a barrage on Reese.
Yeah, Reese should have been. Torvesta should have gotten Reese out already. Reese had like very little food. I think he had like one sip of brew when the fight started, and Torvesta's almost through his inventory of food.
Yeah, it's
like that. Here he comes now. Oh, Torvesta looking like he's being battered by Reese here. Reese is absolutely locking in. Come on, Torvesta, you got this.
Torvesta.
Reese clutching up this fight.
Ooh, that was at least a nice little hit, but damn. Holy shit, was Reese cooking.
The biggest advantage coming into this fight.
My fucking god.
Two players, these captains fight during the week. At that time, Torvesta came out on top, but who will be the victor here today?
Well, I'm happy to see Reese
Oda
perform
win.
here when it really doesn't matter anymore. But
yeah, I think he was pissed. I think he was really pissed. Like, nah, I'm not going out like that. But no fucking way. No way I'm the guy that gets shit on this competition.
Here comes Odablock to finish off the fight, finish off Torvesta,
Oh, yeah.
quick swiftness.
And here he
Oh,
does it. Sweeping Torvesta aside here.
man.
What a battle we just saw.
Great battle right there.
It's
Reese
guaranteed, so
coming
through the
clutch
prayer
here.
doesn't matter.
Uphill
If he
battle
was
for
just
the
trying to do
title.
some damage enough to
Definitely
get through,
full
so it's all
food.
calculated.
I just have to say, Torvesta Titans, you did well.
Oof.
The Odablock Warriors did
He knew it
better.
was coming.
I know.
He knew it
Very
was
good, very
coming.
good.
The amount of times
Yeah, it was
Torvesta and
awesome
Oda
to
have
see
fought,
Odablock finally get
Oda
that
just had
chance to
pure
win
confidence
his
going into it.
vengeance on Torvesta. But Torvesta did what he could. It just wasn't enough today. Obviously,
Okay,
Odablock
gotta
looks
be
like
right
he's playing
back.
better now. Looks like his connection
Boys.
is sorted and looks like he's clicking well. He was fluid. He was.
Okay. Yeah, I think so I love Messiah. Fantastic dude. Right. I'm glad he's actually one of the commentators.
That'll be a hotly contested battle.
But I feel like everybody in the commentator, like every time anybody is commentating
What
like
we can expect?
in all of this, it is just kind of awkward, like slightly awkward.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they bring in Fox, and I think Fox is honestly really good at commentating. I think he's fantastic. But
Oh, yeah,
Still
he's
feels-
probably the best that you can get, right? Like,
honestly.
Big open play. Let's take a look at the gear that the Dino Nuggets are rocking.
They've got those free
Dino Nuggets?
suffering, which is gonna
Hold up, what?
They've also decided to go for recoils on the other.
How is this bracket splitting up?
Did they
So
not
is
have
it if
white
it
bearers?
is
They
it
didn't
3
quite
losses
get
and
away
you're
with it.
out?
They did a lot of
The
TOS,
Dino
but
Nuggets
they
could
also
still be in
decided
it.
that these are
Recall
gonna
is
be
better
better for
odds.
them in the fight.
I don't even know, man.
Guaranteed
That's a good
bounce
question.
back on your opponent is
Let's see what the updated bracket is.
Fight. It's all about how much food you have.
Post
how
the
much food you can take off your
recent,
opponent.
that was
Having
bracket
one down
4.
back is very important, even if you don't have the Ring of Suffering.
Excellent. I think we can expect.
They haven't
better
given the
performances
updated
from
bracket
Burton
just
Coffee
yet,
this time. I think
but
their nerves
they
will
did
be
show it on the screen
evaporated
earlier,
and
so
they'll be ready for it
First
this time.
time seeing both of them tribreading in an event like this, so now they've got that first.
because that was an
fight,
Oda
that
win,
fight where
so it was
they're
1-1.
against opponents with so much food advantage. They know from the start that they've got it all to do. This time round, they can relax a bit, get into the rhythm, start the fight, and just
It
compose.
should be a very even battle, I think.
Yeah.
I hope so anyway.
Fantastic.
So that's the
Dude,
Nuggets
really,
versus the
really
Spartans
good show.
coming next, and after that, we'll bring you the Brody Brawlers versus the Torvesta Titans.
What can I watch this on so I can hear the commentaries really quiet? Yeah, I can turn
Can
it.
the Titans
Sorry, I was just
claw
trying.
it
I was
back,
talking over him a
take
little bit.
down the Boaty Brawlers and manage to lock up that group in a three-way tie.
I sure hope we
You
see
can get you
some
on Twitch.
Torvesta Titans on the charge again, because if we do get that three-way tie, then we do replay. How does it work? We replay the.
So the first seed is going through automatically, the highest ranked seed,
That's
and then
right.
we're getting our lower seeds will have a rematch. In
Awesome.
this case, that would be the Odablock Warriors going through with.
I'm glad someone's paying attention. Thank you,
Warriors
Robert.
versus Titans again, so anyone's to play for in this.
Excellent stuff. So, Nuggets versus Smorks. As soon as we get the signal from the JMods, we'll bring you that
Somebody in the
matchup.
comments, take a
It's
shot
gonna be very
every time they
exciting
say
indeed.
excited.
I can't wait to see Dino and West Ham again, because those guys
You fucking
are
trash
some
by
of the
11
best
a.m.
aces in this competition.
That
for my
would
They
money.
did a
Crazy.
great job in that last fight against the Snakes. I mean, they had a tough time, but they still did more damage to their opponents than they got damage back. They just didn't
We
have
want
enough
Fox.
food from
We
the
want
week.
Fox.
But they are great Tribrids, so we'll see if the rest of the team can step up a bit, make it a little
Poor
bit easier.
Messiah.
They're doing some more
It's
damage to
it
their
must
opponents,
suck to
and
hear
then
that,
make it easier
but
for West Ham to
Fox
then
is a
go and
really good
take out
commentator.
one or two
He would have been
opponents
perfect
at
for
the
it.
end of it.
And the Smorks, how do you feel Skill Specs is playing this week?
Skill Specs.
I mean, he's the
have
number
had
one
a
Twitch streamer,
fantastic
so-
week. I am sad I'm not going to be waking up to put on his streams throughout the
Agreed.
rest of the tournament.
Agreed.
Been so
Yeah,
fun to
yeah,
watch.
for
I've really enjoyed them. And
for old
they're
school
still in
RuneScape,
it. They've still got
absolutely.
a chance. They can still switch it up.
How
And pick
come
up the
Messiah
nuggets here.
wasn't in the
Absolutely.
event?
Got a
I
good
think
amount
he's
of
too
food.
new.
They did die a lot.
I don't
but
think
they
he has
got a
enough
lot of kills
following.
back
Sure.
throughout the
He's a
week.
really
And if
good
there's- If
PvPer.
there's one thing Skill
But I
Specs
don't
is
think
really
he
great
has
at, is
enough,
bringing his
his
team
name out
positive
there
morale.
just
So I
yet.
think, with skills to rally behind Skill Specs, I feel like.
I think he
yeah,
does. I
you've
think
gotta
it
be in
just
a good
like depends
position.
on
Perp showed
who
us
they,
in those fights
who
how
like Solar
competent he
Mission
is
has
at Tribrid.
already
and
kind of
could
decided
he
who
be
he
the
wanted
difference
to
maker
invite.
in
Yeah.
some of these fights?
and
Perp
then
really surprised me.
bracket.
Is he on Aussie
Prob-
Ping? Is that, am I correct? to say
probably
he's
the
on
time
Aussie
when
Yes,
he
I
started
believe
doing
so, yeah,
the
so-
invitations.
He's used to it. He
You know, when
plays this
organizing
game
an event was
for a living. He knows what.
yeah,
Oh,
maybe
he's
a
probably a
little
while
before.
ago.
And for those of
Yeah.
you who don't know at home,
Messiah has
am I right
gotten
in
a name
thinking
for
the
himself.
servers for this Dead
I
Man
watch
tournament
him.
are
That
based
definitely
in
Spears
America?
got a name for
Is
himself
that
now.
correct?
Like
So
he's
they're
already
American East.
he's
meaning
already
that
being
everyone
invited
kind of
to
has
be a host at
fair advantage or
RuneScape, so.
disadvantage in
Yeah.
terms of ping.
Or
That's
the
how the
JGuys.
fights work, as far as I'm.
I watch him
Yeah,
a bit,
as far
but
as I'm
Oda's my
aware.
favorite.
So some
Oh man,
competitors
I
who are
would
in the
watch
US are
Oda
gonna
if
have
he
an
didn't
easier
ban
time.
me
You're going to have like
from
no
Very
click
true.
delay. And then other
Being
people around the world,
realized.
Europe, Australia, New Zealand, they're going to have.
Oh
slight bit of
man,
delay,
I mean I
but
like Oda.
Yeah.
He's
They
alright.
couldn't put the servers
Good,
in
he's good.
EU
He's
because
really
that
good
would
at
make
P-
it difficult
Very
for
good.
other competitors
They're
from.
used to this.
Yeah,
They know what
you
they
got
signed
me.
up
Absolutely.
for.
I had to
Perp
sit.
was
I mean,
Skillspec
there's
is
no real
first
reason
choice
to
for a
chat in
reason.
that
He
chat
knows
anyway.
how good of a PK
But-
Perp is.
True.
Sure.
Perp,
But
Looks like we
I
have
like Messiah.
confirmation
If
from
I'm
the
if I'm
JMods
watching okay,
that
if
the
I'm
next
watching
battle
live
can
content,
begin.
I
So we
can't
have
wait.
got.
I think I would
Who have we got,
prefer
Robert?
Oda.
we've got the
for sure.
Nuggets versus
But,
the Smorks. Let's take it away.
If I'm
Who will
watching
come out on
YouTube
top?
videos,
Who
oh,
will be
dude, I am
advancing through to the
fucking fantastic YouTube
semi-final?
videos.
I want to see a surprise upset from the Smorks here. Come on.
Let's go. First up, we are going to have Spark Mac. How can he do? He runs in with the claws straight away. He's been told by his team he needs to try and use those claws as much as he can throughout this fight because he was leaving.
Yeah, we love to see the specs
Yep.
to go
And here
right
comes
off at the
Verf
beginning.
now with the freeze. Verf now with the freeze on Sparkmac. Now, Sparkmac is fully frozen. Verf with the bolt here. You see him one-tick his staff after every attack. That's to make sure he's in his most defensive iteration and he can't get hit by Sparkmac. Sparkmac isn't doing that as much. You'll see Sparkmac just bolting. He's a less experienced hybrider and that's possibly why he doesn't switch to his staff between attacks. Now, Verf coming in with the claw. Doesn't manage to get a big claw off prayer, unfortunately. Sparkmac read it well.
Spark Mac, he has.
It's interesting to
competed in
see
these
that a lot of
Deadman
these dudes have
1v1s
just
before.
burning claws.
He knows how to try red. He knows what's at stake for his team. He's going to do everything he can to try and get an advantage. Going with the claw there, unfortunately getting no damage.
Is Burning
Smorks did
Claws
not
only
manage to get
25%
too many
spec?
great special attack weapons
Or
for
is
the
that,
week, so the Burning Claws
30?
not ideal, but he's trying to do what he can with it.
So, Verf looking in charge here. Here comes Sparkmac with the claws though on Verf. Just as I say that, curse of the commentator. So here comes Verf with the staff bash now. That was unlucky for him. He's going to go for the barrage. Will he DD now? Yes, he's making use of the DD. And there goes the Noxus Alley.
Verf up a bit on food right now.
But they don't. They
Sparkmac
can't have
chucking out
entity
his
hider
sigil
or
and port
really
find there.
any
If Verf hits him
extra
now, he's
plugins.
gonna
So
start
really,
taking
this
back-
is like them.
Verf's going to start taking back
being
damage, but
blind
he's hitting
and
zero,
being
so the
death dotted.
Porcupine's completely useless. It's not doing its job.
It isn't, unfortunately for him. And Sparkmac is now on lower food than Verf, that's for sure. It's still pretty tight, though. Verf with the coal in his inventory, that's not going to do him any good whatsoever. I believe that's just there for inventory management.
It is pretty neck and neck, though. We can see here it's only
Yeah, I don't
one
know all the
food in
rules.
between it.
I think
Sparkmac,
I don't know
what
if
can
I
he do
caught
to
that,
try
but I
and
think earlier
bring this back?
Bodhi
His
had
mage
the
gear not quite as good as Verve,
like entity
but he
hider
has
thing
got that mage's
on.
book to make up for the fact he's only got a
Oh, he
mystic
might have
top.
got a yellow for
Both
that.
opponents still have
No,
spec
for
here,
sure.
though.
Messiah said out
Sparkmac
loud
could
that
go
it was.
for a
It is
Burning
banned.
Claw spec, whereas Verve could go for a Dragon Claw spec.
See him right here. Sparkmac catches the freeze. I've not
Spark
seen his
is
menacing
kind
mage
of
prop
slow
once.
with his
He's not
switches.
getting that heal back.
Oh, he's getting better.
Sigil
He's getting
choices.
better.
Maybe that's something they should have worked on throughout the week instead of Warriors Guild so much where you're not getting sigils. That could be the difference maker in these fights. And these
Oh, that's rough.
at a disadvantage
Spark
because of
not
it.
keeping his tank
Interestingly,
gear.
only one dose of bruise separates
Not
these
looking
two
good.
opponents. I can barely get the words out. This fight is so entertaining. Here comes Sparkmac, though, with a freeze on Verp. It's so
Although
open.
he's
Both
definitely
of
getting
these
more
guys,
DPS off.
not particularly known for NHPKing, but they're really, really digging in
He's
here.
not
It's
taking as
exciting
much
battle to
damage.
see.
Verve down to his final
I
few
think
bruise hits
camping
now.
range is
He's rocking that sigil
good
of aggression,
choice.
so he can get extra damage. But every hit he takes, it's going to be more damage as well back to him. Not sure if this was the best choice, but right now, all he needs to do is as much damage to Sparkmac as he can. Can he clutch something out?
That
He's
was
got
great
a
burning claw
mile
work.
away
He's
spec.
got the claws
Holy
left.
shit.
He's got 2 specs ready. Can he do any damage? Hits the 0.
Oh, zero.
Oh, he decided to go for the double claw, which
Crazy.
would have thrown many people off because they would have prayed range on the second claw potentially. But Verf now looking like he's really out of energy here. He has 7
Oh,
HP
Verf
left,
is-
and
Verf got
Sparkmac
fucking
gets the
Well
job
done,
Dog walked.
Sparkmac, managing to take out
Unexpectedly.
Verve there. Great showing, good job, but it was neck and neck throughout that fight. Sparkmac, not on much food left. It should be an easy task for Coxie coming in here to try and take him out. And he goes straight away, gets the bolt off prayer. Unfortunately, a 0, and he's now going to try and catch the freeze on Sparkmac.
Here comes Coxie. Staff Bash was unfortunate, but
just
can he
fucking
catch the
spec
barrage?
it right off the
If he
bat.
can
What
clear
do you do?
Sparkmac, he fights C Engineer in this next battle. So both opponents get frozen.
Coxie just going to chuck in that Void Waker spec.
There you
try
go.
and get his opponent
Good spec
killed
by
straight away. Save the
Sparkmac.
food for the next fight. He chucks in the second one, and he's down.
Gotta
Coxie
spec out.
decided he just wanted to clear
All you can
Sparkmac as
expect.
quickly as possible because he has got the mighty C Engineer up next.
Neck and neck, both teams on
Oof.
4 members, both
The
teams
engineer,
having all
I don't
their
think he's
food
gonna-
basically for this
And he's
fight.
already his switches are
C
spot.
Engineer not really got a spec weapon. He's going to be having to use a Fang, which we see there hits through.
Good
Coxie's
fucking hit
defense,
by the Fang,
30.
though.
A very,
switches.
a very tough battle indeed straight off the bat. Here comes C Engineer. I believe he just used a Morrigan's Javelin spec. I saw the Javelin, it was green. I believe that's a special attack. So here comes C
His
Engineer
teams
now.
do seem fairly
away from
even the match,
Coxie.
though.
Coxie seeding to try and catch him up. He
But I
wants
think
to
that
be in that melee range. He wants to
the
be able
Dino
to
Nuggets will
utilize
take
the
this one.
hybrid. He's worked all week. He grinded out
That was a
for his team. He
really
got
good
every
C
single
Engineer
member
move by
that
C
wanted
Engineer,
one,
I
a
think.
halberd.
His freeze on the
Very
flowers,
good to see.
fantastic.
So we've got a Fang
He's
versus a
not on
Halberd here.
flowers.
Both of these two melee weapons are very, very strong. But
Although I
who
think he
will
only
come
has
out
one
on top?
seeds.
Let's see. We've
I'll
got
get,
Coxie
I know.
with slightly less food, I'd say.
Yes,
Oxy,
yes,
I think,
it
is running
Coxie-
dry.
Fairly even.
The
Coxie
engineer
was
is really
trained up by
working
West
him.
Ham in the week leading up to this tournament. So we'll have to see what he can remember from that, what he can pull out in this fight. You've got to think, though, these are people who've spent all those weeks practicing, and then they come into a tournament spending hundreds of hours not doing any PvP, and they're not going to have that muscle memory built up yet to just go straight back to it. So it's going to be difficult for them.
Dude,
to get in there.
52,000 people
all things
watching,
considered,
crazy.
they are both NHing very well. So both opponents have
There's
pretty
like
low
90
spec.
plus thousand
Coxie
people
with
watching
30%,
Autoblock.
so the engineer with 20.
No way.
Coxie could
As
try
soon
and
as he
wait
got
for spec,
DDoS though,
or he
like
could go for a Fang.
80,000
No,
people
he doesn't.
left,
He has
man.
Void Waker, so he'll have to wait for 20% more spec if he wants to actually get some damage with that corrupted Void Waker.
I want to see C Engineer meleeing with the Fang more in these fights. He's got that swashbuckler. He's got that Fang. It's going to be accurate. It's going to be attacking faster. He needs to make the most of it to hit through the defensive Coxie, hit through that Rampart Sigil. His bolts are not doing enough damage. He just needs to use that Fang.
So here comes the Fang of
I wonder how
Engineer
this will
now. He
affect
is starting to use that
RuneScape
Fang. He's finally
after.
switched it on in his head. He's going to make it more available to himself. Now here comes Coxie with the bolt on C Engineer. That was in robes.
What do you mean?
C
How?
Engineer going for the freeze. The Mystic Top just not giving him enough
Wait,
major
like
to
the-
catch that freeze.
The market's
Coxie
gonna.
dancing
I think
around
the
all on
market
top
should
of it.
change
It's
a little
great
bit
to see
for like some of these
Coxie
items.
pulling out some great footwork here.
They are neck and neck. One
love
food
to see it.
difference between them. Coxie has regenerated a special attack. He's got that Void Waker for the guaranteed damage.
The engineer
When are we
is
going to see him
actually
pull out
having
and
a
use it?
brilliant
He's got
strategy
frozen
this
2 tiles
game.
away. He can still use his halberd if he wants to.
With
Coxie now with a
those
spec.
flowers.
When will he decide to use that? Surely he's got to use it soon. His opportunities to use that final corrupted Void Waker spec are going to be limited as his food runs out.
Yes, the engineer running away. He does not want to be in distance of Coxie. He wants to keep the fight
Yeah,
at a distance.
I'm surprised a
keep
little
it
bit here
range
with
mage
like how
battle, so he
Coxie
doesn't keep
is
getting
performing.
beaten
I
down
thought
by
he
that.
would be
But
doing
can't
actually a little
catch
bit better
the freeze.
against the engineer
Coxie
and be
gets
able
it
to
and
take him
immediately
out. But
steps back under
Yeah,
him.
me too.
So here comes Coxie. He does utilize that
19.
void expect. Did it
I
only
guess
hit
they're
a
both
19
probably
off
very
fair?
like
Was that off
they're
fair?
very
Yes,
similar.
only hit a
and evenly
19, one of the
matched.
lowest hits we can expect, but that is
Yeah.
a corrupt Void Waker. That's what you're going to see if you don't
Like,
go
when
for the real
when
one. It's
Sea
going to hit
Engineers
less
perform
damage.
well.
It's going to be less accurate.
Indeed. So Sea Engineer
we all
will
know
want to
that
finish
doesn't
this
happen
now,
all
but
the time.
Coxie is still
Yeah,
got
Sea
one
Engineer's
food
not
left. Coxie
best.
going for the Noxious Halley. Sea Engineer going for the Fang. Another Fang spec from Sea Engineer.
Neck and neck between these two opponents. Who's going to come out on top? One food remaining. We'll see them use
Sea
it in a
Engineer's
minute.
the second
for sure.
person?
Coxie catching the freeze and
Coxie
stepping
the
back under.
second?
Stepping out diagonally so Sea Engineer can't melee
Oh
him
yeah,
back. He
they're
can't
still on
reach him.
the second
But Coxie, he can stand there and melee with his
player of
halberd
each
'cause it's
team.
2-tile range.
It is indeed, and I think this is good. This fight is
Who
going to
gets
come out
the
to who's
advantage with this
luckiest
one?
to catch the freezes, and Coxie catches a big blood barrage there on Sea Engineer,
Ooh.
Three
and
in
he's
a row.
Good ends,
finished off
good
Sea
ends.
Engineer.
That's how you wanna see
Great
it.
to see from Coxie there.
But it's still anyone's game to play for. 3 opponents left from the skill spec. Smorks, Sick Nerd running in now. He wants to take out Coxie and even up
Yeah,
those
real
numbers
quick. Be quick
once
with it.
again.
Coxie won't get much time to celebrate for killing Sea Engineer here. He has to battle Sick Nerd straight off the bat. Catches the freeze on Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd goes for the Fang on ropes.
didn't
That was critical.
puncture?
That hit a
Crazy.
0 though. Here we go now. So Coxie with the Noxious Halley, still DDing, still making
Yeah.
use of epic footwork.
30
Coxie
hit
is
points left, but
fucking
he's
taking
making it work. He's getting so many free hits on Sick Nerd as he moves around the battlefield, making
There
sure
we
he
go.
can't get hit. Well, as I say, Sick Nerd unfreezes and gets that Fang spec down.
Big 43 Fang spec there for the KO. Now, what can Sick Nerd do against his next opponent? Who's he got?
Skidler coming up into this fight right now. He is a man who knows how to tribrid PK, and we're going to see it in action right now.
Skidler loves to call
is done.
himself a
This is
what's
skill
up Iron Man,
specs?
but actually he's a superb NHR, and
Skidler?
as you said, I think he has a lot of skill in this discipline of PKing. So
I know.
No, skills.
there we go with the Void
Oh,
Waker!
he KOs Sick
Skidler.
Nerd! That's
What a
incredible! Sick Nerd is going to be kicking himself there. He had a brew and a
At the
half and
very
3
last
anglerfish remaining.
Congratulations,
Skidler.
Skidler.
Wait,
That
this
was
isn't
done.
skills. spec.
great
Is it?
bit of NH play
Yeah.
by Skidler. Congrats to him. That was super to see.
And this is why they've
This
given
is,
him that real Void Waker.
Dino
Skidler is the man to
versus-
use it. He got so lucky in the week. He carried his team through. He got so many of the drops, and
guess it
he's
is the
making them
Smorks,
work.
So now
Right,
he
it
has to
is.
fight
Oh,
skill
you're
specs. They're
absolutely right.
both on fairly good amounts of supplies. Skill specs here with the slight advantage, the extra
Yeah, it
boost.
is skill specs.
But what will
It's
Skidler
skill
be able to
specs.
do? He's got that corrupted volatile
wow.
staff
He's
here.
not
I
the
doubt
last
he's going to
contender.
spec
He's
for
the
that when he's got
fourth
a Void
contender.
Waker.
If
Here comes
Perp
skill
is the
specs. Once
last.
skill specs gets in his rhythm,
Yeah.
I think he's going to be pretty hard to defeat.
Skidler with that sigil of the light bearer though.
Whoa.
He's gonna have special attack
even
back soon.
even skill specs
Skill
himself
dealing
can't
a
put him.
great amount of damage. Both players
Put
going
himself
low.
as
Just
the
need to heal
finale.
up and make sure they're not dying with
Yeah.
food remaining.
Skill specs managed to get an Onyx bolt
did
from
keep
there. I believe
himself
he brought
the
like,
Nightmare
one
Step,
single
though.
Onyx bolt to this fight, if I remember correctly.
I think he's got a
which is
few
good.
more than that.
Okay.
It's
It's
only
It's the
bolt
volatile
choice,
that he
but
got.
Will it be enough? Will he get enough healing from this? He's got the halberd. He's got the Void Waker,
Ooh.
and oh,
He doubles the Void
Ooh.
Waker,
I think
but
you can only
Skidler
get
reads
one
it well,
staff anyway.
predicted the double, decided to try and get the DD to take the momentum off him, but he couldn't because Skill Specs was in the
Oh!
flowers.
No
Skidler could have
fucking
put
way.
Skill Specs
Dude,
in the bin.
Skidler.
But then
Oh
Skill
my
Specs could have
God.
put Skidler in the bin
Almost
bag.
fucking
It's
scat Skill
just
Specs.
so open, this fight. Skidler really, really giving it to Skill Specs here. You love to see it.
both players now out of food. Both could have killed themselves.
This is scrappy, scrappy stuff from both opponents. And Skill Specs getting through by the skin of his teeth.
Ooh.
Even getting a redemption
Holy
proc after
shit.
Skidler was dead.
Only
crap, I just
just
accidentally
manages
closed
to
the
survive.
stream.
We've got the captain up next. Captain v captain. Skill Specs going in with the staff bash. He's got 21 hit points left. What can he do?
Yeah, done
That's
for.
all he can do. I think he's almost out now, and he is.
He's done for.
Dino will just succumb him to a bolt.
You
Too easy
Dino
for Dino.
fucking-
Dino wasn't going to let that level of scrappy NHing get any further in the tournament. Sorry, Skilly. Dino is taking you out. So, Dino now. Dino versus Perp. This should be good.
Perp, the strongest and last member on the Skill Specs team. He's got that Fang. He needs to do what he can to defeat Dino. He throws in the Void Waker spec right there. Does not manage to get it off press, only hitting the 23.
Damn.
He's got the
That's an
hand of
edge.
Dino in his invent. How is Dino still managing to bridge with one less hand?
Yep, Dino been complaining of wrist injuries for a while now. Not sure what he's been up to. Let's see now. What can Dino do?
Dino,
It's hilarious.
captain of
I love
the
Torvesta.
Dino Nuggets, winner
So a lot
last
of
year.
people
He
have been
does
saying
not want to
Dino,
go out like this.
has a
He wants
wrist
to put
injury
on a
due to,
good fight. He wants to advance to
jerking
the
it.
next stage. We'll see what he can do. He's
And
got it all to
Torvesta,
play
or not
for. He's
Torvesta,
got a
fucking Messiah
food
was like, yep,
advantage
not
over
sure what
Perp
he's
at the
been up
moment.
to.
And failing this, he's got West Ham
Oh,
behind
he's
his
playing
take.
in on it. That's hilarious.
Take it. Do it if he can't.
And Dino really utilising movement there. He did a Void Breaker spec into a Noxious Halley and stood 3 or 4 tiles away to get a big rubber band effect. There he goes with the Noxious Halley again. 54 Noxious Halley. He doubled it and he could have taken
Dino
out
is a
Perp there, but
fucking
Perp was very
fantastic
lucky
PvPer.
not to get headshot there.
That swashbuckler sigil and formidable fighter doing great work for Dino.
Oh,
Perp
man,
not
they really
realizing
didn't set
how
up
quickly
Dino
it's gonna
with like
attack
what
him
he
again.
needs to do,
Gets hit
or
off
like what he
prep
needs for
both
PvP.
times, and he could have gone
To
down
be
to it
honest.
right then.
I think Dino would have been.
Interesting to see.
Really
So
good to set
Perp
up.
only on 1 hard food and 3 doses of brew left.
But
Dino on a little bit more
you
food.
going
He's got
into the
4 whole
competition with
manta
a
rays
mage
if he
weapon
needs
such
them.
as a trident.
Surely he can finish off
Not
Perp
good.
before he runs out of supplies. He's a superb
Bad.
nature.
We see it right there. The formidable fighter proccing, but it's hitting on
He has
prep.
the curse
Only
still,
hitting
right?
that 6 damage instead of the 10
Or
extra
is that the
bonus.
other? Is that
Dino
the
just
Perp?
choosing
Yeah,
to
Perp
go
is
back to
cursed.
back to
Perp.
back to back with the
Which is
halberd.
good.
Doing
I would
damage
take
to
the
Perp,
accursed
who's now
over the
fully out
trident
of
any
food.
day.
It is a superbly strong weapon. You can see why he chooses to use that Noxious
Especially
Halberd
since
so
everybody's
much.
camping the
Even
Surf
through
Hub.
prayer, it can hit 30s, 35s, something like that. So it's a strong weapon. So here we go now. Perp managed to get in the DD. Perp could go for a Fang spec here, but instead he goes for an Accursed Scepter whack.
Dino showing why he's the captain, managing to get Perp fully out of food. He just needs to do that last little bit of damage. 57 hit points remaining on Perp. Can Dino take him out, or will it be up to West Ham? He's got the food advantage, so he should be able to secure the
West
victory
Ham
right
is still
here.
up
And he does
after?
with the Void Waker spec. He takes out the skill
He
spec.
hit a GG at the end.
They
I
are
couldn't
out
tell.
of the competition, and the Dino Nuggets. will
There's
be-
one more competitor. Am I correct to think there's one more competitor? Yes, there is. So who have we got?
West Ham?
Who are we looking at here? We're looking at Dino versus Skill Specs. How is Skill Specs? I thought Skill Specs went down.
I
didn't he?
thought Skill Specs died, and he's run
Perp.
back in to try
I
and
see.
bench Perp. Okay, you've confused us once again.
Wait,
Skill
Specs
Specs,
again?
he's not
Yeah, that's
happy with
weird.
only dying once.
What?
He wants to go in and die again, but the fight is already wrapped up.
This is classic
Small-
Skill
Oh,
Specs.
it's just-
he
it's
comes
just
to a
fighting.
final fight and he'll decide
just
to
Yeah, I
die
think-
twice.
He's just
Or
winning
will he? Will he
revenge.
just take out Dino for the fun of it? I think he is. And with that, he's going to put Dino away. Dino has, of course,
No
advances
way,
into the
Dino's
next round.
fucking
This is
making
just
it.
a bit of play fighting from the two boys. Love to see it. Skill
Oh
Specs
my
getting
God.
involved because he can.
He is so sad that Deadman mode's over. He just wants to play it all week long, all next week long.
Skill
and he's
Specs-
going to have to wait until the
Oh,
next one.
He's just trying to
Dino's
get
a
as much
fucking
airtime as
god.
possible, I feel. He's
Dino's
just trying
an
to use up as much
absolute
of the
fucking
stream's
god, amazing.
publicity as he
Holy
possibly can.
shit.
Would be hilarious, though, if
Oh,
Dino could finish him off for a second
he
time.
procced.
Come on, Dino,
He
do it for the
fucking
memes.
died.
Let's see you take his head
He
off.
procced
Skill
fucking
Specs.
3 times the prayer.
You've come in,
That is,
you're trying
that
to
is
avenge
insane.
Perp,
If Dino
and
wins
it's not
this,
working so
dude,
far.
he's gonna
I
be
feel
a
like we need a
fucking
J-mod to come in here and ban his account to get him out of
His
here.
accounts.
Here comes Dino then. Surely he can finish this. And not just how, but
Dino
off press
procced again.
still doesn't.
How
Skill
many
Specs.
redemptions are you going to
Pure
see?
luck on Skill
Round
Specs.
of applause for
He-
Skill Specs.
Noob.
And
They
the ref has
lost.
come. Here comes the ref blowing a
No
kiss
way,
emoji to
bro.
tell Skill
No
Specs
fucking
you
way.
are out of there, mate.
Well, we see
Dude,
it there.
Dino
The
fucking
Dino
was
Nuggets
cooking.
advanced.
Skill Specs
Skill
was
Specs,
not fucking in
you
it.
didn't
I don't
quite
give a
do
shit.
enough. The Skill Smorks lost too much food during the week. They couldn't claw it back with the gear they had. They couldn't use their PK ability to advance. And from Group A, that is fully decided now. We've got the solo mission Snakes going through as our top seed, and the Dino Nuggets advancing as the second seed.
Wow, what a
Yeah,
battle we
Din-
just saw
dude,
there.
I
That
love
was
Dino
epic
for
to
that.
see.
Fantastic
Skill
work
Specs
by
getting
Dino.
involved there in the end. Very cheeky from him. The referee's going to have to
That
have
was
a
pretty
word.
fun.
It is classic Skill Specs.
It was
As you
wonderful.
can see, he just wants to go on. He just wants to die again. You can't blame him. He's having
Absolutely
fun.
not.
Great to see.
But we saw some great NHing as well, didn't we? We saw
That was- dude,
Dino really
Dino
doing what he does best
proccing
and
fucking
lock
4 or
in apart
5
from when Skill
times.
Specs comes back for round 2.
His prayer
Um,
restore.
And yeah, it was
Man.
a strong performance by both sides. I
What a
felt.
Fucking
great fight.
crazy.
Unfortunately, that is the last we're going to see of the Skill Smokes for this Deadman All-Stars. They are out of the tournament, but they had a great week. I really enjoyed watching them. Can we get some love in the chat for the skill specs? They did a great job.
Number 6.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
skill specs Morks doing
Bodhi
really
versus
good.
skill specs.
We are ready to move on with the next fight, but we
I thought they were out.
Let's see if we can cross live
check in with him, see how he thought about those.
Bodhi versus Tavesta.
Take on things. Foe, can you hear us, my dude?
I can. Guys, so starting out on this one, we had the skill specs Smorks down, I think like 5 or so total overall food versus the Dino Nuggets. Dino Nuggets had that 5 food advantage as a team.
Let me double check.
It was helpful this time versus their like first match, skill specs' first match.
Oda has one
Spark
loss
didn't
right now.
leave specs on the table. You saw him utilize those Burning Claw specs a little bit earlier this time, whereas I think last time he might have died with about 50 to 60% spec, so that didn't really help out. He did really well in his fight, took him down. Sick Nerd KO'd with 6 doses of brew and I think 3 hard food by Skidler. That was the big turning point of this fight. I don't know that it would have changed things, but I mean, really, it's just classic, you know, he really Rizzlered it there. You know what I mean? Like this time it just didn't end in a chance. Unfortunate. Skidler, he brought massive value to his team with only 5 hard food and 2 brews. I mean, they trusted him with a Void Waker, even though he only had 5 hard food because of deaths during the week. He made it work against Sick Nerd. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them overall, but really good effort there. And Skill Specs finally got his first kill of the tournament. It was just unfortunately after he already lost and was kicked out.
That's one way of looking at it. Congratulations to Skill Specs for his only kill of the tournament so far. Skidler really impressed me as well, man. Skidler doing great work there.
Fantastic job by him, really making the most of Void Waker spec and timing it precisely to get off prayer and do the max damage he can.
Yeah, he kept the nerves together there. Also, just want to say, I don't think that was Skill Specs' only kill. He did very well, and you know, honestly, shout out to the Smorks because they provided some of the most content the entire week. The tournament would not have been the same without them. I loved the Temple Avakov lockdown. That was absolute content. Very smart play, being completely out of sight and being able to keep everyone out of Desert Treasure for the first day or two. It just unfortunately didn't work out overall, but really fun team to watch.
They had a strategy going into it. Didn't quite get the sigils they wanted, but overall, they were a joy to watch. Skill Specs stepping up as a captain in your absence, Foe, and he's done a fantastic job, I believe.
Yeah.
He did solid.
Oh, really?
Skill Specs and the Smorks, I think they're everyone's secret favourite team deep down. You know, we all have a soft spot for the Smorks. It's great to see.
Everyone but one team.
You do.
That would be Torvesta and Skill Specs' rivalry. Unfortunately, we're not going to see them fight tonight. Torvesta coming up next. How do you think he's going to do? It's their last chance, their last hope to try and stay in the competition.
Now, I know Alex, and I know he's a superb NHS, so I feel like we're going to see the best of Torvesta come out here. But Boti Brawlers are looking strong, and Boti in that Missouri top. That tank gear is just disgusting and hard to work through. We've got thumbs up from the J-Mod, so we are able to cross live to the next match. Who have we got, Robert?
The Brawlers versus the Titans. This is going to be great to watch. It's all on the line right here. If the Titans manage to win this fight and tie up the lead, everyone in this group will be at 1 win, which will mean the Oda Block Warriors are going to go through automatically as that first seed. But the Brawlers and the Warriors will have to do a second fight. That's what I'm hoping for. I want to see 2 fights in a row. How can we get it?
That's what happens if you want to get your money's worth. So, Brawlers versus Titans here. Who can seal the final place in the next round? Let's see now.
Up first for the Brawlers, we've got Pip. He did a fantastic job last time round versus the Oda Block Warriors, managing to do a lot of damage and get the most out of his food. But he's up against Mr. Mammal with that Lightbearer Sigil, with that AGS. What can he do? Can he get a KO?
I'm interested to see whether Mr. Mammal will do some more special attacks where he holds his AGS for a good few seconds before hitting with it. Both opponents also have Fangs here,
down some
so that'll be
damage
interesting to see who gets the most DPS.
Really good heals.
Fang, there goes Pip with his.
Mr. Mammal doing a great job off the bat, making sure he's making Pip use a lot of food. He's still holding that AGS, so he might want to bring out the shield for the extra defense bonus before he goes back on this fight. Not managing to hit Pip or get any damage through his defense. Pip, Brawlers not having many of those rampart signals. AGS from Mammal, 56. Great damage, great work. And his special attack can start regenerating instantly with that Sigil of the Lightbearer. You can have multiple specs throughout the fight, multiple chances to get a KO with this.
That was more stealthy from Mr. Mammal that time. He brought out the AGS spec and spec with it instantly. That was good to see.
You You can see why his team have trusted him with this weapon. It's so powerful and so great
Mammal
to see
has
in
Pip.
Mr. Mammal's hand. Pip going in with the Fang spec. Couldn't manage to get a better spec weapon during the week,
Get it?
so he's just utilizing this.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Wow. Big
That was a
31
fucking
bolt
big
into a
hit.
38
Oh,
Fang
man.
spec as well, so that's really good to see. Pip
Triple down
using
on
some
it.
big weapons for big DPS here, and Mr. Mammal having to run
Huge.
away from Pip because Pip is just
Alright, Pip's
banging in so
recovering.
much.
Pip
He's
once again
over
running around the
120.
arena, trying to make the most of that Fang, trying to make the most of his swashbuckler sigil. That's going to
Oh,
be
you're
hitting
right, yep.
faster than normal.
Like,
4 ticks
looks
instead
like
of
Pip
5.
has Pip
Mr.
now.
Mammal won't be expecting it to be hitting so
Yeah.
quickly, and it can do a great deal of damage.
Pretty even on supplies here. Pip does have one less
Oh.
anglerfish than Mr. Mammal.
Almost
But that
Little
bolt
bit-
right there could have
little
just
bit
brought
lower.
it back. Mr. Mammal almost
Dude.
at 2 specs remaining. How can he make this AGS work? Will he be able to catch Pip and come in for that special attack?
ooh,
Once
what
he's
a
unfrozen.
fucking freeze.
Pip with 2 doses of brew here. Mr. Mammal back with the AGS. Unfortunately, it hit
Damn.
low on Pip. Unlucky for him. He got terrible RNG in the last fight, if I remember correctly.
Mammal really
Yes, he
made
did,
a bad
but
decision
he's
there.
still
That's
fighting his best. He's got 1 angler left, and he's still got another special attack. Can he do work with this AGS? Pip is.
Seems
He's
like
out
Pip's
food
gonna
as
be
well.
pulling through
Mr.
on
Mammal's
this
done a
one.
great job of lowering him during this
Most
fight.
likely. Unless there's
A
some
super open
sort of
fight.
crazy
2 very,
chance.
very even teammates going at it here. Teams going at it here. Let's see now. Can Pip catch the freeze? Who will catch the next
Oh,
freeze?
that
So
freeze
Mr. Mammal
would've
catches
done
the
it.
freeze and he goes for the
Damn,
AGS.
Pip
Unfortunate for
getting
him, it
hit
only
hard.
hit a 31. Unlucky.
There we go, Pip.
Pip getting the
That's
redemption
what we're
proc. Now
talking
he's
about.
up to 27 HP.
Mr. Mammal
Redemption,
doing a
bring him
great
back.
job. We've seen him take out the likes of Ditterbitter in training, and here he is trying to take out Pip. Just needs a few more hits to do it. And there we see
Damn.
it. 30 with the Fang. Great job by
Mammal was
Mammal.
up
Takes
a
out
ton.
Pip. And that's a
Mammal
huge
was
loss
up a
for the
ton.
Boaty Brawlers. Mr. Mammal doing a great job here.
Good to see. Mr. Mammal really has
Crazy to
taken
see.
NHing seriously. You didn't know he had it in his playbook. He's a
EV-scape.
superb
Wow.
PBM and not usually
was very
known
well played
for
by
NH
Mammal. That was
hybriding.
really
So
good.
here he comes now on
Yeah, very
EV-scape.
well played.
What can he do against EV-scape?
He really wants to avoid getting frozen. Just stand under, stall the fight out as long as he can. He's now got that 50% special. He can go in for the AGS again. EV-scape, will he be expecting it? Yes, he is. He sees it. Mammal. Not
EV-scape
trying
on
to
top
get
of it.
the timing
man.
he wanted with that. EV-scape managed to pray
Crazy.
the hit.
Interesting, EV-scape setup revolves around camping that Dragonfire Shield. Dragonfire Shield has pretty negative mage bonuses, so it's really not great for catching the freeze. It is tanky as well though, so as you can see,
Oh, crazy.
Mammal
And then
hitting
follow
pure
with
zeros
freeze.
on EV-scape.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
some of these less experienced
When you
tribes
put your shield back on EV-scape,
less
you should
switches as they
freeze and
can.
then
Keep that tank
put it
shield
on.
on all times for the defense bonuses. You're not going to be able to catch as many freezes, but you are going to be able
Oh,
to have that
EV.
defense bonus in
Holy
case you're
shit.
getting hit like
Whoa,
he is
he's
right here.
overhealing.
Zeros off prey by Mr. Mammal.
You can't blame him, it's a good strategy. So, EV-scape now really in control. He just needs to finish
think
off
that's a
Mr.
bad
Mammal. He's
use,
got plenty of
a real
food.
bad
Mr.
use
Mammal's
of,
still trying
pots,
to work him though. Going
overusing.
for the blood barrage here. Mr. Mammal healing up to 31
I wanna
HP.
see
That's good to
EV-scape
see.
pulls this
Here comes
through,
the Fang.
feels
It
like.
was off prayer. Mr. Mammal going for a retribution, I think. Will he try and get a retribution hit on EV-scape here when he goes down?
Need to
Trying to get as much
KO
down as he
EV.
can.
There we
EV-scape
go.
has taken him out, but he did a great job. Mr. Mammal right there. Exceptional work doing damage, taking out Pip and taking a lot of EV-scape's food. It's going to make it an easier job.
So here comes Alfie now. Alfie will have
Alfie versus
a lot more
EV-scape.
food
Alfie
than
wins it every time.
EV-scape at this stage, but EV-scape is going to come back at him with the Dragon
Good
Claws.
specs.
That goes for the double Dragon Claw spec.
Mammal was like
Alfie goes for the Fang
triple.
here.
Mammal's doing pretty good.
I think EV-scape just dumped
Mammal was
3
doing
times
fantastic.
Dragon Claw
Impressive
specs into him
there.
just
For
to
him to
get as
make it
much
that
DPS
far,
and rattle him for the off. Goes for the
EV
punch on
Scape isn't the
Alfie.
best
That punch was
PvPer,
definitely
but for
not
him to make
optimal.
it that
Couldn't
far
find the
against
switch he wanted in his inventory.
dwindle down
Alfie
his supplies like
desperately
that. Although
trying to
EV-scape
catch the
was
freeze, get back
overusing
into that fight,
supplies.
and he's finally
Pretty
got it. He
heavy.
can step under,
He
relax a
overhealed
bit,
multiple times.
try and
I
get back
think he
into this,
actually
start fanging EV-scape
used
where he
a
can,
good
make use of his sigil
maybe
of Rampage
10
maybe. If he wants to
HP
start switching
that
attack
just went to
styles,
waste.
getting that increased accuracy to try and get through EV-scape's defenses.
So EV-scape with 10% spec, Alfie with 10% spec. Both of these guys will just have to rely on their outright weapons, such as the Fangs. Both of them have Fangs here. Can they make use of them? The Morrigan's javelins
EV
being
is
used by
actually doing some
EV-scape, but he
really
just
good
can't hit
work
on
with
Alfie.
the side steps.
Yes, EV-scape having that pious protection, he needs to be getting his prayers right,
Kinda
or he's going to be
predictable,
taking
though, with his
additional
hits,
damage
though.
from Alfie. Like
He's
right
not- he's
there,
not eating
Alfie
and
managed to hit him off prayer.
changing weapons.
I'm not too sure why EV-scape's gone for this sigil. It's going to be very difficult for him to like pray correctly against some of these opponents on that ping he's on.
And indeed, and Alfie is looking pretty good on supplies here. EVscape is kind of up against it now. He only has an anglerfish and
I
one
guess
Karam one
EVscape
left.
went
So
for
let's
more
see
of
what
like
he
a
can
tank
do.
method through this. He's
Alfie
trying
with
to
that Rampart
outlast
just
it.
tanking every
much as
single hit
possible.
Eevee throws his way. Eevee's got the claws back, but again on prayer, all zeros.
switch.
Doesn't quite manage to do any damage.
Do you want to turn on sticky keys? No, we don't. We want to see this fight. So here comes EVscape. EVscape with the Morrigan's Javelins here. A 0 Morrigan's Javelins off prayer.
Alfie making the most of that rampage sigil right now. You can see it flying above his head when he hits. Every time he changes that style, getting that increased accuracy, that increased damage, trying to do what he can to take out EVscape. He's managed to get him out of food while Alfie himself has a whole brew left.
Freaking out.
Alfie does have a brew left, but EVscape is really making him work for this KO here. Alfie catches the freeze. Surely he'll have to get a DD soon. EVscape manages to seed on top of Alfie. Alfie now can finish this surely. EVscape going for the redemption. Procs a massive 23 HP now. Alfie can surely finish him off. A retribution prayer is being thrown up. EVscape on 21 HP. Alfie can surely finish this now with a bolt, with a fang now. And he does a 43 fang straight to the ribs for Alfie. Unlucky.
Great
job plays by EVscape. Fantastic plays.
Taking out EVscape. It's going to be all to play for in this fight. We're neck
and neck. Not gonna lie, that was really nice to see.
Opponent, Port Kazard, coming in for the boat.
He didn't blood.
Brawlers.
He didn't blood barrage like a single
time. Not what Alfie wants to see right now. Port Kazard, an incredible NHer. We know he's good at PVM, but he is also exceptional at PvP.
His redemption
always comes with the unique strategies, as we saw him do last year as well. So let's see what he can do here. He's going to one-tick as many switches as possible, as is the Port Kazard way. He's a very good NHer. There's the VLS.
With his spec, especially
keeping that distance from Alfie,
he has
so he can't bang him back.
VLS.
Alfie just needs to get whatever damage he can, help out his team, do the job.
VLS
Here he goes.
Or what are you
37 bolt. That's crucial, and he manages to flick the redemption on time to get that hit points back.
Port Kazard looking pretty low on health. He's going to have to eat butts. He gets a bolt off before he needs to eat. Now, he's got to compose himself as he's got another competitor coming up. Robert, you'll know who this is. Who's he got to fight next?
Eliop coming in for the Torvesta
just clean him up,
now. He starts off with that disadvantage on the food straight away, but it's pretty even now because of the work Alfie put in. Alfie really evened up this match. He's done a great job there. Port needs to be trying to get some of these blood barrages. He's got great mage opponents for that purging staff. But he's just hitting zeros.
Port's prayers are on point,
He is indeed hitting zeros. It's unfortunate that the purging staff is really not turning on for him. Here comes Eliop with the fang, but Port Kazard goes for the anti-PK style void
from the
VLS off prayer on Eliop, and Eliop just didn't see it coming.
Eliop ran straight into that one. He needs to be aware this VLS is so powerful. One of only two in the competition, and Port Kazard is making it work.
He is, but it unfortunately hit a zero from there. Now Eliop has composed himself here. Eliop needs to catch a freeze on Port Kazard. Gets hit with a fang on ropes.
He's able to dish
Didn't
it
see
out
if that was on prayer or not, unfortunately, but he gets barraged here now. Port Kazard is really going to turn this on Eliop. He's going to make Eliop work for it. Look at Eliop's supplies already. I told you Port Kazard was a dirty breed, and here he is.
He's not doing
really,
good
really
on these 1v1s. Man.
Yes, getting free hits there as he steps under Eliop, making him eat so much he can just keep attacking him back and back, and now gets the distance going for that refreeze. Port is doing a great job. He's still
fucking working
waiting on that VLS spec to recharge where it could take out Eliop. He could have taken out two of the members of the team already.
Eliop really struggling against Port Kazard. Obviously, Port Kazard is a very good NHer, but he's also in great gear as well. Port Kazard got that Armadillo chain body, and Eliop is down. Unfortunate for him.
Bro. I wonder if is this the first time Eliop has gone into DMM, or I think has he been before?
How impactful they are on some
Actually,
of these
I think he might have.
Really good to see. I mean, they started that last fight on equal food.
Maybe
you can see here, Port still got half a minute left. 5 food ready to go.
Yeah, that was sad to see.
Try and take out Lake.
So some PVM on PVM action here. Let's see what they can do. Both of these guys really competent at PKing though. Here they come. So Lake with the AGS.
Honestly,
it hit low, it hit zero.
Bad.
Port Kazard
that was rough.
get an
He's
angle
getting taken
here to
out by
work. He decided
Porkazard.
to go for the seed. He doesn't want to
Really
get hit
sad.
by that
Alfie
kitted
did more
Osmota's
damage
fang of Lake.
than Eliop.
Lake, incredible gear.
Yeah, it was
incredibly strong
just that
sigils. We'll see what
Eliop
he can
was
do.
not
That first
attacking
Aegis
while he
spec
was
threw
eating,
in off
or while
prep.
he was getting
Managing
onto
to hit a 0 though, not what he needs to see. He needs luck to be on his side. He did
his
start
bruise,
this fight
so
on
that it
less
really
food.
diminished the amount of attacks he got out.
What can he do with it? He
His,
died multiple times
that
during the
big
week, and
VLS hit that he took.
that's going to be a big factor in these finals for who we're going to see take out the win.
Lake
Porkazard with
looking
his
pretty good on
VLS
Bruce.
is
He's still
dangerous.
got a whole brew to his name if he needs it. Surely he can take out Porkazard, although Porkazard is no pushover. Porkazard using
Porkazard is
movement
really
here.
on his top
As
of his
you can see,
game
he's
right
just
now.
so
Like,
good with
he's
his clicks, so
fantastic.
good with his
Really well.
ticks.
Yeah,
he knows
actually.
when to dip into his opponent and stand underneath, and when
mean,
to
he-
spring out. He's just so good at that.
Yes, Port making use of that 4-tick fang. If Lake tries to get a freeze on him, while Port's got the freeze on him and he can step under, he's able to get that extra free hit.
I
Stepping
think
in and
Bodhi
timing
does
it
have some of the
perfectly.
strongest contenders now.
5-tick fang it, if I'm
Like,
correct. Is
for
that correct?
fighters.
Yes, but he's got the
this round.
swashbuckler.
Of
so
course he does. He does.
Oh,
It,
yeah,
it knocks the
utilising
tick
that.
off his melee
I
weapon.
know,
That's
Lake.
correct. I'm glad someone's paying attention, and that's
Oh,
definitely
dear.
you. So here we go now. Porkazard on the charge with that VLS. Here comes the VLS again. Maybe
Well,
he
that's
can make
match
use
used
of
for
Yeah,
VLS
when
with
I-
wax.
When I was watching a bit of
instead of
Bodhi
using
and
his
following
fang,
along with some of that,
might
I
be
didn't think
good
that
in terms of damage,
that
not
Port
in
had
terms of
this in
accuracy.
him.
That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, me
doing a
either.
Great job.
I thought he was
clinging
a
onto
fantastic
life here.
PVMer, but I
I
didn't
feel
think
like
he
he's had this food,
played
had
a
this
PV
hit point for a while, and Lake, he's now almost out of food.
But
Both
big
people.
40 bolt for him. Big 40 bolt. And now Porkazard is going to have to choose when he wants to start using Redemption Prayers, because that's all he's got left now. He just has one Sanfu Serum left. He's got 71 HP.
It's going to be really hard for Torvesta coming into this fight. He's going to have to take out a few opponents.
That was a
unless Lake
mile
can pull
away,
out something
Lake.
Special right
Holy
here.
shit.
Unlucky with the AGS.
That was
Porkazard read that
5
well.
ticks away,
Porkazard
brother.
really not tuning out here. There's a 50 VLS there. And a redemption proc for Lake. Lake's on 21 HP. Porkazard really giving it to him with the melee weapons there.
Oh, my
That is
God.
incredible. I did not think Port would be able to do this well. He's managed to take out Lake entirely on his own. He wins the fight.
Fantastic.
Port's taking
Unbelievable.
out multiple opponents in
Holy
a row.
shit.
The Boaty Brawlers are looking so strong.
God damn.
Still 3 opponents
Doesn't
of them,
even
and it's
matter at
only
this point, bro.
Torvesta.
The fucking
Port
work
managed to
that
catch a freeze, doing
Porkazard is
22
putting in,
damage
he's on top of
straight
his-
away. Port
He's fucking
making it look easier, just
MVP.
PKing.
MVP.
Torvesta's got it all to do, but he does manage to get the bolt, and so he puts Porkazard down. So
A
who
good
has
fight.
Torvesta got to fight
I
next?
love to see it.
Torvesta
Actually,
is fairly
more
full on
respect for
supplies,
Port.
but he has it all to do
Yeah, he
because he
said
has
some
2 opponents to face.
questionable
if he
things,
wants
but
to,
really
if he wants
good
to stop
fight in
himself
it.
going out of this competition,
Fantastic
goes for the
fight.
barrage. It's Doobie. Doobie's been
Torvesta
playing well
is
this
just a
tournament.
fang. That's it.
Doobie
That's
did
it. That's it.
fantastically
Oh,
in
he
that
has a-
first fight, but
Woo.
Torvesta right here, sigil of aggression, extra
Fantastic
damage,
double.
not quite dealing enough to take out Doobie straight away.
Needs
That
to do
could have
this.
changed
Knew
the
he
whole
needed to
course of
do
this
that
fight.
quick.
That could have been what
But those,
the Torvesta
those
Titans
chances,
need
man,
to
that
do
was
to
rough to see,
win
but
this
he didn't.
fight.
Doobie did well with the double leap there to prevent the second Void Waker from taking him out.
It's-
Goes for the Void Waker on Torvesta.
It's a massive task for Torvesta, but that hasn't stopped him before. He managed
freeze
to take
was
out
a bad
Odoblock
choice,
during the
but
week,
I
and
don't
no one
think it
thought that
matters
was going
all
to
too
happen. So
much
what
with
can he do
Doobie.
here? He's going to use that Blood Barrage
they're
to try
just
and
up
heal up
so
as much as he
much on
can.
Bodhi's
Arcane
team.
Swiftness, he's got that extra heal, extra mage speed, but Doobie's coming in with the Void Waker, dealing a lot of damage, getting that guaranteed damage on when he can.
Doobies looking good for food here, but not looking so good for spec. Neither of these guys have much spec to their name. Torvesta might decide that he wants to go for a Fang spec, or will he wait and try and go for a Void Waker spec on his next opponent, which will be Boaty. So I think Torvesta probably not even cleared Doobie here at this rate. Doobie's really doing well.
Yes, he's got a lot of food still left. Torvesta's got a tough
Slow
task.
down
He
a
wants to
little
try and
bit.
take out Doobies, and then Boaty. Doobies with that quick melee sigil, being able to halberd fast. Is he going to do it back to back? No, he's going for the freeze. He's trying to take out Torvesta where he can. Torvesta down to his final food.
No matter what Torvesta does, he just can't seem to get 2 or 3 attacks together on Doobie. Doobie now sprinting around this arena, pinging around left and right, going for the freeze here, going for the freeze KO, going for the Nox Halley. The Nox Halley was off prayer and Torvesta still didn't get it. Unlucky for Torvesta. He's really backed up against the ropes here.
Doobies just needs one little hit to finish off Torvesta, who manages to proc the redemption, manages to get
That
some
Doobie
hit
has
points
hella
back, but
food
Doobies
left.
can hit him and kill him at any moment.
Will Doobies manage to seal this with a barrage KO? Torvesta going for the KO with the Void Waker. Doobie's read it well. Doobie's just playing it safe now. There's no need to die to Torvesta. He doesn't need to let Torvesta go any further in this competition. He can finish this with a barrage.
We see him take off the ring, there we go. He's taken out Torvesta. The Boaty Brawlers looking incredibly strong. Boaty himself not even getting to fight in this. Torvesta Devils, unfortunately, that is their second loss.
Sad to see Torvesta Devils going out. But that does mean that there will be no need for additional replay, and we will be going through to the next round very shortly. So let's look at the Group B stage. Talk us through Group B, Robert. Group B there, Boaty Brawlers securing both wins, beating the Odoblock Warriors.
Crazy.
Thanks to Doobies himself managing to KO Reese, and then again beating the Torvesta Titans.
Doobie's really the carry for the Boaty Brawlers, I feel. Torvesta Titans, what can we say? They didn't manage to get a win on the board, but they've fought well this entire competition.
They have had a tough time throughout the week. They got off to a bad start, dying a couple times early, falling prey to the Skill Smorks Temple of Ikov, falling down at breaches, not quite having the right to progress through the week, not playing aggressive enough potentially as well. They see that their teams, the lowest amount of kills, you need to be out there.
Everybody's always saying the same thing. We want
for your team, earn that food, which I don't feel like we saw this week with Torvesta and Eliop.
Fantastic.
They just weren't trying to roam around solo and pick up those free kills on other teams.
And unfortunately, it means that they're going to go out.
So we have got the Odoblock Warriors progressing as well.
I was saying, I'm surprised.
So
I'm a little bit
have
surprised,
a chat with Paul.
Honestly,
I'm sure he will have some interesting words to say to us. Paul, can you hear us?
Torvesta got that kill in Odoblock.
I can. What's going on, my guy? So let's talk about this a bit.
I was going to rank them in
first off, we've got the Solo Mission Snakes and the Odoblock Warriors coming up in the best of
after they got that kill,
one. Is that correct? The semifinal matches are going to be best of one, and then the Boaty Brawlers versus the Dino Nuggets to see who goes on. And then the final is going to be the best of three overall. Really, this is kind of exactly what I wanted to see happen. I actually wanted to see Odoblock and Solo Mission face themselves before the finale. I think these were these two teams the final two in the last Deadman All-Stars last year. I want to say that they were.
Nuggets and Warriors were the top.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely. So we can actually see
getting knocked out by the Warriors in that lower bracket run.
Yeah, Solo Mission.
Wow. Yeah. So we could see a rematch.
It's going to be exciting to see. Will the Odoblock Warriors PK skill be overcome that food advantage of the Solo Mission Snakes? For me,
I really hope not. I really hope not. I think a lot of people, even there's some comments on the Twitch.
And Boaty's barely managed to fight because he's not needed to fight. The rounds haven't got to Boaty. Only once or twice he's actually managed to draw some blood on
I can't remember what we said yesterday about what we think should be going up
his team has done it
against
for
who.
him.
Port Kazard in that last round, Paul. What do you think of that?
I don't know if I...
Oh my gosh. So I mean, this guy pulled his weight more than anyone. I think that was probably MVP moment of the entire series right now. We had him absolutely carry his weight. We got to see the Lake versus Port Kazard S tier off. You know, the two like S tier PVMers that are in this competition. And Port was just on top. Surprisingly, the first two people I believe that he went against both had Rampart, and Port Kazard did not. And he still took them both down plus more. So Rampart isn't everything. The gear is a big thing, but skill is really everything here. So you know he did what we expected Port Kazard to do. And we didn't even see the seed tech that he came up with last time, where he was basically flinching in PvP.
It doesn't matter.
I was hoping for that, and I don't know if that's been changed. Maybe we still see it, but
I believe
Titans were on top of their redemption flicks, but it just didn't happen this time. Go on.
I believe that had to be patched after Port showing how strong and how
that was amazing work.
So we're not going to see that.
That was really cool to see.
VLS doing great work, being able to hit through that.
I'm excited though. I really hope that. I think everybody.
Yeah, and how about Mr. Mandel this time? Really pulling his weight versus Pip. He started a lot stronger this time, despite being down 2 food. Got the win there, and then Eevescape played very well, but it looked like Pious Protection might have been the wrong choice for him. He took a lot of off hits, and that's just an extra 5% damage every time, so that kind of cost him.
What's that?
Man, I don't know. I like Solo Mission.
Mr. Mammal. I can see why Torvesta's show chose him now.
We want to see them knocked out.
They're, Mr. Mammal,
they've been snakes this whole time.
All these other
we don't want to see them win.
Great pick.
Yeah, it would
definitely.
suck.
Paul, you see all the teams fight now.
You see him as
who do you fancy that's going to be the victors of this Dead Man All-Stars Volume 2? Who do you think is going to take this?
You know, I really want to root for an underdog.
Yeah, things would be a lot different.
We haven't even seen Ditter fight,
out of the picture.
You know,
that says it all.
A lot of people have been so strong.
Perspective for this,
the last time we saw them up, we only saw the first 2 competitors from their team. So it just seems like they've outclassed everyone with the entire week's worth of planning, with the entire week's worth of execution. It's not just what you get from the breaches, but they really put the whole package together. I mean, think about it. They're the only team that's decked out in Rings of Suffering. They're the only team that's decked out in Blood Furies, and I believe every one of them has a Noxious Halley, which is massively strong when you have a Blood Fury as well. It's just they outclass everyone else in gear. It's going to be tough.
That seeding, coming first seeding during the week, it's given them weaker opponents in this first group.
That means
stage,
they have to melee.
I'm very excited to see how they do against the likes of the Odin Block Warriors and potentially the Boaty Brawlers if they can make it through. Boaty Brawlers
I don't see Odin Block Warriors being too weak here. You know, I mean, what do we have with them? We've got 3 Zuriel staffs. We've got a Toxic Staff of the Dead. Like, they're pretty decked when it comes to gear. They've got Morgan Jabbies. I think they have Morgan Throne Axes as well. Like, they've got some really solid gear here. So, as we saw, all it needs to come down to is a lucky KO. We've seen several people get dropped by KOs already. That can change the momentum entirely. If that happens to 1 or 2 of the stakes,
lucky KO,
everything gets thrown in the air.
Especially against the
awesome stuff. Well, thank you, Foe, for your expert analysis.
Even Foe is saying
and we look forward to you
like,
coming back. Foe's actually going to be interviewing some team captains right after the break. But time for a quick 15-minute breather. Don't go anywhere. Still to come, we have the Solo Mission Snakes versus the Odin Block Warriors and the Boaty Brawlers versus the Dino Nuggets in the semi-finals, as well as the grand final of Dead Man All-Stars 2025. It's all still to come, so stick around. It's going to be a quick 15-minute breather. We will be right back.
We love you, Messiah. You're a fantastic dude. Let's run some ads to go through and stuff. Hey, that was great. Great first half. Man, okay. Well, so for that, you feel like the snake should get knocked out. Shouldn't be seeing through it. But they are doing pretty good.
I'd really love to see a rematch of, like, a clean rematch of Bodhi and Odablock's team fighting together in the finale. But one can only dream, right?
Yeah, for real. Trying to get 99 range on the pure, but prob need about 20k red chin. Currently 94. You're doing chin for a pure? Trying to get your health up too? I wouldn't even do red chins. I would do regular chin. Honest. If you're trying to get your health up, I mean, definitely go with regular. I don't think it's like the per hour is not worth it. Just cheaper. Yeah. One 99 HP, 99. What's up?
Price difference is pretty substantial.
Huge price difference. So be better off just Going with regular chins. You're looking for 99 HP, 99 range, 99 like 1 defense. I mean, yeah. Then I would definitely go with regular chins. Currently 350k XP grade and don't hit well. Yeah. 350 is to be expected, but I mean, you're safe. I mean, it's definitely like, how much do you value your time on the game? Value your time for red chin. I do it AFK. Range was my first 99, so I just did regular chins all the way to the end. That's because I'm willing to AFK some monkeys on that. Oh, Oda block unleashes a clip, which is fucking wild to do. The clip name is Oda gets DDoSed with 90,000 views. Saying, hate range on main, but love it on the pure.
Where you see that clip?
It just popped up as a notification. It's on Oda block clips.
Oh.
The YouTube channel.
He's got like 90,000 again, so it's good to see.
Yeah, you love to see him get back up and take the man down. It was it really sucks to see that people would go so far as to DDoS him. Really, that or about hating on the man. The clicks were fantastic for most competitors. Loved seeing really good work with a lot of those prayer switches. Be fantastic work. Trying to get the weapon seed. It would be nice, like the cell. I have the Bofa from my good friend the Bounding here in Discord. But it would be an excellent sell. I mean, still the 100 mil, just for doing something that I enjoy. Oh, I prayed too long. It would be nice. I would love enhanced Chris. Ooh. 902 KD, still no seed. Fucking it. Man. It is rough. Hate to see it. Are you checking out the clip?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I was there. I was there when it happened, Frodo.
That's hilarious.
It's not
Ooh.
Frodo. I don't know who it was. Gandalf. Oh.
Big hits, big fuck.
Man, you know the other day when you're like talking about trying to sell stuff on the marketplace.
Yeah.
It's such a pain, man. I've been trying to sell stuff here for a long time and nothing just sells. People are just like, people just lowball the crap out of you.
Oh yeah, it's awful.
So annoying.
Yeah, dude, I put something up for $10 and some like, so it's like free. $10. It's Chipotle.
Yeah. People will find anything other than the $10 to come and give you for your stuff. I had a guy. He's like, I'm trying to sell this old TV. Just get rid of it. And I even listed, like, the thing is like, I'm trying to list this crap for like cheap so that people will come and pick it up.
Oh, same.
Like that's the point. That's what I thought. I'm like, I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to make money here. I'm trying to get rid of stuff. And this dude's like, I'll give you a pack of smokes and a Yamaha amp for your TV. And I'm like, bro.
What the fuck?
He's like, if you smoke, that is. I'm like, nah, I don't want your half pack of smokes.
That's crazy. That's fucking wild. Oh, this is a scuffed run. I thought I was doing really good, but or cool.
Yeah, I've probably got like 20 different responses from people, and they're all the same, man.
Oof.
I almost want to take a picture of the one that I like. This one that I got. It's crazy. This guy. He asked me, he's like, "Yo," it's like the preset. Hello, is it available? I say, yes, it is. He messaged back later that afternoon, all capital letters. Please let me get it. Like, what?
Down, sir, please.
I didn't message back. I'm like, yeah, this guy's gonna stab me. He's straight up gonna stab me for my TV.
Oh, this is rough.
It's just crazy to like that people think that that's okay. You know, like people think that that's okay to act that way and be that way. It just seems like it's just getting continually worse, even though it's never been good. It just seems like it's somehow still getting worse. I haven't had a single person out of probably like 20 people that have honestly been like, hey, I'm really interested in this. You know, where you're located, what's your are you firm on the price? People are just like, I'll give you nothing for it. Let me come pick it up.
Missed the grind of 2005, stood at Palador selling stuff. Same. We're a pioneer. Yeah, I was watching Callisto's video on like some sellers there back in the day. Pretty wild. I accidentally clicked off my prayer to click on the other prayer. I'm definitely not gonna make it through them unless I have just basic RNG. Not looking like it. I don't have enough.
Looking kind of grim, man.
Yeah. I was going for an early stage redemption to see if that would help out at all, but rough. Okay, let's check back up. Like they're starting to pick up yet. Really is like I never did the Falador trading though. I was around that time. Oh, actually, it may have been 2006 or 2008. I do remember just hitting up bank. I think North Bank of or the West Bank GE. I normally stood. No way I could kill these dudes. I quit in 2007-ish when the accounts got moved to RS3. Fair bet. My stuff. No way, this fucking wreck. Okay, what are we? Add Halloween set and whip. Give it all away. Oh, really? The Halloween set, like, really that big? Really heard anything about it. I heard about the. Fuck off, you. Good horse. Don't have anything right now. Oh fuck. Well, one mage, I guess. Worth billions or something now in RS3. Damn, that sucks. I don't know if I were to have billions of something in an art, I would have just traded it old school. Lie to you. RS3 player. Got all my wait. I don't know how much billions will translate though. The old. I don't think it gets you a lot.
Probably like 100K.
1 or 200K, yeah. Hate to see it. Probably true.
I mean, I know it's more than that, but.
Mage good against the boss. I can't.
That one I have no clue about.
They're perfected. Cards left. Over here. Need my perfected range though. Over here. Of course it's not something I need. Oh, I hate melee.
And Eevescape is just like working on the beers, man. Like it's his job.
Damn. Hate to see
Hang
it.
on, I'll be right back.
Just stayed over here. I don't think I have enough time to. Real scuffed runs back to back. No. Oh, dude, I hit it. That's fucking bullshit. I hit it. Oh well. Oh well. Almost time for them to. Man, that was rough. It was awful. Holy shit. Mind rune? Garbage. Garbaggio. Garbage Reno. Oh, there we go. It's starting back up. Boys.
Who's got the captain solo mission and Oda block here for some pre-combated words. Over to you, Foe.
Here we go.
All right, guys. So Solo and Oda, we got like what I would call like the two titans without, you know, obviously the titans being kicked out already. We're gonna not talk about that. But the two titans of the tournament, the two guys that I thought had the strongest draft picks coming in, the strongest teams overall coming in, the strategist side of the solo mission snakes versus the PvP prowess of every single member of the Warriors. It's going to be good. Talking a little bit about like your fights leading up to this point to get you to the semifinals. Obviously, there were some big moments. A couple of people getting KO'd. Skidler, Voidwaker KO. Not so good for that fight. Reese getting KO'd as well. So like, there's some things to look at for this. This, and obviously, I'm sorry, Skidler on a different team, but during those fights, there's some things to look out for these fights here. Solo mission, how you feeling about it? Do you think your gear advantage and your sigil advantage is going to be, what really gets you guys through to the end here?
It's a very interesting one because it's food sigils versus that raw PvP talent. Like, I know I'm not as good as Oda. I know I'm not as good as Reese. I know Dit is not as good as those guys. We're relying on our first three to get a big advantage, and you're probably going to see a big surge from Oda and Reese to come back. And I think it's going to be very, very close because they also did get quite a lot of kills, second most kills in the tournament. Obviously, we got a lot of kills, but yeah, we're here specking with Morrigan's javelins, man. I don't know. It's good. Yeah, I'm concerned. The Morrigan's javelins.
I noticed. I noticed that. Yeah, the lack of spec weapons. For 4 out of 5 of you, just the Morgan Javies, and then you got V the Victim with the Burning Claws, of course. But V the Victim and Rexy have been carrying for you guys in the fights leading up to this. I mean, one of your guys hasn't even been shown. The last 3 of you didn't even fight in the last time up. So the gear advantage might be what does it, but Big O, we've got you guys with some massive mage gear. I think you guys got 3 Zuriel staffs, the Toxic Staff of the Dead. You got some sick weapons overall. You got the PvP skill. I think what's going to change this, if anything, is going to be KOs. How you feeling about that, man?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think that obviously that we have raw PvP talent, like Solo Mission said. I think we're going to do, I would say better, if I'm being honest. But it all goes down to who has more food, who performs right, and like you said, Rexy and Victim have been performing pretty well.
Full iron.
Perform this fight, so maybe whisper in their ear a little bit, tell them some good things and gas them up. And it's going to be a hard fight. I'll say that. I mean, I'm on a completely different setup myself, unfortunately. But no excuses. We're gonna try to take this home and. Hopefully we beat you, because if we get you out, I think we win.
This feels like a final, man. I can't lie.
It does feel like a final. All right, good luck to both of you. I'll let you guys get to kind of prepping with your team, but I'd love to see a KO. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'd love to see a KO. That's the exciting stuff.
Big KO is going to be the big difference.
All right, let's do it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw things back over to the boys in the studio, and these guys are going to get prepped up for their fights.
Thank you, Fo. Thank you for the awesome interviews. Great to hear some intel there from 2 team captains. So, Robert, tell me,
even
who do you fancy in this next battle? We've got the Solo Mission Snakes versus the Oda Block Warriors. And who do you think is going to come out on top here?
It's going to be a tough one. Like they said, that food advantage for the Solo Mission Snakes is massive. Some of their players getting maximum amount of brews, but Oda himself managed 8 kills throughout the week. He himself is on almost max number of brews and food, so they got a good chance to claw it back if he can use some of his special weapons and take out multiple opponents.
Oda's certainly on top form. I think as this competition progresses, he's only going to get better and better. His clicks will start to loosen up. He'll be playing more and more ruthless. Can Solo Mission and his team make up for that slight skill disadvantage that they have? They obviously have some really impressive gear upgrades, more food, more supplies. But Oda Block's team is really, really strong. We just saw some great play from him in the remainder of those battles we just had.
The Snakes themselves are doing well. None of their players are sort of standout PvPers, but they're all putting in a good shift. V the Victim, Rexy, everyone's doing a great job. We can pull up the bracket right now and have a look at the other fights that we're going to be seeing. Got the Snakes versus the Oda Block Warriors coming up next, of course. Best of 1, but then we've got the Boaty Brawlers and Dino Nuggets. Who is going to make it to the final?
Tasty battle that will be. I just feel that Dino's team with himself and West Ham on a team, and even Skidler playing really, really well, are a force to be reckoned with. Boaty, we do want to see him switch on with that Missouri body, but Doobies is also playing well for Boaty's team. Port Kazard is playing well for Boaty's team, so it's hard to call, it really is.
That last fight they had, it was incredible teamwork by them. Boaty not having to do anything. All he had to do was make the picks at the start of the tournament, choose the right players and let them fight for you. Dino Nuggets, it's going to be hard for them. They are at a little food disadvantage because of the deaths throughout the week. But Skidler, if he can do what he did in the previous fight, it's anyone's game. Fine. Great performance from him so far.
Skidler really coming out with the goods there in that last fight. It was awesome to see. Skidler really switching on. It will be a hotly contested battle, whatever happens. And as soon as the J-Mods give us the go-ahead, we will cross live to our next battle. So, who do you think is going to win versus the Brawlers versus the Nuggets? Make your call now, Robert. Who do you think
versus Nuggets. My money's got to be on the Boaty Brawlers. They're looking strong this year. Excited to see them fight.
I think I would have to echo that. Boaty Brawlers are just on top here. It's going to be really interesting to see who makes it to the final. And as Foe was saying, the solo mission Snakes versus the Oda Block Warriors, that in itself feels like a final. That could be, that is going to be a seminal match to witness, that's for sure.
It is going to be an incredible match. I'm sad that we're only going to see one of it based on how these brackets turned out. It could be anyone's to play for. Can Oda Block's lower picks deal enough damage, whittle away some of the
so many UK
Victim,
people in here, I feel.
And Rakesy, and sort of even up the fights, not make it too hard for Reese and Oda Block to go in there and try and finish out the job.
And as Robert just mentioned, this next fight is a best of one. So there will be only one fight, and if you lose this fight, you are out of the tournament. The final will be a best of three, so it will allow people to make up for unpredictable factors such as RNG. So if you get bad RNG in your first fight, then you might have, it might even out as the fights go on if we're doing a best of three system, which we will do in the final. This next round though, best of one, and if you lose that fight, you are out.
Anyone to play, anyone come away taking it in, taking a win here. We'll see what's going to happen. Refs right now are doing some pre-match checks, making sure we get fairness for all.
Absolutely.
That's what we want to see in these fights.
I'm keen to see Solo Mission, the man of this competition. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure you do, but Solo Mission organised this entire competition. It's his brainchild, so I want to see more action from Solo Mission. I'm also keen to see how Bitter fights, because he hasn't really had his chance to kick anyone's head in, and he is a competent Bridder, competent NH'er. I want to see him throw down.
It has been an incredible final so far. Do you guys at home, do you want to see another one of these happening next year? Let us know in the chat. See what we think.
And who do you want to see in it? Are there any new faces, unfamiliar names that you might want to see participate? Perhaps you want our very own Roberts in it. He is a nutty dead man player, so I'd pick Roberts if he was on my team, that's for sure.
Right. That is that. We are ready. Semi-finals about to begin. Let's see it. The Snakes versus the Warriors. Who will come out on top? Anyone to play for?
Let's have it then. Snakes versus Warriors coming to you live.
Here we go.
Let's see who's up first.
Oh, the Snakes Victim coming in first. The only member of the Snakes to die multiple times throughout the week, so he has lost a couple of bits of those food. Might make it a bit easier for MMORPG coming into this, trying to whittle him down and get the KO.
Here we go then. Let's cross live to the battlefield. They've started combat already. So,
Victim and MMORPG both catching the freeze right there. Both standing far away. Victim.
I think MMO has it on this one. He's been playing a really good game.
He does not want to be in a mage battle like this. His mage gear is not as strong as Victim's.
It certainly isn't. It's funny to see him use the Dagon High. Was he looting Laren's keys to get that Dagon High?
I believe he was. A lot of Wilderness Slayer done throughout this week.
He's a PBMer, that's for sure.
Ooh, man.
Here he goes with the claws. The claws doing well for MMORPG. Be the Victim having to recover here. Now MMORPG coming back with the oh, there's that Best of Spear. We love seeing the Best of Spear. It did hit some numbers last round for him, didn't it?
It did. He did a great job right there. Clawing twice in a row. Victim was not expecting it, so that second claw spec off prayer, dealing a lot of damage. MMORPG doing a good job so far.
Victim is freaking out.
Victim coming in with a barrage now, catches a freeze. But MMORPG seeding out. He doesn't want to let Victim stand under him, get that momentum in the fight.
MMORPG was really going for the throat in the first throws of this battle, so now he's on 20% spec. He really doesn't have much to work with in terms of spec. He's just going to have to try and outlast Be the Victim. When Be the Victim switches on though, he will be surely the better Brid. He's been performing really well for the Solo Mission Snakes this tournament.
Both players running that Sizzler Rampart, having the increased defense, and it helps right there as Victim claws. MMORPG off prayer, hitting only zeros though. That's the best spec weapon their team has been able to get, and it does 0 damage.
Unfortunate for him, but Victim still has some spec left, and he goes for that
Another
burning claw
double
spec. I
zero
wonder when
on
he was going to use it.
fucking
He
Mage
can
with-
still get another spec away. He's got that amazing Nox Halley though. He goes for the corner step, hits 2 zeros. Unfortunately, it's just not switching on for him. Here comes the bolt though. The bolt hitting 22.
Corner spec
Be the
was
Victim taking a
fantastic.
0 bolt.
Curtis,
There
he
we
has
go.
that arcane swiftness.
Yeah, he
His
wasn't
magic
expecting
attacks
the-
are going to
the
be
mage.
attacking faster, but his mage gear just isn't up to
Expecting the
scratch,
range,
so he's
hit him with
choosing not
melee.
to mage as much as he potentially could be with that sigil. Going for the runaway, keeping the distance,
Mo was
trying
on
to
the-
get his
on the
head
run
back in
there
the
that
game. He's
time.
down a lot of food now. Just wants to try and compose himself and get all the damage he can.
Our cameramen doing an epic job here to keep up with the action. The action is pinging around across the battlefield. Here comes MMORPG with the DD on Be the Victim. It's a 0 bolt. Did he get a recall proc? There was a
Ooh,
big recall proc
good,
there against the
good
claws.
spec.
You take quite a lot of damage yourself
Love to
when you're
see
claws, so you
Mo
have
on
to be
that.
lucky not to kill
Ooh,
yourself
what a
sometimes.
good hit.
MMORPG seeding away, but he doesn't
Oh,
seed
starting.
away far enough. Victim
Yo, what's
still
up?
in range
Welcome
with his
back.
noxious Halley, 2-tile hitting weapon,
Neither of
able to
them seem
attack
to be
MMORPG and
camping
catch
the,
the freeze
purple
again.
helm this
MMORPG
game,
is
so,
fully out here though. He's got 1 dose
don't
of
know
brew.
if
He's
we'll
got
be
50 HP.
hitting-
He's got 40% spec. I don't think that's going to be
Yeah.
enough spec. I don't think he's going to get the
Venoms.
regeneration to hit another spec on Be the Victim.
He needs to try and catch that freeze. He needs to try and just stall
MMO
out this fight
is
so he can at least get another spec and put
down.
damage in. But
Wow.
no, he
I really
falls down.
expected MMO to
Victim doing
be
a great
going
job
through
as
on that
Halley knocking MMORPG out of the fight.
Be the Victim really showing his mettle there. He's a competent Bridder and he's going straight in for his next battle. Who's he got? He's got Mutz. Now, Mutz, we've seen
Mutz.
him perform well so far this
Clean it up,
tournament.
Mutz.
He's been really practicing hard. We've seen a lot of PvP action from Mutz. He's known as a PVMer, but he's really decided to specialize on PvP over the last month. So here he comes with the Morrigan's Javelin.
Mutz knows what he has to do. He's got great mage bonus, that Zuriel staff. He's got a mage shield switch for that extra mage bonus. All he needs to do is try and keep distance from Be the Victim, mage him as much as he can, and that way, his sigil of rampart the Victim's got isn't going to be doing anything. Mutz just wants to try and get as many blood barrages as he can,
Damn.
get the
Dude,
food,
Mutz
get the
fucking
heals
coming
back,
through.
and keep away
Alright,
from Victim,
range
who's
him.
got that 2-tile
nope.
halberd. He's got
I
the
would've
blood fury that
fucking-
can heal him up if he's able to do some of these melee attacks.
Oh.
There goes the
You
Void
saw that
Waker of
from a
Mutz.
mile
There
away,
goes the double
Mutz.
Void Waker
Dude,
of Mutz. He
holy
goes for it
shit.
again. Will he finish
Should've
Victim off
fucking prayed
with
that.
a Morrigan's axe here? There are Morrigan's axes as well. Here comes Victim with the claws. Doesn't manage to get them
Good
away.
fucking
Goes for
freeze.
the bolt.
Good freeze.
Mutz doing an incredible
Good
job
clear.
right there.
Superb work.
Takes
Excellent
out
work.
Victim and barely uses the food. This is what the Oda Block Warriors need. They need to keep whittling down
stuff
some of this
like that is
food
what
to have
you
a
want.
good chance of this fight. Mutz doing a great job. Up against Rakesy now, who comes in.
Now, Rakesy really has been performing
Rakesie's
well.
good.
Mutz
Rakesy
and
has
Rakesy
this.
are two guys who are really in form at the moment. Rakesy going for the halberd on Mutz.
Rakesy, the only person who won this tournament before for the Solo Mission Snakes. Can he win it again with the Snakes?
Huge 52 bolt for Rakesy. His Opal bolt spot
Man,
there,
he
I believe.
just dodged.
Here comes
That
Mutz with the
fucking-
Morrigan's Javelin. Those Morrigan's Javelins have just not been powerful this season. I
alley.
feel like they're just an underpowered item.
Yeah, they're not too
Damn,
accurate,
Mutz is
so
fucking-
unless you can
dude, the
manage
heal
to
on the
luck
heal
out
with
and get a
that
hit,
fucking
it's
staff
not going to
is-
do much damage. And when people have the Sigil of the Rampage for that extra
Come on,
rampart
Mutz,
for
you
that
got
extra
this. Take out
100%
this Rakesy
protection,
snake.
it's just
For
not
real.
doing a good job. Mutz needs to keep his distance from Rakesy. Just make the most of that mage bonus he's got, those blood barrages.
Mutz still with a decent amount of
Blood
bruise here,
barrage
but he needs to
throw out
make
was
sure he doesn't
crazy.
lose focus. He's already fought one opponent, and now he needs to really
fakie
focus
was
up
good.
and get Rakesy depleted on supplies before Rakesy has to fight his next
How did
opponent.
he move around
Will
through
Mutz
that
catch the freeze or
freeze?
will it be Rakesy? Who's going to catch here?
Yeah, Mutz so far, he's not really done much damage to Rakesy. Rakesy's still on almost full food. He really needs to get some of these hits in. And Rakesy going in, manages to land that Morrigan's Javelin spec. 18 damage, ticks over to Mutz, whittling down his food. He's only got 2 brews and a sip left.
Will Rakesy decide to go for a spec soon? He has got 50%
Big Mutz is
spec,
building up a
but
little
he's going to
bit.
need to get it away on Mutz, because Mutz is going for the Void Waker here, and that Void
There we
Waker really
fucking
caught
go. Hold
Rakesy
up,
off
somebody
guard
just
there.
rang my
Can
doorbell.
Mutz capitalize on this? Mutz still has a good amount of brew. He's only got brew left, no double eats whatsoever, so he can't get too much damage. He doesn't want to get KO'd outright.
Mutz doing what he can. He's got stronger PKs to follow him, so he should be still confident in this Oda Block Warriors' chance for this final, for this battle.
Good bolt by Rakesy there. Here comes Rakesy again with the barrage. Rakesy really in the driving seat now. Can he put the pressure on? He's got the Nox Halley out. Here comes the barrage now. Okay, so he's caught a freeze on Mutz. Will he choose to DD or will he keep his distance? Wants to keep out the way of that Void Waker of Mutz. Mutz now has a spec back, you see, so he can spec with that Deadman Corrupted Voidwaker.
Yeah, Rexy doing a good job here. DD and Mutz just getting the hits in where he can. He's now stepping away, 2 tiles away. Mutz can't Voidwaker him when he's that far away. Rexy should know he has a spec back. He has got caught close to him now.
There's the spec from Mutz, and a 3-dose Brute is all he has left to keep himself in it. A Blood Fury heal from Rexy. Rexy will like that a lot. A 0 Morrigan's Javelin. He could have killed Mutz with the Morrigan's Javelin. Those hit heavy, and as Robert said earlier, they don't hit very accurately, but when they do hit, they hit big. So here comes Rexy now.
Mutz smartly seeding away there to get out of Rexy's halberd range. He doesn't want to be frozen next to him and being able to get hit by that melee attack that's doing so much damage. Rexy, great job so far though. He has used 2 of his brews, but he's got brews to spare because of all the kills he got during the week. Still got a lot of food, and Mutz, difficult for him right now. He's on 50 hit points. What can he do to try and get back into this fight?
This is last ditch stuff from Mutz, and all he can do is Blood Barrage, it seems. There goes the Morrigan's Javelin, still hits a 0. Fakey's the Morrigan's Axe again, I should say. Goes for the Voidwaker Slash, still hits 0. Rexy now can just wants to finish this, doesn't want to lose too much food to Mutz, because Rexy has another fight to think about after this. Goes for the Morrigan's Javelins on Robes, hits a 1 only. There's Mutz back with the Voidwaker spec.
Mutz doing what he can to stay alive in the final moments of this fight for him. Getting that special regenerated, so another Voidwaker spec.
Jesus Christ, Mutz versus Rexy still crazy. Wow, Mutz is fucking doing a fantastic job on surviving through this.
Guaranteed damage and trying to take out Rexy.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good.
Rexy does have spec left.
Fantastic,
Let's see what he does.
dude.
His only spec is the Morrigan's Javelin, and that's Mutz out the game.
Damn.
Mutz. Great
I was
job
hoping
there.
for the redemption.
To get through
the redemption
most of
would
Rexy's
have been
brews.
amazing.
So it's going to be an easier task for the competent PKers coming up next. Mika stepping into the arena. He has got that halberd. He has got those swashbuckler
Mika needs to
sigils.
just clear
He's
out.
going to be
Rexy
going for as many melee hits as he can throughout
Rexy
the
knows
fight. Trying to use that to his advantage. Use that faster
There we go.
attack speed.
Yep, that's what you want to
Try and get all the
see.
hits in he can.
There goes the Rexy. I think just used a Morrigan's Javelin spec. As Solo Mission was saying in his interview, all he's got is a Morrigan's Javelin spec there. Unfortunately, it hit 0 for him. It can be quite a powerful weapon though when it hits big. So there goes Mika with the Voidwaker. Rexy manages to catch it there. And Rexy really doing well to lock in and just dig his heels in while Mika piles on the pressure. Can he take a chunk out of Mika's supplies?
Rexy likely not combat potted anymore though. He has gone through most of his brews, 1 sip of it remaining. Mika should have an advantage when it comes to melee or range hits right now.
How did that
Mika
not
also
land?
managed to get Rampart and
crazy mage bonus.
Very huge in this fight, as you can see, completely negating Rexy's hits from that defense bonus. And when he is praying correctly, it's going to be less damage. Mika, can he claw this back? He needs to. He's got 3 more opponents from the Solo Mission Snakes after Rexy. He needs to do all he can to try and claw this way back and give the Odeblock Warriors the best fighting
those
chance.
rings of
Mika
suffering
only
are
has
really
20%
pulling
spec
through.
left because he's really been throwing all he can at Rexy. He really wants to clear Rexy so that he can move on here. But Rexy is just doing such a good job of tanking. He does only have 1 Manta Ray and 1 dose of brew left, but he is looking good. He's looking like he's in control. He's looking like he's getting good RNG there. And a bolt proc into 49. Rexy could have taken his head off there. So unlucky not to finish off Mika. Finish off Mika, who had plenty of food left.
Mika, 1 hit point remaining at that
Just
point.
chanced Mika.
If he died there, it would have almost certainly been over for the Odeblock Warriors. Rexy, fantastic job to catch him off guard like that. Mika needs to stay calm. He's been in this situation before. He's done many Deadman fights before. He just needs to try and get back in this, use the Zero Staff, try and get some healing, get that food back, and give his team the best chance.
Tell you what, how is Rexy still in this? He's been bridding Mika for what feels like an eternity now. He's digging in, he's getting Blood Fury heals off the Noctali, he's getting Blood Barrages to bring his HP up. He might just get back to 99 HP the way things are going right here.
Again, Rexy almost takes out Mika with food remaining, and he has. He's used all of Mika's food so far in this fight. Now throwing up the redemption. Keep on the Heart Prey. He doesn't need to focus on anything else. He's done this job for his team.
He hasn't
put
hit
in
a
great
single
work,
nally.
and it should be easy for the Snakes now. It's going to be so difficult. But we have got Reese and Odeblock.
1 GL from Reese. That's not many GLs. Here comes Mika now. So Is Mika going to manage to take a good chunk? Oh, it's Pure Spam next. It's Pure Spam. Now, Pure Spam. Yeah. We all love Pure Spam. He has a soft spot in our heart, but he is a naughty Brida. And he goes lethal with the bolt. The bolt procking Mika's redemption there.
Insane.
Mika is back to 29
Fantastic
HP.
Proc.
Can he take a chunk out of Pure Spam's resources here?
Pure Spam right now. Tournament kill leader, just about to add another one to his belt as he takes out Mika. Mika doing a great job. Flicks the redemption. Gets it twice. Will he get a third?
What a
We'll have to wait
legend.
and see. But he's trying to use that Nox Halley, but it's hitting 0 after 0 after
He
0.
tried to scare him with
the
the
only
fucking
member of the Snakes
void.
without Rampart, and he's still managing to tank all of Mika's hits.
Wow, it's good to see. Pure Spam is really working hard, but Mika is just digging in. Rexy made things easier for Pure Spam, but it's not that much easier because Mika is just managing to find a Blood Barrage heal into a Nox Halley. It hit 0. Unfortunate for him. More zeros. Now he's getting unlucky. Will he go for a
redemption?
Freeze?
Insane.
Mika just still digging in here.
He gets another redemption, and that's what they need. They need all of the redemption procs they can get. Mika, stay alive as long as you can. You need to deal some damage to Pure Spam. Make it so that Reese and Odablock have a fighting chance in this fight. He's doing well there. Blood Barrage, 23. That's Zero Staff. Going to give him extra health. It's going to be crucial in this fight.
Halley was predictable.
Can he stay alive? 37, doing a great job. Get back into this fight now.
Will he catch the barrage to finish off? Will Pure Spam catch the barrage to finish off Mika? He finishes off with the Halley. Good work by Pure Spam. A good game. Mika fought very gallantly there, but now it's time for Pure Spam.
Mika doing an incredible job there to whittle down some of Pure Spam's food before the Titans step up. Reese, first pick for the Odablock Warriors. He will be
Reese
kicking
has to
himself
perform really well
after
here.
that death earlier in the tournament when he started.
Just be on top of his game.
He needs to show back. Oh wait, Pure Spam almost takes him out with a bolt.
Already chanced.
It's the battle of the Brits, but Reese is coming under a heavy fire from Pure Spam here. Pure Spam really locking in. Pure Spam, a veteran of this tournament. Reese, a veteran of the wilderness as a whole, though. There's the bolt prop for Reese. Can he get the Fang spec? It hits a 12, not good enough for him. A bolt in robes for Reese. Reese, that's a collector's edition, mate. We don't see many bolts on robes for you. Now, will Reese go for the DD? He goes for the seed and DD. Interesting. Now he goes for a bolt. It's a 39, pretty big.
Insane.
Bolt's doing great work for Reese. Has that swashbuckler sigil as well, so we're going to see him focus a lot on melee. He does not have a good spec weapon, so relying on those Fang specs.
There we go.
Maybe if Odablock hadn't died during the week and he had an extra Void Wake or AGS, this could have been a different maker. It could have been easier to get him KOs in this fight.
But Sigil of the Lightbearer has to be twinned well with something like a Fang, which only requires 25% spec. So we should see Reese specking a fair amount in this fight. He's still got a fair amount of supplies, although Pure Spam is really digging in here to make Reese work for this.
Pure Spam doing a fantastic job getting those hits off prayer and predicting all of Reese's attacks, getting that prayer up in time to tank the damage. Great job by Pure Spam. He's got this Pious protection. He's going to get that extra reducing damage for praying correctly, and he's doing a fantastic job of doing it.
I want to see Pure Spam go for that more against Javelin spec. I want to see it hit big. If you don't know, the more against Javelin spec will deal damage over time, if I'm correct, and it can stack with other weapons. There was the more against Javelin spec. As I said that, it hit a 0, so unfortunately it won't deal any more damage after hitting a 0.
Pure Spam with that Arcane Swiftness as well, utilizing it to step in, step out, get those blood barrages in, heal up as much as he can during this fight. He's doing a great job in the food situation. They're almost even on food right now. It's going to be very hard for Reese and the Odablock Warriors to try and come back from this.
Interestingly, both opponents on similar amounts of supplies. Only one Brood separates them here, but who is going to lock in? Who is going to come out on top? A bolt prop for Reese, that'll be nice for him. Pure Spam can't catch the barrage, but can he catch the bolt? It's a 1 bolt, unlucky for him. Or was that a recall? That was probably a recall. Will he catch the barrage here? Come on, Reese. Come on, Pure Spam. One of you needs to catch a barrage here. This is 2 open.
Both players splashing and splashing. Pure Spam finally catches that freeze. Reese gets it back, so Pure Spam's not going to be able to get in range to the end of him, and Reese ceding away so that Pure Spam can't use that Nox Halley on him. Reese, got to focus on his prayers, got to focus on his attacks. How did Reese not get that? So his Pure Spam can't predict what he's going to do, and it's just
good
a mind game.
Man, on a 0
what you're going to hit,
crazy.
what you need to pray, who's going to come out on top.
Both these players won't be reacting to each other, they'll be predicting each other. This is what happens when NHing gets to this level. Both of these guys are incredibly experienced. They will be playing this like a game of chess, trying to predict what the next opponent's attack will be, rather than waiting to see it and reacting. So here comes Reese now.
A hit on tank.
Yes, Reese did a lot of his practice off stream. He didn't want to have any opponent being able to see how he grids, get an advantage of knowing how he fights and how they can combat it. But Pure Spam, doesn't matter to him. He's doing a great job stepping away again, hitting Reese off prayer. Time and time again.
A lot earlier.
Good fakie there by Pure Spam, but the Nox Halley unfortunately hit 0 for him. Gonna go for the Blood Barrage here. Reese only with 1 Manta Ray left. Pure Spam only with 38 HP left, but Pure Spam, interestingly, with 50% spec. Will he go for a Morrigan's Javelin spec? And Pure Spam with only 12 HP now. He's gonna go for Redemption. Reese will surely finish it here, and he does. 32 HP KO.
Pure Spam dying there. But Reese is fully out of food. This is going to be a monumental task for him to try and take out. Solo mission.
The man
Captain of the Snakes, stepping up. How can he do it Bridding versus Reese? He knows he's not the greatest, but he doesn't need to be. He's got such a food advantage. He just needs to stay composed, get those hits in, do what he can, and he should be able to take a win for the Snakes.
He could really sit back and rag with the Dragon Crossbow here if he wanted to. But knowing him, he'll try and do this the trendy way. He's going to catch a freeze. He's going to show us what he's all about. He's going to show us that NH capability that he has in his locker. Let's see. Can he catch the freeze here?
All Reese has to do is
he shouldn't rag with a crossbow, but he's got that gunslinger sigil. It could be his most powerful DPS at this point.
Yeah, Reese really has a chance to turn around this game here.
Absolutely, because Reese is making him work for this, you see. And if Reese would get the KO on Solo Mission, Solo Mission would never live that down. Both of these guys, great friends outside the battlefield, but it's great to see them going at it as if they were sworn enemies here.
Solo Mission coming in with one of the most foods of everyone in the tournament. Reese is making him work for it. He's already taken out 7 Manta Rays and a Brew.
Yeah, Solo Mission needs to step up his
game for job, showing why he's so good at PvP, showing why he has been picked for the Oda Block Warriors and doing what he can to try and give Oda the best chance.
I've never really watched him PK, but yeah,
Reese has absolutely nothing to lose here. He's on 32 HP, and this will be the last 20 HP he'll have for Dead Man Mode 2025. What can he do? These are the final attacks that Reese will have for this season's Dead Man. Can he make them count? Here he comes with the Barrage. He gets a Redemption for 28 HP. He gets the Bolt for 12 HP. Here comes Solo Mission, finished him with the Staff Whack. The disrespect.
Great job there by Solo Mission.
Was that a Staff Whack? I thought that was a Blood Barrage.
You know what's going to happen? We might actually get to see a fight from Ditta Bitter. He's not had to do anything this tournament so far, but Oda Block coming in. He needs to take out Solo Mission first to get the chance to face Ditta. We'll see if he can do it. He has got that Void Waker spec, but Pure Spam notice. He's just sat there praying.
Call me biased, but I want to see some NHing from Oda Block here. I want to see his true skills come out, because I do want to see Ditta Bitter in this final, in this semi-final. So, Oda Block with the Void Waker there. Solo Mission, DD's on top of him to take the heat off himself. Eats up. That's a common tactic. You've got to do that when you've got a freeze on your opponent. Eat up to full before you plan your next attack.
Oda Block immediately catching the freeze the second Solo Mission steps out, expertly flicking to his tank gear, predicting his hits, knows what's going to happen, doesn't manage to get the Void Waker spec off prayer, and that is the last Void Waker spec Oda has at the moment. He's going to have to wait a while for that to regen if he wants another chance to KO.
Oda got that spec in early, though. They're saying
I think he's going to put the pressure on Solo Mission. Isn't even bothering to catch the freeze for the moment. Just trying to get that Nox Halley. Solo Mission, I think, went for an Ice Blitz on him. We'll get a shorter duration of freeze. Oda Block Brood down, also trying to Ice Blitz.
I think those are pretty good specs. They were on prayer, but they still hit through prayer.
Oda Block
and there's a chance that he can KO him and just get him out of the game quick, and that's what Oda Block going for here, is like just trying to get him out as fast as he can.
That's the fucking Oda that we know right there, brother.
It's clean stuff from Oda. There's the Morrigan's Javelin. It's a 10. He goes for another Morrigan's Javelin. Both specs. They finally hit, so they dealt extra damage over time, but it was only 10 damage, sadly. So
it's just trying to give himself the best chance
of getting through. Oda Block having a huge chunk taken out of his supplies by Solo Mission.
but he has managed to get Solo Mission fully out of food now.
Well,
He's
it looks
still
like
got
Solo
4
Mission
food
is
and
passed
2
over the
brews
controller
remaining.
to his bigger
He's
brother,
got
and he's
great
playing a little
chance
bit
with
better
how
now.
good a peak
For
air
some
is. He
reason.
might be able to do this. He might be able to
And
take this all the
we're
way
seeing him
and win this for the
get his
Odablock
prayers on
Warriors.
right. And he's
44 HP for Solo Mission. If he dies
moving,
here,
getting his
Odablock will
freezes.
face Ditta Bitter. So that will be a tasty lineup. Those two having history that
Oh,
we
the
all know
redemption.
about. Here comes Solo Mission with the redemption proc.
Good fucking work.
Solo Mission
by
still in
Solo
this.
on that one, to be honest.
25 big blood barrage. Odablock is trying to make sure his
redemption
health is
again.
99 HP going into his next fight. He just needs to finish Solo Mission off now.
Solo Mission managing to use absolutely every sip of restore in his invent, clutching up on these redemptions, doing a great job, putting in all the damage he can to Odablock, making it going to be easier for Ditto when he fights him next.
Odablock will not want to waste a single more supply on Solo Mission here. He just wants to clear Solo and get on with the next fight. Odablock's got a big challenge ahead of him. Ditta Bitter on
big fucking prop.
full
Solo
power.
Mission's coming back. Can he
Solo
hit out
Mission is coming
Odablock
back.
himself?
Holy shit.
He's doing great damage. Odablock just couldn't catch the freeze there, and Solo
Oh, the
Mission
third
doesn't have to focus
redemption.
about
The
anything
third
else other than
redemption.
attacking Odablock.
That's
Solo has no
rough.
prayer left.
He used so many redemptions and got them all that his prayer's fully gone. It
Has he
should
shot
be
himself
easy.
in the foot here?
It should be easy for Odablock to clear him out now, but Odablock's out of food.
Oh,
So
it's a good
Odablock
run.
now just going for pure blood barrages on
Poor
Solo. Now he's
Oda.
going for a barrage to try and get that
Roblox team, but
the DD potentially.
He just-
Odablock is going to finish him here. Okay, so now
Yeah, the
this
clear,
is a
but
tasty,
damn,
tasty
this is-
matchup. We've got Odablock with nothing to his name whatsoever, 30 HP in a dream.
Who is
Ditta
that?
Bitter will be relishing this. Look at them switching already to fakey their opponent out. Here we go now.
It's going to be an incredibly difficult task for Odablock right now. Ditta, the first we're seeing him fight all tournament, which shows how well the
Damn, Oda
Odablock
damage.
Warriors
It really
have done
did.
to take out the food
it
of all the
really
other
did
members,
appear
something
like
no one
Solo
else
Mission
could.
just
Some
completely
teams
was a new
couldn't even
person.
take out two
like,
members of their
as if
team.
he
So yeah,
completely
Odablock Warriors putting up a great
let
show
somebody
here,
else
but the
play
food
for him.
advantage is
Because
so
the first
strong.
beginning half of that
Odablock there with a
fight
very
with,
jammy retribution.
with Reese, or yeah, with Reese.
retribution there to stay in this. Ditta Bitter now needs to finish this.
He was,
if Odablock would finish Ditta in this position, this would be very embarrassing for Ditta Bitter.
was
But I
playing
believe
a
Ditta
lot
Bitter can do
differently
this
than he
here.
was in-
He goes
when he
for the
started
barrage, he
playing
catches
against
the
Odablock.
freeze. He goes for another barrage. Odablock really flicking that redemption prayer, trying to get those heals. He's on 12 HP. Surely Ditta can finish this now. 7
He
HP.
catches it. He
redemption,
gets the redemption
crazy.
proc. He's got
And the
2
blood
sips of restore
barrage
left. That's
combo.
all he can do to make
He's
it work.
coming back.
He needs to KO Ditto with any chance he
That's
he
a
wants to
ton
have a
of
chance to
food,
win
but
this.
Ditto all
30%
he has to
special
do
attack. He
is
needs to
fucking
drop the
camp
fight,
food
catch the
and
freeze,
good
stand
stuff.
under Ditta, make that
Yeah, he's
special
literally
attack
just gonna
regen
camp Prey
so you have
Mage
at
and he's
least a
just gonna,
chance to Void Waker him and
try
get
to
this win.
let
Oh,
But
RNG
Ditta Bitter has managed
play
to
on
freeze
his side
Odablock, so surely he can finish this here.
and let his
Odablock's
tank
still
gear
only on
come in and
22
do the work
HP.
it needs to
Going
do.
for the blood barrages where he can. Going for a bolt.
Because
Ditta
the chance
Bitter
of
didn't
him
read it. It
KOing
was a bolt
Ditta Bitter
off,
is very
off
slim, but
prayer. Here comes Ditta Bitter now.
you know,
Come on,
he
surely
doesn't even
Ditta
have
Bitter can put
specs,
this
so-
in
He's
the
on
bin now.
40 spec. He's on
Again,
40
just
though.
dealing
40
no
spec. He
damage
just
to
needs
Odablock
to.
here.
Oh, there he goes. He gets his big bolt. He gets a bolt for 29, and it gets
Takes him out.
A
The
barrage.
Odablock
And there's
Warriors.
the
No
emo.
way.
Wow, the
Those
emo from
blocks
Ditta
back
Bitter.
even
A
tougher
bit
to
of
use
trash
because
talking. The first amount of trash
there's nothing
talking
he's gonna be
we
able to
have
do
seen
about
in this
that.
competition comes in the form
He
of
could
a
have if he
raspberry
outlasted a
emote from
little
Ditta
bit
Bitter
longer.
on
I feel like he
Odablock.
could have
Wow.
got the void off.
First
at
we've
a key
seen of
moment.
Ditta fighting all tournaments so far,
And
we
damn,
didn't
Ditter
even
is
get to see much of it.
disrespectful.
It's just the food advantage. How is
Yeah,
he
most
performed?
toxic
Did
player in the
such
game.
a great job going into
typical to
this.
see
So
from him.
he didn't have to do too
Somebody
much
who
to take out
shouldn't
Odablock.
exist
He
in the
didn't. We did
community.
see him fight well, but of course, Odablock is always going to
Rigged,
fight to the
everybody said
absolute
rigged.
death. Odablock is always going to fight till he's got nothing left. So you could see he was locked in.
Damn.
He was going to grind it out and make Ditta Bitter really work for it.
You really hate
that
to
was
see
great
that.
to see. There's one more semi-final match to look into first. Before we
Can't
find
believe
out
Oda's
just
out.
who will be
Man,
the Solo
that's
Mission
sad.
Snake's opponent in the grand final, we're going to throw it back to expert analysis from Foe, where he's joined by the captains of the Boaty Brawlers and the Dino Nuggets.
Oh, that's so
Well,
nice. You
I'm done
called me an
watching.
expert, my guys. Hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm here with Bodie and Dino, the two
I
team
still would
captains
rather
of the Brawlers and the
Bodie
Nuggets, and
in it
just going to
than
go over
I-
some things from the
than I would
last
this-
fights and then leading into this next one.
I think Bodie has a good
So,
chance.
my guys, first off, congrats for making it to the semifinal round. Bodie, my man, your team had fewer deaths throughout the week. You're going into this fight with more food. I know that Doobies has been absolutely solid with the hybrid skill so far. I know he's good, but it feels like he's just overperformed. So that's got to be feeling good for you. And then Skidler getting a nice Void Waker KO while he's only on, 5 food. I mean, you got something to look at there. They've got some strong gear. They've got some strong Void Wakers. You got to watch out for that. How you feeling about this one, man?
I'm feeling quite good. Going back to, again, Doobies, when I actually chose my team, a lot of people, I feel, didn't really know how good Doobies actually is, whereas I did. And a lot of people also don't know how good Port Kazard is because he's obviously a very known PVMer. But I also knew how good he was. And it's nice to have my team performing so well that I didn't even have to fight in the previous competition versus the Torvest, the Titans.
Yeah,
now, the Dino Nuggets...
Go on, please.
The Dino Nuggets, they're a scary team, but they have West Ham, they have Dino, and they have Skidler. And going back to it, Skidler was one of those people that everyone says is very underrated. His first fight, he didn't really get.
Let's hear some last words from.
27% prez.
By the way, if you look at the Ditter Bitter fight, he did terrible too. Ditter Bitter was like 2-ticking, 3-ticking everything. Yeah. So like if I was on my setup and.
Setup difference, food difference. That is the biggest thing there. It was like, oh fuck. We tried, boys. We tried. I'm proud of you all, honestly.
Well done.
Yeah.
Reese talking.
I'm proud of everyone. Such a good week as well. We performed so well throughout the week.
It was.
Yeah. No, this final is fucked, by the way. I don't think the 2 teams are even coming anywhere close.
Oh, what's up, bro?
No.
I thought we could have won that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, we could have, yeah.
Would have been a completely different ending if Oda didn't die the other day? Absolutely.
Like, I'll gain AIDS, being where you are.
He still has 90,000 people. Oh man, he has a lot of love coming through the chat.
And hopefully we can take it home.
And then one more thing, what do you feel about like the Osmumten's Fangs versus the Hallies? Which one do you feel is stronger overall? Because Bodhi's team's pretty stacked on the Fangs. You guys have the Hallies. It's a very different melee setup.
Yes, so I think Fangs are probably better against Solo's team, who are like running Rampart, everyone. But our team didn't really get the lucky with sigils. We don't have much Rampart, and I don't think Boaty's team does do either. So I think the Halley might come out on top.
Snakes did better.
I'm hoping the Halley comes out on top anyway, but we'll see.
Fair play. All right, anything you guys want to say to each other? Friendly, maybe not so friendly before this starts up?
Honestly, Dino, mate, may the best team win. And whoever wins, I wish them the best of luck in the finale against the Snakes, my friend.
Absolutely. I just want to see the Snakes lose. That's all I care about. So.
They literally
just... It's all ordered to do, mate. If we can't do it, then hopefully you guys can do it.
You guys are too cordial. I want some trash talking or something, Give me one bit of trash talk.
I hope your hand is in pain, mate.
All right. Back to you guys, Messiah and Robert in the studio. Good luck, boys.
I do want to see Dino win.
Great
if I'm being real,
the captains and thank you for that.
Well, we got our trash talking eventually. How it's come in the form of that one from Boaty. So yeah, awesome to see. So we are about to bring you the penultimate match of Deadman All-Stars, which will be the last match that is a best out of 1. And before we get to that match, I think we should talk about who we think is going to be the MVP of this entire tournament. Who are you liking so far, Robert?
There's been some great fights. Some players that really stand out. Skid, like they say, getting that KO in the previous round, very beneficial. And Doobies as well. He's been incredible, managing to take out multiple people in a row and knocking out Reese while he still had 5 food left. That's going to haunt him at night.
I can't lie, I've slept on Doobies, man. Next time I see Doobies in the Rev Cave, I will be heading for the exit or trying to get the freeze log ASAP. Doobies is on fire. Skidler, as you say, played so well, got that outright KO with the Void Waker. You love to see it. What a play by him.
And we've also got to go to the Snakes. Their first 2 members, Victim and Rakesy, are doing a solid job for the team. Both of them people managing to take out multiple players from opponents during the fight.
Yep.
They may not be the strongest PKs, but their whole team is full of solid players that can take out some of the weaker members.
Absolutely. Rakesy especially, I thought he played really, really well. I was unfamiliar with his game. He's superb at PvP, and it's great to see guys that you don't usually know for PvP lock in so hard and play at a level which is very impressive.
Well, he was one of last year's winners for a reason, and maybe the Dino Nuggets should have picked him up again this time when they had the chance.
Yeah, Dino will be kicking himself because Race's playing so well. So, we are almost ready for our penultimate matchup. We will wait for the JMods to give us the signal and we will cross live to that.
So, who in the chat, who are you thinking so far? Which players have been your standout performers? Not just in these finals, but through the entire week. Who has been the best performing player? Who's got the best luck, the most drops for their team? What do you guys think?
Definitely. Get it in the chat box below. We want to know who you're feeling, who you think has surprised you this tournament, who's let you down this tournament. That's interesting to see. Is there anyone you thought would be better, you thought that would be dominating this fight that isn't managing to lock in? That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, so
coming into our next fight,
hasn't performed well, so I've just
the Boaty Brawlers, Dino Nuggets.
Doubting him.
Yeah.
You know, like I've already doubting him, so he's like
Boaty Brawlers managed to get all 5
redeem himself for me.
Dino Nuggets not quite able to get that. They only managed to secure 3 of them. Is that going to be the difference maker, or will it just come down to Halley
well, so
versus
it's
Fang?
nice to see. It's like he's living up to his name
during the fight.
I think this one could really come down to skill because Dino and West Ham, I say it all the time, they are just 2 very, very competent NHs. They know how to play PvP. They do it all day. They do it for a living, for goodness sake. I just think those 2 guys might make the difference for Dino.
They are, but you've still got Boaty, Port Kazard.
True.
Someone we didn't mention. He did exceptionally well in the previous fights, taking out multiple opponents.
And funnily enough, Port Kazard is critical of his own skill. He only wants to get better. He is just such a humble dude who obviously is superb at PVM, but also superb at PvP. What can't he do?
If he locked in and only focused on PvP, how good do you think he could be? Would he be one of the best? Would he be up there with Odablock as one of the best PKs we have? Who knows?
I am seeing a sea of thumbs in the air, which means we can cross live to our penultimate showdown of Deadman All-Stars 2025. Whoever wins this will go through to the final.
This is a best of 1, but the final coming up after this will be a best of 3. I'm very excited to see how this all plays out. Boaty Brawlers and Dino Nuggets.
Yeah,
let's get it.
It is impressive, but it's also
up first for the Boaty Brawlers. We've got Pip. He has huge mage defense. We've seen him run around in previous fights with that Fang, trying to dance around, avoid the freezer, and just poke as much as he can. But then again, from the Dino Nuggets, up against him is going to be Verf. I feel like this is one of the biggest discrepancies of PvP skill we're going to see across these 2 teams.
Boaty Brawlers in the blue boots, Dino Nuggets in the green boots. Let's get it. Here we go. Pip starting off then. He goes for a Fang. Verf reads it well. Verf got frozen there. Pip frozen also. Pip seeds back to make sure Verf can't use his Nox Halley.
Great job there by Pip. He's just going to want to keep his distance as much as he can when he is frozen by Verf. Verf, you see him here. Straight away,
with all the things that have gone on with this
getting healed back. That extra HP could be critical in this fight.
It's just small margins here, so if you get blood barrages early on in your fight, that could be the difference. That could be all you need to go through to the next fight.
As exciting as it is,
both
it just always seems to end in a big
Pip going again wants to hit with his Fang, but now he's frozen. You're going to try and freeze Verf back and then see
people
the
are
way
getting DDoSed.
Jagex
is getting DDoSed.
So here we go now. Here comes Pip with barrage on Verf.
It's
away again. He's just scared of that Halley. He needs to make sure that Verf can't use that Halley against him.
Verf still has
so far there's been some pretty good fights
left. He needs to chuck one of these out so his
spec
starts regenerating. He can get that extra
really
one
cool,
potentially in the fight. Here we see it.
In the end,
he brings out the claws,
like
but he's still frozen. There's the PvP inexperience. He didn't know when his freeze was up, so he stands there, claws out, unable to do anything.
Yep, you see it all the time. But there we go. So Pip is going to go for a Fang here. Managed to get the Fang on ropes. Verf didn't even eat that. Technically chance, unlikely to hit a 49
I don't even know if it was Jagex
Pip
actually,
again with the Fang spec, doing really well to that
Putting
Fang. He's got a bolt proc for a 32.
DDoS.
Verf is really on the ropes here. Fortunately, Verf catches the freeze when he needs to, and
allowing
Pip
him
is
to
unable to deal
get a
more
new
damage
setup
when he has momentum.
Pip with a commanding food advantage. We see Verf going in for the claw specs there.
And how
uses
quick they
both
were
of them
to
on
put a pause on the fight.
Potentially not the right time. Will we even see him have enough time left in this fight to regen a third spec and maybe go for that again? I'm not sure we will. Pip doing incredible damage to him.
Not at this rate, and Verf's on 0% spec himself, so
but the fact that it happened in the first place
damage
is
with his spec.
It's so cringe, man.
Here we go now. Pip with the Fang spec on Verf. Just had that Fang left.
That Siege of the Lightbearer coming in clutch for Pip, utilising it very well, getting all these specs off as soon as he can.
Verf running on fumes here. He only has 19 HP. And Pip manages to get the job done. Unlucky there, Verf. You fought well, but that might be his last interaction in this tournament.
It's all to play for still. The Dino Nuggets sending out Coxie in next. Coxie's been practicing a lot. Dino picked him for a reason. We want to see how good he actually is in PvP. Can he do enough? Can he take out Pip here and then do a good chunk of damage on the next opponent from the Brawlers?
Maybe he won't take out Pip at all because Pip is a good bridder. However, Coxie has been practicing. As you said, here comes Pip then. So, will Pip manage to get some action with that Fang? No, he doesn't. Here comes Coxie with the Void Waker. Good work with the Void Waker. He goes for the Dragon Crossbow. I thought he might fakey that Dragon Crossbow and double the Void Waker, but he decides not to.
Incredible work from Coxie there, getting all of his hits in a row, off prayer on Pip. Pip getting chance he could have potentially died there, and again, Coxie bolting him to the head. 41 damage. Pip needs to focus on his prayers. He did so well in the first fight, but Coxie is dominating him.
Pip deciding to seed, as I would expect, to make sure he eats up all of his food. Coxie coming in with the Noxious Halley. Coxie now with the Bolt and stands on top of Pip to make sure Pip can't get the freeze. Pip manages to one-tick that freeze, and he's got Coxie where he needs to get him to deal some damage to finally make this more difficult for Coxie going into the next round.
Coxie doing a fantastic job right here. One of the only Dino Nugget members with Rampart making it work.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here, though.
Very little damage in this fight.
Have the best chance
and
now to take.
Just what his team needed. They're clawing their way back into this. He's going up against EVscape next.
I really want the Dinos to
take
win.
him out?
But
Can he do enough
definitely
for his team
now,
to clutch
this very moment?
EVscape's a Raxor pet chilling outside the arena, watching all the action unfold just like we are. Here comes Coxie now. Coxie with the barrage. Coxie barraging him, getting barraged himself. Here comes EVscape. EVscape rocking that DFS camp. You don't see that very often in NHing, but if it works for him, it works for him. There's the big Burning Claw spec. Didn't hit, he doubled it. Interestingly, he does like to double his Burning Claw specs. Coxie going for the Void Waker. It was on prayer. Here comes the Noxious Halley. That was a 0-2.
Yes, that Burning Claw spec not really doing a lot for EVscape. Maybe he should have chose to go like Pip and used the Fang spec. They were working out very well for Pip in the previous fight. Coxie doing a good chunk of damage to EVscape right now. He's going to have to eat up soon.
Coxie may well get another Void Waker spec before this fight is over. He doesn't have any sigils which will deal him a light bearer style effect, but his spec is regenerating slowly, and very soon he will have another Void Waker spec.
This Sigil of Rampart advantage, but as I say that, EVscape managing to hit through his defense, 33 with that Morrigan's Javelin, and even throwing out another Burning Claw spec. It only uses 30% spec, so he's going to have multiple during the fight.
He's
Maybe
in it
he can
now.
get a big one, get that burn damage on Coxie. It could be a difference maker.
Those Burning Claws just really not doing
are you on
anything
the
in these
side
final
of
fights. For me,
like
they're just
now,
not
are you on the
good
side of
tanky
like
gear.
wanting Bodhi
Here
to
comes
make it through?
EVscape, gets the barrage on Coxie. Now, can he put Coxie under the cosh here? Goes for the Fang. It was
honestly,
off prayer. It was unlucky for him.
Really
Goes
matter.
for the Morrigan's Javelin. He hits a big 32.
Team.
He's going to try and finish this with a barrage, but Coxie is going to eat up here.
Yeah, EVscape doing a good job there to throw out those javelins while Coxie sat in his mage robes. But Coxie fighting back, Void Waker spec on EVscape. Only a 37 off prayer. That could have been huge. That could have taken him out.
Nice, good switching back into the tank gear for Coxie. He's going to get the freeze here on EVscape.
I don't know
this
all
will be
of
the
them,
last opportunity he'll have to deal some damage. He's frozen himself
the
now.
ones I do know,
EVscape switching
know
back
about.
into the mage gear, switching straight back into tank gear. Good to see.
Both fighters are neck and neck. EVscape still with 2 food remaining. Both players out of spec, sat in a mage battle right now, keeping distance. EVscape going in with a Fang, but just can't seem to hit through Coxie's defense.
This fight has really evened up here. EVscape electing not to eat his 2 last food. He just wants to deal damage. He's going to be forced to here, surely. Eats 1 of the anglerfish, eats 2 of the anglerfish. Coxie now can put the pressure on while EVscape is blocked from doing damage. Goes for the barrage though, and now he can deal some damage to the Morrigan's Javelins and hopefully finish this.
It's all going to come down to this. Will Coxie be able to get those redemption flicks? If he'd gone for it there, he would have landed it. If he'd put the redemption on there again, he would have got it. No, he doesn't. Is that going to be a mistake that costs the Dino Nuggets the fight? He could have survived for much longer right there.
He could have stayed around for
Or
longer.
Dino.
But we have another fight to contend with now. He's got his next opponent. He's only got 19 HP EVscape here, and he's got Skidler to deal with, who brushes him aside with the Void Waker. Skidler been so deadly with the Void Waker this competition.
Skidler makes quick work of him, chooses to spec early, get him out of the way, don't waste any food on EVscape. Move on to the next raid boss, that is Port Khazard, running right here, having some of the best gear in that tournament, that Armadillo chestplate, that DFS, VLS, all the acronyms. He's doing a great job and hits him off prayer. 56.
Wow.
Skidler's got to be careful.
Skidler will not be enjoying this at all. Flying by the seat of his pants here, but Port Khazard is putting on the pressure. Here comes Porkazar. Can he get
the
barrage?
Dude, yeah. I think
Skidler
Bodhi's
opting
making
not
it
to barrage.
through.
He's just trying to deal any damage. Oh, goes for the sneaky Void Waker. He's lethal with that Void Waker. It was unlucky, really.
Yeah, we got Porkazar there now.
To get too much damage away with it.
Porkazar absolutely dancing around the arena right now. We're trying to make it as hard for Skidler to click him as possible so he can't catch those frees. He can't get back in the fight. Doing a great job.
Unlucky for Skidler here. He's really, really being put under the cosh. There's too much going on for him to contend with, especially with Porkazar making use of so much movement here.
Skidler is doing a great job getting the prayers correctly. I would have expected to see Porkazar going for a more heavy melee style with that swashbuckler sigil, making his melee attack one tick faster. But instead, we're seeing a lot of just keeping distance, going for those freezes.
Expect to see another one of those lethal Skidler Void Waker specs soon because he does have 50% spec. There it is. Thank you, Skidler. You read my mind. I read your mind. Here we go now with the Noxious Halley.
Yes, that sigil of the Light Bearer really coming in clutch in some of these fights. I feel like the people who have gone and used that with their Void Waker specs really getting that additional damage, and it's been a great choice to see.
Indeed. Skidler now making use of the last food he has. He makes use of a seed to get on top of Porkazar. And what will he decide to do next? He's got his Fang out, but he switches it straight for the Dragon Crossbow.
Skidler is making the choice. If he can sit under Porkazar for as long as possible, his special attack is going to regen faster. He's going to get that spec back before Porkazar. But
it's an interesting strategy.
Port right there, he has VLS, so he only needs 25% to spec. He's going to get more specs in potentially than Skidler is.
Skidler unlucky with the freeze here. Porkazar right on top. He's right on top of Porkazar, but Porkazar will surely finish this. Porkazar trying to freeze. Skidler, there's another. He may have used 4 Void Waker specs in this fight so far.
That is incredible work from Skidler. Getting the hit off prayer with melee, getting that extra spec again, 59 damage. All that damage matters in fights like this. It's Outlast. Porkazar down to his final 2 brews. Skidler really clawed this fight back. Great job from him.
Skidler with some superior NHing there. Unlucky though. He really, really locked in there, but Porkazar managed to get the job done.
A gear disadvantage.
Absolutely.
The amount of food he managed to use from Porkazar was incredible. And Skidler himself died so many times throughout the week. He started that fight on little food.
And Porkazar now has it all to do against Dino. Skidler really helped out Dino there because Porkazar is running on fumes now, and Dino is just going to seal the deal here. I think he might even drop another Void Waker spec just to get this done. Will he do that or will he save it? Let's see then. I think, yeah, there we go. I thought he might just do double Void Waker just to get them done.
Get that spec, get him out of the way, reduce the chance that he can start using those redemption procs.
Porkazar's the type of guy that will take chunks of food out of you before you get to your next fight. So now he's got to contend with Doobie. These two old sparring partners, Dino and Doobie, love to fight each other. Doobie learnt from Dino. It's kind of the master versus the apprentice. Doobie being the apprentice, Dino being the master. But what will Doobie manage to do here? Will he manage to cause an upset and overthrow Dino? Let's see.
This really is anyone's game so far. Both teams have a great chance to win this. Both teams have 2 great PKers left for them. It's going to be great to see what they can come up with. Dino, he's at a little bit of disadvantage right now, taking some damage from Doobie. He's going to need to focus up, do what he can to make this as even as possible.
Still a good chance that this could go either way.
They're both going for lots of DD action. So? Dino getting
is
a
Doobie
nice
the last one?
There. Doobie with the Void Waker. Dino didn't read that. Doobie getting some good damage on Dino there. Dino now hitting the bolt on Doobie in robes. Hits a 0. Unlucky for Dino. Dino now getting the freeze. Surely he's going to apply the pressure. Watch Doobie do some madness with the seeds now. I reckon Doobie will eat up and then seed himself and try and catch the freeze. Will he do that? No, he's just locking in.
Both players out of specs. Both players.
You're so right. They do. Oh, dude, actually, this might be in the bag still for Dino.
Dino's sigils are primarily focused towards that, but we're not seeing him use it too much.
Yeah, this is very.
And when he is, it's not paying off. Hitting those zeros on Doobie's defenses. Doobie's running that restoration sigil, getting hit points back every time he deals damage to Dino.
Doobie looking
however
really
this
good on
fight
supplies
goes
here.
like
Dino having to really work for this, and Doobie with a big 31 with the Noxious Halley. Goes for a double Noxious Halley, tries to double it to catch Dino off guard.
Dino about to be out of food. One Manta Ray left. Doobie still with half an invent. He's done a great job. There again, hitting Dino off prayer, 36 bolt. Dino, all he can do is hope. He's frozen Doobie. He's eaten his last food and he's waiting. He's got 40% special attack. All he needs to do, wait till this is 50, give him a chance. Maybe he can pull something out of the bag and get a KO. But he's been frozen instantly by Doobie. Doobie, as long as you don't stand next to him, he's not going to have a chance to spec.
Oh, unlucky for Dino. His plan was to wait for... Oh, Doobie's drops the piece. I know those two are good friends outside the arena, so that was all in good humour. But... Doobie's now got it all to do. He faces his final competitor here. It's West Ham, of course. And we know how good West Ham is in NH breeding, especially on the Ancient Spellbook.
It's going to be a difficult task for West Ham. He needs to take through
Doobie and Dino are
down
homies,
two opponents, a food and
man, that must have been rough.
Food, but if anyone can do it, it's him. We saw it last year. He took out multiple people in a row, every single fight, and he comes in there 0. With the VLS.
Wow,
very unlucky.
Doobie's hitting back with the Void Waker there. That was pretty risky for West Ham.
West Ham already taking some big damage from Dino.
It was unlucky that Doobie didn't get more HP there. Could have possibly
he just got
chanced. That might have been a chance.
West Ham correctly predicting the prayer though.
This is looking very
good
similar
at
to the last fight.
He knows how to read his opponent. He knows what Doobie's going to do before Doobie even does it himself. We're going to see him do his best to get all his prayers correctly. As I say that, Doobie's great job bolts West Ham, getting it in off prayer.
Doobie's with only 1 food left and 83 HP. Let's see how much food he can take out of West Ham.
West Ham running Sigil of the Lightbearer. He just wants to spec as many times in this fight. And he's also got specialized strikes, reducing that special attack every time he's able to use that. But it does notify your opponent you're going to try and spec, because you get that icon above his head when he goes for it.
Indeed, it broadcasts it, which for a PvPer like West Ham is just too obvious. You can't catch him off guard with that. And there he does. West Ham uses that sigil. Doobie counters, but Doobie is going to go for a barrage here. Goes for a blood barrage, just trying to keep himself in it. Attacking with the Halley from distance. He's on a seed. He can't move in any direction now. He's fully barraged. So West Ham becomes unfrozen. West Ham frozen immediately, and Doobie is critically
within 2 tiles.
Halley range.
He's doing doing a great job though. Doobie's catching the freeze whenever he can. Stay out of that 1 tile melee distance. Don't let West Ham get those VLS specs on you while he's got it.
And West Ham has 80% spec left and Sigil of the Lightbearer. There it is, and he finishes with a VLS spec straight to the heart for Doobies. Unlucky Doobies. He played well.
This is going to be
West Ham is obviously a very superior breeder. Who's he got left?
Boaty, the captain of the Brawlers, coming in against West Ham. 2 people incredibly good at PKing. West Ham getting the best of him so far, getting a couple bolts off prayer to start it off. Seeding away, does not want to get hit by Boaty's melee.
Boaty here in large and in charge. He's got good gear. He's got amazing tank gear with that Missouri top. We love to see it. Goes in with the Fang, hits low, doubles the Fang. Tries to catch West Ham off guard, but triples the Fang. West Ham is really ready for this. West Ham knows what he's doing and goes for the VLS.
He read every single
attack by West Ham on that one.
Keeps the prey melee on. You wouldn't usually expect someone to spec you that many times in a row. At this level, people know what their opponent's going to do, and you're never going to spec people multiple times.
Damn. These guys are just so dialed. They're predicting each other. They're reading people's minds.
Oh my God!
Fucking
West Ham!
No way! Boaty out the game with a West Ham VLS 50.
Boaty had so much food left. West Ham clutches up. He takes the win.
The tank gear did nothing.
Craziest skill. That was insane.
Nothing.
Wow. The VLS cut through there. That's why we love the VLS. And when I asked you earlier which spec weapon you would pick, and you said VLS. This is why. This is why.
We said we wanted to see KOs in this competition, and West Ham has just delivered.
The mother of all KOs.
Boaty Brawlers. Oh my God! You had so much food left, Boaty. You need to be knowing West Ham. It's all he's got.
Wow.
It's all he can do.
So unlucky. So unlucky. And Boaty said before this fight that he might just camp melee for the entire fight.
Let's see his
to mitigate against that exact thing happen. But he got caught lacking.
Risking the HP there.
54 VLS to the dome.
Maybe he should have done. That might have been the play in this fight.
To chance it like that is insane.
For him. Doobies and his team had done a great job throughout the fight.
It was all set up for him, wasn't it?
He literally just needed to play safe.
And
he did the opposite of that, and was risking low HP for nothing.
Material, showing why
Doobie's
over everyone else.
Right, lock in, boys. That was sick, Casper. I don't want to try and take away from that. That was massive. That was fucking massive.
We are still in.
Man, my freeze RNG against Cork Hazard was AIDS, wasn't it?
Doobie's RNG was insane.
Yeah, I had to use my specs to go to Pork Hazard, and looking at the tracker, Doobie's got very good RNG. But it happens. It happens.
Yep.
They're chill. They're fucking
recoil
chill.
check just happened. And if I didn't have an
fuck, they need me to do the thing again. Shit.
What, you need to go and fucking talk again?
So, who does that tee us up for the final? Is that the Solo Mission Snakes versus the Boaty Brawlers in the final?
No, it's not. Boaty Brawlers just lost.
Boaty Brawlers just lost.
Solo Mission Snakes versus the
Dino Nuggets, of course. Sorry.
Holy shit.
I am Dino
experiencing so much PvP. My brain can hardly cope.
Last year's champion back again.
They are. Can they defend their title? That's what we want to see.
We're going to have a best of 3 for this final. It's going to be very difficult for them versus Snakes. We saw round 1.
I think
Ditbits didn't even get to fight when they were against the...
Yes, he didn't. So we need to see more action from Ditbitter. That's going to be exciting to see. We're going to see West Ham lock in again and play to his absolute maximum. I feel West Ham is completely warmed up now, and he will be fighting
tooth and nail, I believe, to win this final. A 54 to clear it is
showing the final brackets now. We've got the Solo Mission Snakes up against the Dino Nuggets.
That was crazy.
That confirms it. That's our final that we're looking at. Solo Mission Snakes versus Dino Nuggets.
Best of 3.
And we have got Foe on the line.
It's definitely cinema. That was what
Foe,
like.
we need to get your take up from that battle because that was sensational. From
had
West
to
Ham.
have prayed to the RNG
tell us what you
gods
thought
for
of that.
And
oh my gosh, guys. Okay, so exactly what we talked about with the captains right before this match. When we asked Dino, like, hey, what do you think about the chance that you guys have to KO your opponent and really flip the script there? It looked like the Bodhi team had wrapped it up. They had 2 players left. Doobie was doing awesome. He unfortunately, went down to Westy, but he took out a ton of his food. All Bodhi had to do was come in and seal the deal. And the VLS did what VLSs do. And that's why people put so much attention on the breaches during these tournaments. And Dino comes out on top again, so we get a rematch from last year. I like it, but man, I'm just excited that we finally got to see some like actual action that ends in KO and finishes an entire team. Unfortunate for Bodhi, the team put in some awesome work over the week. I love to see the Bodhi boppers early on in the tournament. I hope we see more of that in the future. But nothing but props for Dino's team. I mean, that was a great comeback there. Very exciting.
Incredible work from him.
Could you call it, Foe, at this stage? Could you call who you think is going to progress to who is going to win this entire tournament?
You know what? Right at the end of that fight, I was actually taking some notes on what I was going to ask Bodhi for the finale because I thought they had it wrapped up and I had to delete everything. We've got 2 massive teams here. We've got we've got these guys in the call with me, Dino and Solo Mission, getting ready for your fights. First off, Dino, I got to hear your take on this, man. Exactly what we talked about. What did you think about that? Tell me, like, what was going through your head and kind of the celebration that you guys had seeing Westy take him out like that.
They didn't celebrate at all.
I mean, that's why he's my boy, right? VLS, incredibly overpowered weapon in the hands of someone like West Ham, who is already incredibly overpowered. I don't know, it was weird. He was down so much food, and obviously Boaty's good, but... And again, mad respect to Boaty as well, but he does take risks, and if anyone's going to capitalize on them risks, it is West Ham, and that is what happened.
Honestly, man, I mean, being a captain last season, my team saw what Westy can do with a VLS firsthand. I think he opened up on Ditter. Basically, like 4 out of 5 hits were VLS specs, and all of them were off prey. He's nasty with it. We all know it, and he really showed it there. So, props on that one. Solo, a completely different question for you because we've already talked a lot about your strategy leading up to this. Let's talk a little bit about your team's gear strategy that you took over the week. Could you explain to the viewers kind of like what your method, what your planning and execution was for the major weapons and jewelry that your team sought out for this week?
I noticed you said jewelry there at the end. And that
well, there's 2 things there, not just one thing.
No, I think
you guys did something that no one else did. Let's talk about it.
It's all about those rings of suffering. These teams, they forgot to get their Zenite shards. They left it to day 7, day 8. Like, are you serious? We had 5 people in Monkey Madness too.
Everything.
It was just far too tempting. So
are you seeing
it later on?
He was literally choking.
You'll notice from the
Is it on the stream?
We're one of the only teams that has 5 subs.
It was just like a clip.
Maker.
Here's a clip that West Ham was watching.
As for the other gear, it was pretty much on the fly. We didn't plan to get purging staffs. We didn't plan to get.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, why is he so low?
We got pushed out of the breaches. The Allied forces
he was
just down on the beaches of Varlamore.
He was absolutely cinematic.
So,
and then
that might be one of my new favorite moments in old school history right there. Unfortunate for you guys. I know that I actually saw a lot of clips of you, the victim, being a little bit triggered by that, but it's understandable when you have 15 people attacking you. That sucks, but I think that also shows you guys were a pretty big threat this time. Not only that, you guys have Blood Furies as well, which no other team got. And we've seen that that's been quite useful with the Noxious Hallies, especially when you are limited on food in these tournaments. So hope that works out for you. I'm very pumped that you guys went pretty hard on Wild Gothic Sleeps. I was actually talking up that strategy a lot leading up into this, and I didn't actually know if a team would try it out because that purging staff is just strong. You can argue that it's as strong as a Zuriel staff in this. So I like the shift in strategy and trying to have to play a different way because you knew you were going to be targeted at breaches if you kept going and really farming those monsters. We could have had a World War 4 or 5 there, just like we saw in Zaya. So very exciting, and good luck to both of you in the final.
Thanks. Good luck, Dino.
Thank you. Good luck. Good luck. I want to take the snakes down.
I think everyone else does as well.
I need something else. Yeah. Take the snake down. It's not very strong, Dino.
I can't trash talk solo. I love him, but for his team and his strategy, oh my god, do they deserve?
Can you trash talk later?
He fucking pulled through on that.
No comment.
Each one of those specs has been off rare, fantastic.
Robert, back to you guys.
Two guys who are just so polite. They can't trash talk each other because, as we see, they are two good mates after all. But yeah, that confirms it. Snakes versus Nuggets in the final.
It's going to be a good one. Can their PKers...
Before we cross live to that fight, Robert, tell me about your season, how you felt this has gone. What has your highlight been of Deadman Mode All-Stars Volume 2?
Deadman All-Stars, it's been an incredible week. I've watched many hours, as you do while you're at work, with the iPad screen on, showing you everything that's going on. Some highlights. It's got to be skill specs, Monkey Gel.
Yep, Monkey Gel.
Clip for the ages. I expect we'll see that a while.
Getting fucking wrecked in Monkey Gel.
Personally, the AGS Gmore of Torvesta on Oda Block. We don't see much Granite Maul action in Deadman Mode. You just don't see too much of it. So to see a KO from an AGS Gmore, that was just
did you see
magical.
the skill specs?
And I think that clip will live down in Deadman Royalty. And we may never see something as epic as that again. So yeah, that has to be a favourite moment of mine.
The breaches this
No, dude. I've seen some other clips from skill specs, though. It's just like...
6 tabs open on the screen at
basically
once.
He's free loot, man. He's the freest loot.
Where they're coming in from, because you know there's going to be massive amounts of combat.
And then he
on the
fucking
screen
got caught by one of the monkeys in Invitor and then got put into jail.
It was amazing to see. I'll tell you what, let's ask
like
Bo.
a whole
Bo,
fucking team
are you still
just
there?
came by
Dude,
and
tell us
just
your favourite moment of
went
Deadman All-Stars 2025. What's it been for you?
He was stuck in
You
the
know
jail.
what? Something that I haven't seen yet in All-Stars was a really heavy melee strategy for the first breach. We saw the Bodhi Brawlers do it with the Tomatlis. It was a super interesting strategy. They actually planned this out pretty meticulously leading up to it, where they had Tarn's Lair that they had to get their Slayer experience from, but they had to smuggle the Slayer experience out of to boost it early, so they had to telly out at the right moment to get the XP drop. Otherwise, it would have been nulled because it was an instant. So there was just a lot of work that went into that to farm for the Glacial Tomatlis, and then going into the breach and basically one-hitting people like Lake in multi. You just don't see that kind of thing, and it was a risky strategy because if anyone was able to get DT done, then you're just going to get lit up by them. And I think they did get lit up a couple times by some mages, but that plus just the Torvesta Titan strategy of locking down, somewhere that requires 20 Limport roots so you have no food. I mean, that was just Gigabrain, and
I think I can agree with that.
It was just interesting. Unique strategies like that, I love. I've done that before in Deadman mode where I tried to lock down Intrana with a buddy of mine, and I had clans very, very upset with me over that. But it's fun. That's what makes Deadman mode unique.
The Smorks did a really great job of that. That was fun to watch. Everyone, the anticipation as you see them trying to complete that quest, kill the demon, get teleported over, and There's a team waiting for them, ready to bounce.
Also, you're right. That was the Smorks, not the Titans. That's my bad there.
It's all good. It all blurs into one after so much PvP action for this week. And Foe, last question to you. Do you think we could see a return of Foe in Deadman All-Stars for next year? Do you think that might happen?
Oh, I'd love it, dude. I really wanted to be a part of this one. I was very fortunate to get invited to this one. Unfortunately, I had a family vacation planned, so I had to step out of this one. But if I get the invite next year, I will be in it, and I will go through another week of 20-hour days to do whatever I can, because this tournament's probably the best content that happens all year right now. Other than the leagues, League is way up there for me, but this is just awesome.
Awesome. Family has to come first, Foe, but it's been fantastic having your commentary along with us. So thank you for your expert take. And I hope we see you in next year's season. That would be epic.
I appreciate you guys.
Awesome. So, Robert, here's a question for you.
I want Foe and Deadman.
If you had to take part next year, if you were honored enough to take part next year, which team would you most likely
take out some of these competitors?
Well, I'd love to be a part of any of the teams. It's a great event to be a part of. Someone like Skillspecs, your captain, you know you're in for a fun week.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but EV is not
I want
a
to win,
PvPer.
so I want to go with a strategy.
Really isn't.
That's more
He's
aimed towards winning the week rather than too much fun, I would say. So
who would that be then? Who's gonna win it for you?
Solo Mission himself.
I think taking him out would be great.
Plans like that to stop other people doing content and following it through the entire week.
This is something that I think I thought about though before.
The boaty brawlers, the boaty boppers. Who wouldn't want to be part of that, running around bopping people? Maybe I'll just skip out on the Zami trips, though.
Yeah, the Zami trips, you go very dry. They aren't a lot of fun.
What about you, Messiah? Where would you like to be?
It's a tricky question. Honestly, I'd be honoured to be on any team whatsoever. But I'd say I'm torn between the Dino Nuggets and the Torvesta Titans. The Torvesta Titans may not have been as competitive in this season. Maybe with me on their team, they might have been. But Torvesta Titans, Torvesta is just such a cool guy, and I'd love for someone like him to take me under his wing, and his team would be awesome.
There seems to be a little bit of a trend with
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which captain you're on. It's also about the other picks in your team. Are you going to deal with them throughout the week? You're spending long hours with all these people in Discord.
Honestly,
calls.
like if it.
It's a miracle
if it were me,
that
like
more
if I was a
people
content
didn't
creator
fall out
and
in this season than did. I think as we come to the end of this season, everyone is good friends. And I have some very exciting news for you guys, because I'm seeing a sea of thumbs in the air from our JMod team here at Jagex headquarters, because we are about to run the final of Deadman All-Stars Volume 2
there might be other content creators that
Robert,
might feel
who's
the
going to
same
be fighting in the final?
We have the Solo Mission Snakes and the Dino Nuggets.
Maybe they can.
Who will come out on
maybe
top?
they're interested
in
this event.
Let's see the
maybe there's other people that they know
it's going to be Verf.
Will be invited and they decline.
Very, very difficult.
Yeah, there has to be a good amount
coming into this fight. Very Verf.
But I don't know. That's just like that's just a theory because
need to try and do what he can. Put in the damage. Help his team out, so that West Ham has an easier time.
Yeah, see what I mean?
Towards the end of the fights.
So to
and I didn't even
you,
know
this
that,
will be
and
the
that's something
best
that I
of
like.
3. So we're going to see these teams fight 3 times potentially. Twice,
like there could be many others.
Potentially, if someone wins twice in a row. So let's see now who's going to win this Deadman All-Stars final. We've got Verf now locking in with his dragon crossbow. He's not managing to do any damage here. Victims running all over him. There we go. Verf's finally come back into action. He's venomed here. He needs to zip his anti-venom.
Verf, right there, as soon as he got frozen,
I don't know, there seems to be the same
multiple free hits.
like
he
kind of group of content creators that
just
end up getting together and making content
together. This time round, going for the claws early,
like
Foe's on my screen. I can't see what's happening.
It's awesome to see Foe. We love seeing Foe, but right now we just want to see some PvP action. Foe looking great there.
It looks like Verf's doing a great job getting a lot of damage from these barrages.
Can't see too much of what's going on right now, but there are the burning claws. The burning claws still hitting low. A double burning claw spec there to put him under pressure.
Victim not dealing too much damage. Verf able to tank it all. And Verf has done a great amount of food.
And other people don't want to put up with that.
Food damage to him already. He's doing a great job in this fight. He's learned from his mistakes in previous.
A lot of these other content creators that are in this event,
and is using the mage.
I would not be interested in associated with them at all.
So who's looking good on spec?
I hate
Both
to say it,
opponents
but
have 10%
it's just the way
each.
I feel.
There's been some regeneration from
No,
Vida
I
Victim. He's
absolutely
trying to DD underneath Verf to plan his
100%.
next attack carefully. Goes for the Halley. Verf ready with the Halley.
The victim
it
will
just
be
gets me
kicked.
thinking
Oh my
of,
God,
like, how
Verf,
many other
55 Halbert,
people
showing
that
the
are
strength of this right there.
might be thinking
Hits
the same
through
thing that
Victim's
are
sigil
content creators
Rampart,
that we could see in
almost
these events,
taking him
but are
out.
just
Incredible
either
work from
declining
Verf.
or-
His team are going to be so excited for him doing all this damage to Victim.
You know,
Victim said himself he will be so
have bad
disappointed
blood
if he
against
loses
other
the
content
first round
creators
to
and-
any of these opponents because he has such a good food advantage and he considers himself
But I don't
to
know.
be better than all these other first round
there are some new
players.
faces
Pretty
this year,
even
so
on
that's
food
really good
now,
to see,
though.
but-
Verf will break his teeth if he tries to eat that coal. Here comes Verf with the bolt.
Yeah.
Vida
I
Victim
would love to
on
see
full
Messiah
HP.
in
Verf
this.
with the
He's
staff bash,
being a
unfortunately.
new
Vida
content
Victim
creator.
catches a freeze.
Fantastic.
Goes for the Halley. Will
Paul
he try and
would be
DD his
too
opponent
small.
now? He
Paul
goes
would
for the
be
DD.
good. I would like to see
Verf
Greg
doing a
go.
great
He's
job.
kind of
Vida
toxic.
Victim almost out of food. Verf himself has two
some
man
of
threes
those
and a
content
Brûlée,
creators, newer
and he's
content creators
almost
would
got
be
special
fantastic
attack
to
back. He could get those claws in. That could be the
Yeah,
game changer.
I think
in
that
this
there's
first
enough
round fight.
content creators
This final
that
going
are out there
right down
to have
to
a
the
fresh,
wire here because
a
both of
fresh
these opponents look
roster,
like they've got
like a
an
completely
even amount of
fresh
supplies
roster
here.
from
I think we could
last
see
year and
this
this year.
going the distance.
I mean,
Neither
yeah, people
opponent looks
do
like
want
they're
to see
really going to
their,
get a KO here.
you know,
Verf,
people
with
want
that
to see
sigil
Oda block
aggression,
in
it's
this.
actually
He's
working
a
out for him this
PvP.
time. If he's leading the
PvP
fight,
god,
he's able to get that
PvP
extra
king, like,
damage
people
every
would
time.
expect
and
to see Oda block in
great
this
choice from-
sort of thing.
again,
but-
the
Oh, two big hits there, trading massive blows
they
here.
both fucking
Both
chanced
opponents
each
happy
other.
to eat up here, and they're both on empty with one brew sip each. Victim drinks his brew sip. He's going to now put the pressure on Verf.
Victim right there, lucking out of the Blood
Verf
Fury proc
is
on that massive
bit
54 hit on Verf. He's now sat underneath him.
Mainly
Verf gets the
because
spec out.
Victim
Only a little damage.
I think this is the best
He's
we've seen
mostly
Verf
wrong,
play so
but Verf
far.
is-
He's really,
he's
really
fucking up.
working for this.
He's done incredibly well in this final match. It's anyone's
bad.
to win. He's down to 20 HP. He gets a 47 on Victim with that Halberd. The Halberds are doing a great job.
Wow. Superb trading blows here. They're both hitting zeros there. Neither of them can finish it off. This could be anyone. Vida Victim could have died there. Verf could have died there. Vida Victim gets the Halberd, and eventually the Halberd switches on.
Right.
It's a GF from Vida Victim, and Verf is out.
But crucially, that food advantage Victim came into the fight with didn't matter in the slightest. Verf doing an excellent job to take him out.
The rush.
Victim getting a claw on Coxie straight off the bat, but Coxie
I'm surprised
to see Verf in this,
It's
actually.
anyone's game.
Coxie making light work of that. Just wanted to
I don't know
move
that
on
much
to the
about him.
next fight. Decided to dump specs early on in
Because
the
I've seen
fight
his,
and
like,
get
he
his
makes some
opponent out of
guides
the way
and stuff
so he
like
can
that.
face his
They're
next
not bad,
opponent.
but
Who's
I
he
would
got?
never, like,
He is.
I don't
up
even know
against
what I
Rexy.
consider
We've seen
him
Rexy doing really well in this tournament, but Coxie himself
Has.
hasn't been doing too bad. He's got that sigil of Rampart. He's
Like,
got a sigil
a
of
worse
Gunslinger.
EV
So he's
scape?
going to make great work.
I don't know.
Stepping in and out, getting those free hits when he can with his range, having
Oh,
that
yeah.
faster attack speed, and he's got the corrupted Voidwaker 51 off prayer. Rexy is crumbling.
This isn't like Rexy. Rexy not
But it's
playing well
good
in this final game. Maybe the
because it-
pressure of
like-
this being
like,
the
he is
final is
new
getting
for
to him
this year.
slightly. Here we go though.
So
Can
it
he
is
catch
nice
a freeze?
to see like a new
Manages
content
to
creator
barrage,
like that,
but
but
he's still not catching the freeze. Both of these opponents clicking well here.
Coxie,
when the majority of the people are all like repeats.
Carol's
it's just
set every time Rexy goes for a freeze, and it means Rexy just can't catch
like
it.
Ella.
Rexy finally deciding to do something different. He chooses to use his Morrigan's javelins, but hits a zero. Not the best special weapon they could have got this week, and it's showing. It doesn't compete with the Voidwaker of Coxie.
Still, neither of them managed to catch a barrage, and eventually Coxie catches the barrage there. So, can he make use of a DD? He does a nice corner step there, diagonal step. That's good to see. Coxie is really switched on here. Decides to go for another barrage. Now, Rexy's frozen him. He'll have to lock in now and make sure that Rexy doesn't deal damage to him while he's frozen. So, a bolt from Coxie.
Rexy
a
hasn't
nice
used
notch
any
Halley from
javelins.
Rexy, still hitting zeros here. Even more zeros. Oh, a big 32 barrage on Rexy.
Coxie
Coxie
doing a
is running
fantastic job, constantly catching Rexy off prayer there, and even bolting him in robes once again. This crossbow with a faster attack speed, Rexy's not used to it. He's not used to a 4-tick crossbow hitting him, so he's taking extra damage when he shouldn't be.
Neither player really gaining more momentum
There
over
we
the
go.
other. It seems pretty even in these stages, even on food, even on specs, and even on HP. So let's see who manages to make the next passage of play work for them. So Rexy getting a DD on Coxie here, goes for a bolt, Coxie moving out from underneath him. Will there be a barrage? Still no barrages. This fight very barrage low.
Ooh,
There's a barrage
big
for Rexy.
rally, but
Now
it didn't
Rexy
hit.
surely can put some pressure on Coxie. Good big barrage. Good big Nox Halley for a 47 with a Blood Fury heal.
Great work by Rexy there. composing himself, getting back into this fight. He did start with a brew advantage. Coxie has managed to close the gap, even it up. Very even on food right now. But Coxie sat there with 90% spec. He is going to have 2 Voidwaker specs to go very soon in this fight.
He is indeed. And Coxie with slightly more food. No, perhaps Rexy has more food here. Rexy has a full dose of brew if he should need it. And Rexy's dancing over him. Coxie gets the staff bash. That's not quite what we wanted to do. Rexy now trading staff bashes. They've rubbed off on each other. Both opponents staff bashing here, but Coxie manages to hit a barrage this time. He tries to go for the DD on Rexy. Rexy immediately sees it. It's a smart move because now Coxie can go for a Voidwaker. They're still only one tile. They're not one tile apart, so he can hit the Voidwaker from that distance, of course.
Coxie getting Rexy off prayer once again, getting that extra damage. Rexy using the Pious Protection Sigil, but if he can't get the prayers right, he's just going to be taking 5% extra damage from every time Coxie managed to get those hits in.
Coxie still has his Noxious Halley to use. He hasn't used it too much. I think he needs to use it more. Here's the Voidwaker. He's going to fake it. No, he's not. He's going to go straight with it. I don't think a fake is in his play, but huge Noxious Halley on Rexy.
Holy
and
shit.
He did use it eventually. It twinned up with the Venom to make life very difficult for Rexy indeed.
56 damage from the helmet, stacking with that 6 Venom. Why is Rexy not anti-venom at the start of this fight? That 6 damage extra he could have avoided.
He could have had an anti-venom to keep him in this, but it looks like he didn't remember to drink it. There we go, though. I hope that 6 HP is not what separates this fight. Otherwise, Rexy will be very, very cross with himself indeed.
The Dino Nuggets doing a fantastic job PKing, breaking that distance, getting closer to the snakes. Getting back that food advantage they had coming into the start of the fight. It is neck and neck now. Both players out of food. Coxie trying to flick that redemption when he can. Rexy just trying to hit him, do what he can, take him out.
I think Rexy's going to do this now. I think he's got this in the bag. He senses blood. Coxie's only on 14 HP. Goes for the blood barrage. Rexy trying to steal some more HP for the next round. And Coxie is down. So, Rexy is going to advance here.
Skidler entering the arena.
Wow, Skidler. Remember what Skidler can do with that Voidwaker. Rexy will know all about Skidler's Voidwaker. And there it goes, straight off the bat. Skidler, maybe he could have waited a little longer to use that spec. It was slightly too predictable, but decided to go for blood and give himself momentum, which might be the smart thing to do anyways.
He has got that Lightbearer Sigil, so he can afford using a spec early on because it regens so much faster.
Well said.
Right now, he's just trying to take out Rexy. Rexy could die through prayer.
Wow, Skidler backed out of the Voidwaker spec, though. That could have been a KO.
Yes, and Rexy crucially getting a 31 blood barrage on him. Skidler decides to go for the Voidwaker now. He used up a couple extra food during it. Pure Spam coming in, chucking some words of love to his opponent. We don't want to see that. This is an all-out brawl.
It is indeed, but these guys are going to leave absolutely nothing on the battlefield here. Skidler's going to go for a bolt here. It's a big 35 on Pure Spam. Ian wasn't ready for that one. Another big bolt, a 40 on Pure Spam. Pure Spam's not going to be liking this at all.
Skidler doing
Pure Spam right off the gate eating.
Pure Spam one of the only members of the Snakes without that Rampart Sigil, so Skidler should have a good, easy time hitting through Pure Spam's defensive. But Pure Spam's got so much food, the kill leader throughout the entire week, not dying at all during the entire week. Very impressive. We'll have to see what Skidler can do.
When Pure Spam locks in, this is going to be a rough ride for Skidler, that is for sure. Skidler on not too much HP now, and he's only got one Manta Ray left. He has got 50% spec. He probably better dump it to make life easy enough for Dino in the next round.
Yeah, Skidler's final Manta Ray being used right there. It's going to be a tall order for his team. He needs to get some more damage onto Pure Spam in order to stand a fighting chance in this.
Here comes Pure Spam now. Will Pure Spam manage to finish this? He does.
I can't believe that didn't proc
out of the picture. Once again, dropping a good fight. Very respectful from both these opponents. Now, who have we got? It's Dino, of course. Dino, the captain of Dino Nuggets. Very, very humbly putting himself fourth from the one position from last, so he's up against Pure Spam now. Pure Spam gets the barrage immediately.
Yeah, Dino.
Oh, I think he
knows how good West Ham is. That's why he placed West Ham as the final boss in his team.
I don't know.
Dino himself having that swap.
Yeah, redemption is a little bit interesting how it works.
Melee range and try and utilize that. He's also got the formidable fighter getting those extra damage, extra accuracy. can he utilize this to his advantage and take a lot of Pure Spam's
the redemption up when he was going down.
3 members of the Snakes
it was a 2 and an 8.
Fight through.
Amazing stuff, and what a scenic battlefield this has been for our final, by the way. The J-Mods really put in work making this scenery. It looks absolutely excellent. So here comes Pure Spam now. He's got a bolt on Dino, goes for a Morrigan's Javelin Spec, tried to be unpredictable and do 2 range attacks in the way, in a row, didn't manage to come off for him.
Yeah, Pure Spam doing fantastically right now. He started off the fight against Skid. They're a little bit shaky, but he seems to be in his element, as we can see, getting the prayers right, hitting his opponent off prayer, flicking to his tank in between hits. Everything you want to see in one of these fights.
Or Dino.
Done correctly.
Damn,
he's going to go in and staff bash his opponent.
His RNG. Bad.
But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. His team have got a good lead at the moment.
Yep, Pure Spam still large and in charge here. He just needs to sweep Dino aside to make things as easy for his team as possible.
Oh, that was good.
Dino is not going to be easy to beat, though. Dino misclicking the Retribution Prayer, though. That's a collector's item. You don't see him do that often.
Dino with that Toxic Trident, he can Venom Pure Spam if Pure Spam's not careful, but he seems to have had that anti-Venom sipped already, so it's not going to quite get that extra damage that he could in throughout the fight. Sigil of Barrows for Pure Spam as well.
Indeed. There's the Void Waker from Dino. Dino hit the Void Waker on Pure Spam. I think Pure Spam read that. But here comes Pure Spam now with a barrage. Goes for a Blood Barrage, in fact. Really trying to make use of his Blood Barrages to regain some health.
Yes, that Barrow Sigil of the Aram Staff going to be extremely accurate, getting 40% more accuracy. And the Arcane Swiftness means he can attack faster with Mage, get those extra hits in.
This is, of course, a best-of-3 battle. So we will see these teams fight, and if the next round goes to a reverse win on 63 Void Waker. Amazing. Good stuff from Dino. He's being unpredictable. He's really putting in to the Kosh here. Pure Spam to the Kosh here.
Dino, amazing job. Pure Spam Sigil Prior Protection working against him right there. Dino getting increased damage because Pure Spam's not praying correctly, almost taking him out. Pure Spam down to his final food in the brew. Dino
just really opened up. Both the competitors on basically the same amount of food. Both competitors just don't want to eat because they're prioritizing DPS. They're prioritizing damage against the other opponent. Sometimes in these type of battles, attack is the best form of defense.
Dino's still got a lot of work to do. Even if he takes out Pure Spam here, there's Solar Mission and Ditter coming up after him. It's going to be a tall task. But if he can keep doing Void Waker specs like that,
nice.
Halberd hits like that off prayer. Great job of catching Pure Spam off guard and finishes him off with the bolts right there.
Well played, says Pure Spam for Dino. So, Solo Mission, the king of this tournament. He created this, it was his vision, and now he gets Dino at his mercy. How is he going to start this fight? He's going to go for a barrage, splashes the barrage. Can he hit this time? Yes, he does. Now, he can really hold Dino to the Kosh here. Will he go for a DD or will he just keep his distance?
Dino himself's got nothing left. All he can do is flick the redemptions when he can. Try and extend this fight as long as it's possible. It's going to be a very tall task for West Ham coming into this fight. Dino gets the redemption flick. Can he get another? Solo Mission still on full food. Dino has done 0 damage to him so far, and he dies.
Well, there we go. We knew Solo Mission would get the job done, and he got it done pretty quickly. So, Solo Mission now on his final competitor, the final boss of PvP. It's, of course, West Ham. Goes for the sneaky Morrigan's Javelin spec, but it just doesn't work for him. And now Solo Mission is backed into a corner with West Ham bearing down on him.
We've seen West Ham do this before. He has the skill to take out multiple opponents in a row, and he has the equipment ready to do it. He himself has got one of the Ring of Sufferings for his team. He's got the Quiver. He's got a Berserker Ring. BLS.
Crazy damage on Solo Mission.
Switches that someone like him is able to utilize, being that quick on the hands, being able to do the gear switches. He can be the difference maker that Dino Nuggets need in this fight.
Wow, if West Ham can keep up this level of pressure in Solo Mission, we should well see Ditter Bitter fight in this final as well, because West Ham is really, really putting Dino under the hammer here. Here comes West Ham. Watch how he always switches to his tank gear after every barrage. He's slick with it. He's really dialed. PvP is his bread and butter. He lives and breathes this, and he's really making Solo Mission work here.
He's doing a great job, but Solo Mission, utilizing his freeze ability, keeping the distance. He's got Gunslinger. He can attack with range quicker, so he's just trying to 10-tile West Ham and make it a mage for mage battle. He doesn't want West Ham to be able to get up close and personal, start using those additional VLS specs, and just try and control the fight.
Like, I'd rather solo beat West Ham so we don't have to see that rat hitter.
Notice how the opponents line their inventories up so differently. West Ham going for more switches to deal more DPS, which will make things harder for him, but Solo Mission going for less switches, which will make his switching cleaner and crisper. These two styles slightly different. That's what you should notice from the inventory layouts.
West Ham getting those two VLS specs back to back, catching Solo Mission off guard, but unfortunately only had 34 damage in that hit before.
Solo Mission will have a spec back soon. Will he go for a Morrigan's Javelin? I still want to see the Morrigan's Javelin proc a big spec. That would be awesome to see. West Ham going in with the VLS. Makes it look really stealthy with that sigil though.
Solo Mission's team not getting special attack weapons throughout the week, being forced to use these Javelins, which again, you see how inaccurate they are, hitting 0 after 0.
West Ham are
both competitors catching freezes at exactly the same time. This will be a battle of mage and range now here.
Very equal on food once West Ham eats up a couple of the last sips of that brew to be on equal hit points with Solo Mission, but he has got 80% special attack ready to go. He's got this VLS. Can he do it again? We saw in the last round him KO Boaty in the final bit.
Wow.
Is he going to be able to take out Solo Mission and do the same to Ditter?
West Ham double Magic Wand bashing Solo Mission there. Don't see that very often. Ditter Bitter is in the background waiting to come onto the battlefield. He'll be salvating. He really wants to get his teeth into West Ham here.
Solo Mission doing a great job. He's not the greatest tri-breeder, but he knows what he has to do in a fight like this. He just needs to get the freeze and keep his distance. Make West Ham not be able to utilize that VLS specs, and it's doing a great job.
But equally, the more he keeps his distance, the less he'll be able to use that Noxious Halley that he's got in his inventory.
But the trade-off is West Ham's not going to be able to spec him, so, and when he does come for it, pure Solo Mission has so much time to react because he's got to run across the arena.
There goes the VLS, there goes the VLS. Look at the distance there was between those opponents. Ooh. Solo Mission actually had to switch to his Dragon Crossbow rather than Morrigan's Javelin. Here comes West Ham.
4 in a row, VLS specs, West Ham dumping it on Solo Mission's Prayer. It's such a powerful weapon, hitting through it every single time, doing great damage. Solo Mission now out of food. West Ham can take him down. He's got 1 Manta Ray left. It's going to be a tall task, but he could take the home for the Dino Nuggets.
A P-face from West Ham. But he has to compose himself here because he has to fight Ditter. Going for the VLS, faking it, now going for the one, going for the barrage. Now he needs to stamp on Ditter Bitter. He needs to make Ditter Bitter really work for this. He goes straight for the DD. He stands on top of him. He goes for the bolt hit. What can Ditter Bitter do? I want to see him fight. Ditter Bitter is a competent NH'er. That's why he's last in the Solo Mission Snakes order.
Ditter Bitter, the final boss for the Solo Mission Snakes. He gets the distance from West Ham and utilizes that halberd, immediately hitting West Ham off prayer, going in for the Javelin specs, both hitting 0, and he's now going to try and whack him with that halberd. But West Ham, he's got a chance! Bolt! He just didn't go for the VLS spec there.
Ditter Bitter was alive to it. Ditter Bitter knew this.
Imagine if West Ham KOs this. This would be like the
than he needed to be. So
legendary.
So Ditter Bitter finishes it, and we have our
He just needed a redemption proc from that one. I think he would have had a
Congratulations to Solo Mission Snakes.
If he would have got that VLS off,
incredible.
It would have fucking
right there
been
at the end.
That would have been it, dude.
West Ham, he's got it all to do.
Bro,
but
that would have been
we've seen him do
the
it before. We've seen him do it in
thing
the round 4. Can he do this?
in the history of the internet. That would have been insane.
Not in this round, but it's a best of 3. They've got another chance. They can do this.
They do, and that's all it's going to come down to. I think we now know in these fights, it will get down to the last 2 opponents. It will be a face-off between West Ham and Ditter Bitter to decide who is going to win if West Ham can clear Solo Mission, which he is managing to do in this position. It's very exciting.
I ordered
it's
some
very
food.
open. But Solo Mission Snakes, that food advantage is just giving them the edge every time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but we've seen with these special attack weapons, anyone can win. You can get knocked out at a moment's notice.
Robert, do you think we might see another KO in this round? Do you think we'll be lucky and see a straightforward KO, or is this going to go to good old-fashioned outlast?
Someone's getting KO'd in this next round.
That's what I like
guarantee
to hear.
It.
Sweet. I'll hold you to that. You buy me a beer if no one gets KO'd. Done.
It was great to watch though. Start rounds, Verf doing so well. using those claw specs early and just keeping up with Victim the entire fight did so much damage to Victim, and that really helped give Dino, West Ham, the last opponents, that fighting chance in this battle.
And Coxie locked in now. Coxie's playing well. West Ham is just on fire, though. I just have to say, West Ham's NHing is slick, it's smooth. He's really, really playing well, and it's awesome to see.
That solo mission, he is playing the fights well. He's keeping his distance. He knows what he has to do.
He doesn't want to let his team down. He is the team captain, and he's showing that he is a formidable force himself.
Right, let's check in with Foe. Foe, what were your thoughts on that first fight in the finals?
Yeah, that was a good one. So we saw something a bit different this time with Verf. I think this was the best that he's done so far in the rounds. He really went like pound for pound with Victim there, and Victim has been playing extremely well. So it was good to see Verf kind of pull it together there. He had some great Halley hits there. Skidler, I think having 5 deaths over the week cost him pretty dearly here. Being down so much hard food, he just couldn't get enough momentum going versus Pure Spam. Dino, he had a great off-prey Void Waker for a high 50 versus Pure Spam. It helped him catch up in the fight and really like even that one out. Brought it back, you know, kind of level playing field there. And then Solo Mission, just really smart prioritizing the melee prey every time that West Ham was unfrozen. Didn't want to see himself fall in the same situation that Bodhi fell to. So that was unfortunate that you know, they just couldn't pull it together there and couldn't get the same momentum going. Also, the 2 staff bashes from West Ham in a row, you don't see that from him much. Maybe just a little bit of nerves getting to him. But honestly, did you see the 4 VLS specs in a row that I think all 4 of them hit 30 plus on melee prey?
Well,
like, the weapon is just so accurate, man.
Surely you've got to be thinking at that point, right, my opponent spec'd me 3 times in a row. He's not going to do it again. Maybe that was going to be the difference maker to catch Solo Mission off guard. West Ham chucking them all out there. He just needed to get those special attacks used. It was great to see.
Could be. And then I also noticed, just one sec, during the end there, as Ditterbitter came into the fight, I saw that he has an imbued heart, and I think that's the only one we've seen during this tournament. I didn't even notice it in his last fight, but he hit that right before that. So, I mean, that's a pretty big pull as well when it comes to mage defense, really, and mage accuracy for catching those freezes. If they get to him again, it's going to be tough to freeze them.
Definitely, definitely. We've seen a lot of people training Slayer throughout the week, so it's no surprise we're seeing one of these imbued hearts with that increased drop rates in the tournaments. Quick question before we throw it to the final match. Do you think we're going to get 3 games right here? Or will this end with the Solo Mission Snake again?
To get a 3rd, we need to see a KO from Dino's team. I think that's what it is. So the pressure's on Skidler with the Void Waker. The pressure's on Dino. Or, yeah, I mean, maybe Westy can pull it out. But I think those Void Wakers are going to be... It's a higher max hit potential. I think that's what might do it. A Void Waker into a Halley Smack. Massive KO potential. Most people are smart enough to pray melee right after that first Void Waker, so maybe we see a double, but I think it's going to have to come down to that if the Dino Nuggets want to catch up here.
Fo, thank you so much for talking to us once again. We have got a green light. We are ready to go. Robert, this could be the final piece of PvP action we see for Deadman 2025. Let's go live to it. Who have we got coming up, Robert?
Oh, can the Dino Nuggets claw it back? Take this to a game 3. I sure hope so. I want to see this go to all 3 games. I'm sure the chat does as well. Let's kick it off. It's going to be the fight we've seen for Verf and Rakesy again. Verf did so fantastically in that last round. Can he keep up the momentum? Is he going to have confidence from that going into this fight against Victim? Does he think, I've got this now, I've got your number?
There's the referee telling him to pot, and this is round 2 of 3. This could be the final one, though, if Solo Mission Snakes manage to win again. Be the Victim going straight in with the claws, straight on Verf. Is Verf dialed this time? Is Verf still full of energy? Will Be the Victim get the better of him again? Let's see now.
Verf doing a great job there at the start, catching Victim off prayer with his bolts, with his barrages. It's just not happening to get the hits he needs. Victim fully camping that prey melee to start with. He knows Verf's got the halberd. He knows that's going to be one of the strong hitting weapons from him, and he needs to just pray against it where he can.
Be the Victim NHing well here. Verf is locking in. Verf is really opting for this style of just range bolting, although he doesn't there. He goes for the barrage. He switches to his barrage kit and then back to bolt. Be the Victim was ready for it though and came in with the burning claws.
Those burning claws actually starting to do some damage for once. We've seen him hit a lot of zeros in previous rounds, but when you can catch your opponent off prayer on robes, you're going to get some work done. Verf choosing to dump his specs, both of them onto the prey melee of Victim. Is this a mistake? Does he need? Could he have saved them for longer? Try and get him off prayer, get that KO potential.
Interesting to see. Interesting to see. Will Verf get the freeze here? Be the Victim. Oh, he goes for the staff bash, unfortunately. So be the Victim now. Both of these opponents just need to make it easier for the guys later on in the rounds. That's all they need to do here. As long as they can take a good chunk of supplies out of the other one, that'll be the best outcome for them.
Verf right there, bolting Victim on robes off prayer, getting that damage in, doing a good job to try and even up this fight. He's come in at a disadvantage based on food, but he's doing a good job trying to keep this close and give his team the best chance.
Verf slightly lower on food. Be the Victim looking pretty good here. Be the Victim does look like the more competent NHL. I'd say he has a slight gear advantage thanks to that purging staff.
Do you think he's going to be feeling more nervous now after how well Verf did in that first round?
Are they running?
Will he be confident knowing that he's got the win already from that first round? He's got another fight to fall back on if this all goes poorly for him.
I think Be the Victim will feel in the driving seat, and I think he'll feel calm and collected because he knows Solo Mission Snakes are in the driving seat now. They have one win to the Dino Nuggets 0, so Solo Mission Snakes look like they could seal it in this next round.
Verf, see him again, bolting Victim off prayer, but Victim catches Verf.
Oh, the double, the double. Verf wasn't even ready for that. Be the Victim did really well to Fakey. Verf just wasn't ready. Here comes the Halley again. Surely, no. He misclicked it, surely, and there was a staff bash. Not ideal, but the bolt KO.
Oh
we saw the KO in earnest.
I said there's going to be a KO. Verf still having that one brew sip remaining. Would it have made the difference in this round? Potentially not.
What you got for
how
food?
well Victim started to dominate that fight.
Great work from Be the Victim. RNG played a big part in that, but you got to play your lottery cards sometimes, and Be the Victim got lucky when it mattered. Here comes Be the Victim now. He's still got 5 whole manta rays and some brews to fall back on to fight Coxie.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task for Coxie, but he has been practicing with West Ham. During the weeks leading up to this. He's got a lot better at try with PKing, so we're going to have to see if he can do what it takes to take out Victim and then dent Rakesey's food for his team.
I think that's the ideal strategy in Deb Ammo. Prep, there's the Void Waker! The ideal strategy is surely to find the biggest, baddest PKer and fight them as much as possible to get your practice in. Because that's how you learn, that's how you improve, and I'd say that to anyone who wants to learn hybrid PKing. Find some good PKers, try and practice with them,
let
them kick the SH1T out of you, and just get better off that. Here comes Victim now.
He seeds himself into melee range smartly so he can use that Nox Halley, but Coxie himself has one he could use back on Victim if he wants to. He uses it there, doesn't quite get the luck, doesn't get any hits, but he brings in the Void Waker again. That's the second one off prayer. Coxie doing a great job to predict what Victim's going to pray and spec at a crucial time.
Excellent stuff from Be the Victim to really make sure that he takes a big chunk out of Coxie, but Coxie really looks in control here. Coxie looks like he's practiced, like he's ready for this type of battle.
Yes, and we're seeing right there, Burning Claws coming in, dealing 0 damage. The Snake's not able to get any good special attack weapons during the week. No luck at the breaches, got fought off by all the teams, and these special attacks are crucial in these fights for getting these KOs.
So Be the Victim now has 99 hit points and nothing left. 78 hit points now. He has no food to work with, and Coxie is just going to come in. Surely more action with that Noxious Halley. There it is. And will he bolt here? Will he go for the freeze? I just think he needs to finish off Be the Victim in any way he can here to move on to his next opponent. Coxie's still looking really good on food.
He is, but Victim, any extra damage he can do to Coxie is going to be going to be a win for his team. He's done his job. He took out his opponent Verf, and he's done a great job of also lowering Coxie. It's going to be very easy for Rakesey to come in and start finishing off Coxie and working his way through the rest of the Dino Nuggets.
Be the Victim with a good redemption prop there. If I was in Be the Victim's position, I would just spec, and that's exactly what he does. He just needs to get rid of all his spec. He's got 30% more. If he gets the opportunity, he should go for that spec. He's just trying to chuck the redemption on. Get your tank gear on, Be the Victim. You're more. There he is. And here comes Coxie. Will Coxie just finish him with the barrage? There he does.
He chooses not to use melee in that situation, doesn't want the chance of hitting 0 and proccing that redemption, choosing to use mage and gets the KO.
Well played there by Be The Victim. He's had a fantastic tournament. It's great to see. Rexy versus Coxie now. Coxie with not a lot of food left. He's only got 3 manta rays left and a lot of empty vials in his inventory. So what can he do?
But he does have that 50% special attack ready. Can he utilize this and take out Rexy? Or will Rexy know that's what's going to happen and focus on praying mage? He doesn't! 58 coming in from Coxie. Rexy crucially getting the freeze on him there so he can't follow it up with a halberd hit afterwards.
Good work from Rexy to recover here. Rexy has been performing so well this entire tournament and so well on the finals this evening.
Rexy, it should be easy for him now. Coxie fully out of food. All he needs to do is keep whacking him. 44 coming in with that noxious halberd. Again.
Coxie could be down, should be down there. Coxie just took a noxious halberd and unfortunately for Rexy it hit a 0.
This time round, it's looking very dominant by the snakes.
It really
Rexy has so much food left. Skidler coming in. What can he do to even up the fights? He's got the corrupted volley. He's got a real Void Waker. Can he KO Rexy and bring the fight back to even levels?
If anyone can do it, I think it's Skidler. Skidler playing incredibly well this tournament. Rexy and Skidler, both of these guys really in form, I feel. Here comes Rexy, doing a lot of DD work, skipping all over him. Here comes Rexy now, trying to barrage, trying to go get some distance, but Skidler catches it. Now Skidler should get some momentum here if he turns off Retribution. There's the deadly Void Waker of Skidler. There's the double. He went for a double. Now he's done that because he has the sigil of the Light Bearer, so he's going to regenerate a ton more spec before this fight is over.
Yeah, that Light Bearer sigil being really game-changing in some of these fights. Getting multiple specs off when you have those Void Wakers, really crucial and can really change the outcome of a fight. That chance to KO your opponent, you're dealing great damage with these sigils. So getting that chance to spec someone, make them waste their entire invent of food in one hit can be really useful.
I was just about to say, Skidler still boxing incredibly clean. However, he did go for a Starfash there. That was unfortunate. Rexy now will try and go for the freeze. Both of these guys want to catch the freeze because if you get that freeze, you can really work your opponent. A good Morrigan's Javelins on Robes against Skidler, but unfortunately it hit a 0.
Neither opponent can catch the freeze for a while. Rexy finally catches it, so does Skidler. Rexy having that Nox Halberd, so Skidler, they want to keep a little bit of distance to make it easier for themselves. So they only have to focus on those 2 prayer styles, range or mage.
Good stuff here, but Skidler only on 2 Anglerfish left. 2 Manta Rays, should I say. Anglerfish, same thing. Here we go, though. Skidler might manage to get a bit more of Rexy's HP taken out. There it is. There's the Void Waker. That's what he needs to do. He doesn't have any more spec left, and it's unlikely that he'll get another spec. But if he longs this fight out, he might be able to grab one more spec if he really digs in.
It was a great opportunity right there. Specs him off prayer. Doesn't quite get the RNG. Needs to take down Rexy's HP bar, but he has evened this up. Rexy now onto his last 2 remaining food, and Skidler still dealing great amount of damage.
Definitely, Skidler has really brought this back for the Dino Nuggets here, putting the Solar Mission Snakes under a great deal of pressure to make this final a bit go down to the wire and be that bit more interesting. Skidler trying to make use of Redemption here, Rexy trying to go to the barrage. If you barrage a Redemption proc, you're going to hit it straight for the 25 headshot, just like that. It won't proc the Redemption.
Yeah, crucially, these players know that every hit, if you splash, it's not going to proc that Redemption. Can come in clutch.
And that's why players will try and do oh wow, there it is, a big Morrigan's Javelins on Dino from Rexy. Good to see the Morrigan's Javelins doing some work finally in this final.
Rexy starts this off fully out of food, and he's already done so much damage to Dino.
Going for the throat.
Keeps working him, using that halberd.
He doesn't need to worry about anything other than dealing damage to Dino. He has no food. He's not going to eat anything. It's just a case of battering Dino the best he can. Dino will be ready for this, though. He knows Rexy's strategy, and there, he takes care of Rexy. Dino is large and in charge and gets the job done.
Rexy there managing to take out an entire brew worth of HP from Dino in those few seconds when he had nothing left, doing a great job. We've now got Pure Spam coming in, ready to fight Dino.
Pure Spam, an absolute gentleman of this tournament, really skillful player as well. Can he get the barrage on Dino? He's going for a blood barrage there. He wants to heal up as much as possible because it is all about little odds, and no one knows that better than someone experienced like Pure Spam.
Yeah, Pure Spam with that Sigil of the Barrows. He's only got the Aram Staff, but having that extra chance to freeze with that Sigil and the Arcane Swiftness means he's going to focus on Mage more. He's going to utilize the blood barrages where he can, and the more hit points he has, the more damage Dino will have to do and take damage from those Ring of Suffering recoil hits he's got.
And you guys have seen how close these fights come down to. Sometimes it's just a brew sip or 10 HP in it. So if you can blood barrage your opponent as much as possible in these fights, you're going to get that tiny HP advantage, even if it is just one last sip of brew that you gain back from your blood barrages.
Dino really needs to try and draw this fight out a little bit longer. He's sat on 20% spec. He crucially needs to get that back to 50%. So he's got that Voidwaker spec, having that chance to KO Pure Spam and even up this fight.
Pure Spam still with 100% spec. He does have the Morrigan's Javelins to deal some damage here. I think he'll use them pretty soon. As soon as he realizes he has spec back, 100% spec, he'll do some damage with it. But in this type of fighting, there's so much going on. It's often easy to forget you're sitting on 100% spec.
Pure Spam doing a great job there, predicting what Dino's going to do. Hits him 3 times with the halberd off prayer. Unfortunately, gets 0 damage from it, but it's great to see him being in Dino's head, knowing what he's going to do and just countering it with his skill.
Pure Spam really looking in control here. Dino just isn't managing to break him down. Dino has got a freeze here, goes for the Noxious Halley, goes for the Bolt, still can't really make this work. He's just hitting zeros, has to force himself to eat up here. That's all he's got to do.
Pure Spam planting a garden in the arena right now. Dino onto his last Manta Ray. Will it be enough? Can he do anything with this to try and even the fight up? He has got that 40% special attack back yet, and 58 halberd coming in. Great job from Dino getting Pure Spam off prayer of these hits. He's finally got that Voidwaker spec ready. Will we see him use it?
That might be the tiny bit of momentum that Dino needs to get his team back in this fight. Crucially, he really needs to make a mincemeat of Pure Spam. He does get some DPS here. The Voidwaker didn't hit particularly big, but he is looking to put Pure Spam under some immense pressure here. Equip a weapon, Dino. He does. He equips a Noxious Halberd, goes back in. He's going to spec. No, he's not. He's going to go for the Halley here. He's going to wait for Pure Spam to pop out. Pure Spam finally realizing that he's got specs. What will he do with it here?
Dino done a great job of taking down a lot of Pure Spam's food. He's down to 5 Manta Ray now. Dino hasn't had any food for a while and he still just does great damage to Pure Spam. All he's got to focus on is getting the prayers and bolts right. 50 right there. He gets the halberd. He could have KO'd Pure Spam right there. 38 with the halberd. Doing a great job.
Remember, these could be the last interactions any of these players have if this final goes down to a solo mission Snakes win. Will Pure Spam manage to get it done? He does, and Dino is swept aside with a spec. Good game, brother. Well played, says Pure Spam.
It's a tall task for West Ham, but if anyone can do it, he can. He's trusted with his team's best gear. He's got that VLS ready. He's telling Pure Spam to shut up.
It's so sweet between these two. They're friends outside the arena. Here comes West Ham. West Ham surely will finish off Pure Spam, but West Ham will have a surmountable task next. He's got 2 of the solo mission Snakes to contest with here. In goes the first one.
Solo mission up now. Will we see him try and utilize that distance he did last time round? West Ham crucially trying to follow him around, make sure he can't get that distance, make sure he's in range to melee him whenever he can. Gets the freeze, he's going to stay melee distance close as much as he can right now. Make sure solo mission can't get that distance. Always be in 1-tick range.
Indeed. Solo mission coming under pressure immediately here. So this is going to play out. Solo mission will probably get beaten by West Ham, and then West Ham will have to fight Ditter. But don't discount solo mission just yet. Solo mission is going to put as much pressure on West Ham as possible. He needs to make it as difficult as possible for West Ham to fight Ditter Bitter, so that Ditter Bitter has an easy job and solo mission Snakes can take the win of Deadman 2025. Let's see how solo mission can do it. The man who created this tournament, let's see what he's got in his locker to finish this battle.
He's doing the same thing we saw last fight. Keep the distance from West Ham. Make it so that West Ham can't use that VLS spec on him. West Ham goes in for it now. Solo mission's on full HP. It's not the time to use a spec right there. Doesn't deal any damage. Solo just praying melee. Knows that West Ham's going to use it.
West Ham still has plenty of opportunity to spec with that VLS though. I want to see him do something nutty with it. He's got a 3-way spec there, VLS, Dragon Defender and B-Ring Eye. Let's see what he's got in his locker. I reckon he'll do something nutty with it though. He's absolutely cold with the NHing. He's going to go for a bolt here. Surely he'll fakey bolt soon and then go for that VLS. He has to. He has 100% spec, but Solo Mission is reading him and just praying melee because he knows he has to.
Solo Mission knows what he has to do, and that's just sit there, eat his food, pray melee, and attack West Ham back every time he's got a chance to. He's keeping the distance, just whittle his food down. It's going to make it easy for his team to secure this victory. West Ham now 2 Manta Rays left and half a brew, whereas Solo Mission still on 4 Manta Rays and 2 brew sips as well.
Wow, this is epic to see. Solo Mission is really digging in here. West Ham, surely he's going to come for the spec. He procced his sigil. It hits a 0. Unlucky for him. Goes for the bolt. Goes for the DD on top of Solo Mission. He's going to corner step. He's going to sidestep. He's going to do all he can. He's got 65% spec back. Sigil of the Lightbearer is regenerating his spec at a rapid rate. I want to see more VLS specs. That might be the only way to kill Solo Mission, but he's just waiting for that prime moment. Will he go back with the bolt? Yes, because Solo Mission thought he might VLS if he goes back with the bolt. Solo Mission is just being forced to pray melee. Maybe the strat here is to rag with the Dragon Crossbow for West Ham.
Solo Mission fully out of food right now. West Ham almost is as well. I've really enjoyed seeing him use that Sigil of the Lightbearer and Specialized Strikes in these fights, though. Feel like more people should have utilized this throughout the fight, because the special attacks have been the difference maker in a lot of these fights. Getting to use that multiple times is really strong.
This fight going right down to the wire, just a food each is all that separates them. If West Ham goes down here, that's the tournament over. He just needs to get that VLS spec, and he doesn't. He's going to go for it again. Solo Mission backing away. He's just opting to VLS on prayer here. There he goes. He gets the KO now.
The captain is down. It's what we saw before. Ditter Bitter and West Ham going at it. Will this be a win for the Snakes, or can West Ham VLS his way back to victory?
Will it be Ditter Bitter to finish this for the Solo Mission Snakes? A man that was vilified in this tournament for shady goings on. Will he manage to secure the window for the Solo Mission Snakes? Goes in with the Morrigan's Javelins. West Ham now having to do absolutely everything to defend. He's got nothing left. 71 HP is all he has to work with.
He's got that special attack ready to use on Ditter, but Ditter, experienced hybrid, Tribrid, knows what he's doing. Doesn't have to pray melee until West Ham's unfrozen and instantly goes for the freeze again. Catch that, keep your distance, don't let West Ham have any opportunity to get this KO and change the outcome of this final.
62 HP is all West Ham has left to keep his tournament hopes alive here. Will the Dino Nuggets do this, or will Ditter Bitter manage to win this for the Solo Mission Snakes? I think he's looking good. He managed to go for the Noxious Halley. It's double Noxious Halley there, and it's taking out West Ham's HP. West Ham's going to have to go for a Blood Barrage surely soon. He needs HP. He's only got 32. Here comes the VLS. It's a 52. Will there be more? Will there be more? There is more.
He gets it off prey crucially. Ditter Bitter slipping at that last moment. He needs to keep that prey melee up when West Ham's unfrozen. He can't be risking his hit points like that.
Ditter Bitter surely is going to finish this now. Surely this will be the end and Solo Mission Snakes win. Can West Ham do something? He's got 40% spec. I doubt he's combat potioned up. Surely Ditter Bitter can do it, and he has sealed the deal. We have a winner, Solo Mission Snakes.
That was incredible to see. It was a tall task to ask for the Dino Nuggets to try and come against that food advantage from the Solo Mission Snakes, and they just weren't able to do it.
Rough.
Solo Mission Snakes, excellent job of planning and strategizing throughout the week, getting 39 kills, coming in as the #1 seed and only dying 4 times as a team throughout the week.
They were dominant all season, all of the competition. They were dominant. They did a superb job. And it showed in the final. They just had that gear superiority, that food superiority, and they had some really competent NHs. Solo Mission himself said that they weren't the strongest team, but they made up for it with what they did at the breaches within the week, and they worked hard for it.
Yeah, no, don't have any standout PKs, but they didn't need it. The whole team, all round, was solid players.
West Ham was a G.
See Victim and Rakesy, Pure Spam, all doing great jobs in the first few rounds of fights, making it easy for Solo Mission and Ditter to come in and clinch the victory.
We barely saw Ditter Bitter fight this entire final because he didn't need to. The job was almost done most times by the time he got to come on the battlefield. So it was sad to see, really. I would have loved to see more, but you've got to say they were rampant, they delivered, they knew what they were doing, and they got the job done.
Yeah, Solo Mission's first pick, not having to do anything because the rest of his team that he chose doing a great job. Pure Spam going from caster to PKer, winning his first ever Demo All-Stars.
Oh,
congratulations.
That's got to feel good for him. He's an amazing caster, an amazing commentator, and I know we both look up to him as a superb commentator of these type of games, but when it comes to battling as well, he's superb.
Rexy as well.
Wow.
Back-to-back victories for Rexy.
A PvP god now. Well done to Rexy. Awesome stuff. Let's take a look then. This confirms it. The winner of Deadman 2025 is the Solo Mission Snakes. Beating Dino Nuggets, beating the Oda Block Warriors, they have clinched the victory.
They did incredibly well, and you have to think, if the Dino Nuggets, if West Ham hadn't taken out Boaty in that fight, would the Boaty Brawlers have been able to put up a better fight in the final versus Solo Mission Snakes? Could they have clinched it?
Maybe so. Maybe Boaty lost out for his team, unfortunately. Maybe Boaty Brawlers would have been a harder competitor for the Solo Mission Snakes. Wow. So we need to get some reaction to what we've just seen. I think we're all trying to process it. So let's cross live to Foe, who is going to give us commentary and interview with the winner. Hi, Foe. How are you doing after that?
Oh, doing well, man. Yo, congrats, Solo, on the win. Solo Mission Snakes take down the entire week. An absolutely solid showing. How do you feel, man?
Hey, I'm very happy to win with the boys. We had a great week, honestly. Like, we were calling it the vibes-based plan. Like, the plan went out the window straight away. Never planned to do DS2, never planned to do Wild Cup Sleeps, never planned to lock down MM2. We were just sort of going with the flow, which is exactly how I like to play these sort of things. Like, planning is all great, but I don't know, adaptability is the one on. Yeah, really proud of them. They all performed super well in the fights. I felt like I had to do basically nothing, to be honest, because Victim, Rexy, Pure Spam, they're MVPs, man. So good.
I gotta say, Rexy and Pure Spam were just solid. Victim did an amazing job, especially in the early fights. But I mean, Rexy's an absolute tank, dude. Absolute tank. And I think that this just shows that, you know, this event, Deadman Mode All-Stars in total, is just as much of a strategy game as it is a PvP ability game. You got some of the best PvPers in the game out there. Quite literally the best PvPer in the game, I would say Oda Block. But still, you know, the proper strategy, taking advantage of the rules, which everyone knew the same rule set. You know, we knew what the food rules.
Yeah, I think we played it as best as we played it as best that we could.
Yeah, I think so too.
The finals were very, very different this time from last time. No equal food, and they played better than us in the general week, and that paid off for them in the final.
Yeah, 100%. It was what's happening on the stream? I should probably get it up.
Probably just going to be them announcing the winner, I'd imagine. Interviewing Solo Mission. The chat just saying boo.
The chat is just.
I'm gonna give it a listen. Let's see. See what they have to say.
The stream is plummeting in views.
The amount of boos is crazy, dude.
Yeah, I get it. Fuck.
Is he even like? Are you watching the mainstream? Did they even say anything? I guess he's listening to the. No mind. I don't know. I just think it's crazy because listening to Oda Block, I listened to Oda Block for a minute. But it sounds like he, you know, the same things happen and nothing gets changed. So, like, I'm pretty sure he's been DDoS before. And I know that the servers have been targeted before too, but like JGX servers themselves, but I just think that like I'm pretty sure that I've seen Oda move to a new setup for the same reason of being DDoSed. although he said that it's never happened before, but I swear that it has. And he's had to move. And I don't know. He did say that like every tournament now he's gonna be like, it's good to hear that. It's good to hear that he's gonna try to be preventing it a little bit more, but it just surprises me that he hasn't already done that already. I don't know what else he said, but he said a couple other things like there's a little bit that I can get, but he said he didn't perform well either because like the new setup and everything and having to change, which again I think could be a little bit prevented. You know, changing your IP before tournaments and stuff like that, and playing a little bit safer, and expecting that to happen. So I hope in the future that he does. I really hope that he does. And then, although the other thing is like, yeah, I get it too. Like being in a new setup, you're not going to perform as well. He did take his mouse and his keyboard, but just hate to see that. As soon as he gets in, he gets DDoS, gets disconnected. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's rough.
It ruins the event for like so many people.
Yeah, that was sad. You really hate to see the community, you know, go so low as to do that.
Yeah, and like somebody knows that they're hurting, like, and they've won. They've essentially won. The person that's done that, or the people that have done that, they've won. They've been able to defeat Odablock and his community because all the people, his fans, you know, are rooting for him and like are even wanting to see PvP and see some of that performance in general.
And you know, it's just it's just somebody out of jealousy that's super spiteful about it, doing it too. Like it's somebody who Oda has probably killed in the past and from and was really salty. That has to be what is you know is what can be. I don't know because he used. I mean, that's his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sucks to see that people are gonna be so that negative.
The other thing, though, which I don't really care about, I think it would help to make events like this more successful. And Otis said this as well, almost every single event, because I know that we all know that Jagex has the money to be able to do this, and it would make the event even more successful and more hyped up. Like the amount of viewers that they're pulling in, the amount of money that they're making from the event, from the live stream. You know, it's got to be profitable for them. And
super profitable. There's loads of primes and subs and gifted subs throughout the entire event, multiple hype trains. Like that's just
and it would. You would think that it would be within their budget to get all the contenders to fly them out or get them all in one location and be all on the same server, be all in the same fair, like just create that fairness of it, and remove like network issues and all that kind of stuff. And be even more on top of like any sort of cheating.
Yeah, that was extremely rough to experience. Yeah, you're right though. I mean, like, and like, the thing is also like, you saw Messiah there. Messiah is in the UK, right? Could have drive there, but the fact that he made it there, like that, also shows like you have people there.
Oh yeah. Like they already have. I don't know this to be true, but I'm pretty sure that they have the venue. They have everything that they possibly could have to have people there, and the full setup and everything they need to be able to host that. Like, events like this shouldn't matter to them. This should be like their life and blood. To me, if I was a company and my business was gaming and I had hundreds of thousands of people watching, I'd be trying to make this event the best event to try to get more players and try to make this worth, everybody's time, and also show like my personal support of like how much I appreciate and how much I support the game. Like it just it seems very like maybe we can find like an extra soda that you can have when you when you go to an event and you're like, there's no food, there's no drinks, there's no water, there's no chairs. You just maybe there's something that you can find that you can get some scraps.
Hopefully. Possibly.
Or you have to go to across the street to the one like overexpensive, overpriced venue of some random fast food joint that's just like perfectly placed to make tons of profit off you. I don't know, because it happens once a year. They have like a couple of these events, maybe 1 or 2 events, big events, and they pull in numbers, and like all these content creators are also pulling numbers. I don't know. It seemed like it would be a smart idea to try to make this, put some money in it.
Yeah, right? You'd think so.
Who knows? Maybe for the future, though. Maybe we'll see brighter futures with all this, because I'm tired of seeing these DMM events be such a flop in the end. It's like a disgrace. It's the same thing that happens every single time. Even if it's different, it's still just the same thing. I don't know if anybody else was DDoS though, so at least that's a positive. I don't think that Jagex themselves was DDoS, and I don't think anybody else was DDoS. So, in a way, it seems like there's progress. There's like we're moving up.
Yeah, nobody was DDoSed. Yay. Other than Oda, it's a victory.
Yeah, the fact that that's like a, you know, try to look at it positively. There were some good fights again though. Like I did enjoy a lot of the fights.
What?
People are already making jokes. Like, there's a really funny one. I'll send it to you. There was another one that was really funny. There's no way you're clicking links already. That's so funny. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I think that's how people get it so easily, is that he's always opening these links from people, and I think that's how you can easily just get caught, and you don't even know. It could be like still like a half legit link or something, and you still wouldn't have no idea.
Oh, you're in Oda's stream. Got it. Oh, there we go. And I'm getting tired of losing these. Good, baby. All right. Now let's give him my IP address real quick.
Yeah. There was another one of like the South Park.
He was at a library.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's fucking good. That's so good.
There's another one of a South Park clip where I don't know who it is, but at Best Buy, and the guy is like, there's somebody at a computer like trying out the computer at Best Buy, and then like one of the characters comes in and just like pushes him off to the side and starts using that computer.
It's like
it's Otoblock. So like finding any computer he can have.
That's fucking hilarious. The memes are with absolute swiftness.
People are so quick with it, man. It's crazy. So you're still able to see like everything on Photoblock stream?
Not right now. Oh yeah, I'm still able to see it. It's alright.
Yeah, like you can see chat, you can see everything, you just can't chat.
Yeah, I just can't chat. Yeah, so it's not the worst. It's being silly. No way this scorpion just hit. Such a freak.
It's funny. Okay, you know what I said before too though? About the chair thing? It's funny because the casters don't have chairs.
That's that's so true. Wow.
I actually just put that together. Just like no way.
Yeah, they're just standing
I
there.
mean, maybe they wanted to stand. Maybe they're like, yeah, let's just stand. But it's just... Well, I was able to get another 100 laps in at April Toll.
100 laps? Last for what?
Yes, sir.
So confused. What are you laps for?
Agility.
Oh.
I actually figured the most important thing that I'll need for PvP is probably going to be agility. Oddly enough.
Ooh, your most hated skills.
Yeah. Just for the shortcuts. Like be able to use those shortcuts in the rev caves.
Ungodly.
Yeah, I think it's a necessity. Like it'll mean a possible escape or even a possible kill.
Oh yeah, it's super easy to drag people.
Yeah, any chance that I can get, I think I may as well try to take it. And I think I need 89 agility for the highest shortcut requirement.
Yeah, it is. I've been trying to work towards it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Get some of that. What have you been training for agility?
Wilderness.
Right, right. All right.
So I was like, come and get me. Bae. You try. Probably could get me at if he picked me up. Probably could have. Like join. The way to it's only +1. Honestly, not much of a tank.
Yeah, 89 Rev Caves. I think that's... This one is not. This one's Karazi Jungle. This one is Miradich. And then Shaman Caves. And there's this master clue step that requires you to use... Oh, it doesn't require, but it's really nice, really beneficial. It saves you a ton of the steps required to even get to this location for this clue step. And the agility requirement, though, is 90. But the amount of times that you probably use that shortcut is just... It's so rare. All for clue step. So you skip a whole bunch of stuff that you don't have to do. Like really tedious stuff, or like not really tedious stuff, but quite tedious stuff. Like you gotta have a pickaxe, and you gotta have like you have to have charge orb spell, and you have to have an orb, and then if this is the thing that I'm thinking about, which it might be. And you have to have something else too. You have to have a bunch of items to get through all these like hurdles. Or like you remember doing Legends Quest?
Yeah.
Like you go in these caves and stuff, and you have to go through all these things. At the very end of that, there's a spot where you have to dig for a master clue step. You have to go through all that to get there. Well, 89 agility wasn't in the books. Now it is. And how long is that going to take? I need 89. Need to get to 4.8 mil XP, which is 3 mil. I need to get 3.1 mil almost. Which at around, if I'm getting like 50, 60k, say 55k XP per hour. I'll take 55.5 hours of straight agility.
Oh my god, this I want to fucking die. Holy shit. It is one of the longest hunless I've ever fucking done in my life. The amount of fucking splashes. Unlift time, 5 minutes and 50 seconds. That's just... Ups. Wait.
You gonna run something?
Yeah.
I might consider trying Hollowed Sepulchre out again, giving it another chance. Because it is the best XP in the game. And if I have to do 55 hours of agility, if I do Sepulchre, that could cut like 10 hours. More than 10 hours.
No way. If you're doing just straight like the agility portion of it.
Well, I think you have to loot, like I'm pretty sure you have to loot the coffin to get the XP for the agility.
Oh really?
I don't know. Honestly, I've never fully understood the Sepulchre. I've tried a couple times and I've never been able to get it.
I don't mind it. Well, actually, I only did it like once or twice, but it was okay. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Yeah, if I getting around like 60, 70k, or if I'm getting close to 70k XP per hour from Sepulchre, if I do like an hour a day, it'll take me like a month and a half.
Yeah. Wait, what's your agility at?
78.
$75, that's great.
But some of those days I might be able to just like grind out, like maybe I grind out for like, 4 or 5 hours or something, or 6 hours, just like straight agility.
So you're going for 90?
89. It's gonna take so long, dude.
Yeah, Hollard's 3 mil for me. If Dennis isn't.
I might not bother with Sepultura though. I don't know. I just.
Damn, Brief Dennis is actually pretty good. Yeah, Sepultura will get you more XP, but it's more intensive.
Yeah.
Turkish Khan?
The plan is to do Poldenich and then do Releka. Just do rooftops. That's kind of like the original plan. I mean, I'm gonna do an Apatol just so I can get those laps done. Just so I can unlock those monkeys.
Wait, what monkeys?
There's like the monkey backpack. It's like a cape slot. It's just like, yeah, you seen those?
Yeah, I love those.
You can get one. You can get like the base one. It's free. And then from like 100 to 1,000 laps or something like that, you get all of them. Yeah, 2,000. Oh my goodness. So doing 2,000 laps nets you 1.1 mil XP.
Jesus fuck.
It's a lot slower, but it's still not bad. It's like 40 to 45k agility XP per hour, but it's actually really chill.
I'd still do Brief Dennis. Fuck it.
Oh, it says you can get like 55. I actually really like this because there's a fairy ring. Like you literally just pop right into the middle of the course, and at any point you run out of run energy, I just teleport to my house, refill, go right back, continue on. It's like instantaneous. And then once those laps are done, then I got all the backpack slots. Plus, it's cool being a monkey.
It is cool being a monkey.
What's the Prifdinus one?
What's up?
What's the Prifdinus course?
The rooftop.
Like
But it gives like a K300 every run. So for me, it would be 2,680 runs till I'm at.
Oh, you get the crystal shards.
Yeah, you get.
Oh, you get like almost a mil per hour doing that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good money maker as well. Yeah, I would honestly, I'm only saying I'm running it because I can corrupt my Bofa. not worry about charges, but also like prep both.
So what was that?
I said, yeah, I'd do it just because I can get crystal shards and get my corrupt both up.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. That's actually a pretty good play. I might move on to that. And do some I might do that actually. Instead of like I'll finish Apatol, finish all the laps at Apatol, and then go there and there. Go to there. Because you can gain 60k XP per hour at level 75.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that good.
It could be better too if you get the portals.
Yeah. And that's comparable. Like I was looking at Palvanich. I cap out at like 58k. And then Releka, when I'm level 80, I start looking at 16 or 59 to 63k.
Yeah, but I think Dorgesh Khan is even better, but I've never done Dorgesh Khan.
Oh, let's see. I've done it a couple times and it's kind of a pain.
Oh, really?
You have to have you have to have a crossbow and you have to have a grapple. And so you're I don't know if your grapple. I'm pretty sure that your grapple like has a good chance of getting used up. There's just like some places that it ends up getting like infinite uses on. I think, but I don't even see it here.
Yeah, but Dorgesh Khan.
Oh, Edgeville Dungeon.
It's
labeled Edgeville Dungeon Monkey Bars. Oh no, that's not it. So is that?
It gives around 1,700 double prift in it.
2,000 and
2,750.
2,750.
So it would be 1,279 laps from it. Yeah, which is literally half the amount of prift laps.
How's that not on here? How's that not on this list?
What? What are you
on? I'm on the agility training wiki and I don't even see Dorgesh Khan as an option.
Oh, I went to the agility calculator. Although Hollowed Sepulchre is still the best at 3,000 XP. If you're doing floors 1 through 3.
Oh, I see. Okay, you can get upwards of 63k agility XP per hour. Very similar rates per hour are doing. The chance to get this giant squirrel pet is around 50%, 15% higher at Dorgesh Khan.
Damn, somebody put the hydro.
It's different routes.
Yeah, the grapple rat is not the route to do. Looks like the main route.
Yeah, agility only.
Huh, that would be a good way of getting a pure up, though. You could do the quest. You know what? Actually, fuck it. Since we're here and we're do my first Colosseum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's see how it goes. Okay, well, let's see what do I.
All right, you're gonna want to bring full blue moon setup. The staff have blood barrage, ice barrage.
What's staff? Or yeah, I have the map.
Full blue moon. Full blue moon with the staff. No mage book. Get the blue moon staff. It's two-handed. You'll get this
ability with it.
I think you have. Let me just see. Let me see if it's actually worth getting. But I think with that setup, you get bonus. On for ancients or something. Blue Moon Spear. Let's see if there's a set bonus. Okay, so yes. When worn with all the pieces of Blue Moon armor set, player gains the Frost Weaver set effect. Oh, no. Doesn't matter. Never mind. Oh, wait, maybe it does. What's the special attack?
There's a video.
Yeah, on my Discord in the gaming section, resource tab, there's the video.
Just the gift
that explains the setup, but I think you could get away, like you could honestly get away with maybe a master wand and a mage book. As long as the master wand can autocast ancients. Which it can. Blue Moon Spear just has like a lot better stats, honestly, though. Yeah, Blue Moon Spear, I would just go with. You getting do you see it? You don't see it. Is it just empty?
No, it has the rune light set up.
Oh, the one in the gaming section. There's two different resources.
Might not be able to see it.
You don't see it?
I don't. No, I see. I got game chat looking for games and.
Oh man. Maybe go to let me just double check. Yeah, go to the top of my server, channels and roles, and then select the browse channels, and you should be able to see like any possible channels that may be hidden.
I might have it hit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay, cool.
How to get your first. Oh, the. Is that a Rancor, guys?
Shouldn't need Rancor. Oh no, he's got a kit. So the reason for the any of the trimmed kits for your items, they won't count. They'll go to your grave for free. They won't add to the death fees.
What necklaces?
So that's the, I think that's the Blood Fury.
I have torture or the. I don't have the fury. Do I need it? I mean, probably sell my anguish. I could probably sell. Tormented bracelet.
I'd say don't worry about the Blood Fury right now. You will want it though, but it's not huge.
Dragon Emerald?
Yeah, he uses emerald bolts, but honestly they're not really needed. You can just use like regular dragon bolts.
Can I just take my blowpipe instead? Take my blowpipe.
Yeah, you can if you want. So the thing with the setup that he uses and why he brings the crossbow is he uses the dragon crossbow spec on the Fremennik warband to get rid of them right off the bat. So he starts off, freezes them, they're frozen, he blood barrages, kills the melee, does some damage on the ranger, and then he dragon crossbow bolt specs the major, and then it kills the major, and then it bounces and kills the ranger. And then they're dead.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take the blow pipe.
Because you can heal off. You can heal off a few things with Blood Barrage. You want to mainly heal off any meleeers. You can heal off the rangers a little bit, and honestly the major, but mainly the meleeer. So first wave is the easiest, obviously, but first wave is a Fremnik Warband. Fremnik Warband is every wave, but Fremnik Warband, which is the major, melee, and a ranger. And they will always find you. You cannot safe spot them. You cannot, you cannot corner trap them. You cannot trap them behind the pillar. They always will path towards you. So you can run, but you cannot hide. You can actually walk, but you cannot hide.
What?
Little variance in the setup too is having the fire cape instead of the mage cape. So I probably wouldn't do that though at the beginning. But when you get to soul, it's melee, so you want a little bit more melee support if you can, to make the fight go by a little bit quicker. So that's why I would at some point I would probably swap out bringing the mage cape with the fire cape. He brings blood, soul, water, and death, I think. For blood barrage and ice barrage.
You pre-brew it?
Yep. Oh, you could use the house tally to get there. And use the Civatus teleport.
You need to go. Does he bring soul rune?
What do you need? Like, it might not be soul runes. Whatever it is for blood barrage and ice barrage. There's also a bank just outside of the Colosseum. There's also a... Yep. You can use the Quetzal. Oh, you can't use the Quetzal yet. That's interesting. Why can't you use the Quetzal? You must need glory, maybe. Why is all those locked? Or maybe you have to build it.
I have to build.
I recommend building that one. Yeah, you might have to build it. I recommend building that one when you get a chance. They're pretty cheap to build.
Oh yeah. Been working on others.
Yeah, because you can quickly hop over there, and then there's that bank that you can use. So I recommend also using Metronome plugin and setting the counter to 5 and having that visual. You can have it above your character. You can have the reason for that is that you leave on a very specific tick. I also recommend going in there and before you even start, mark a bunch of tiles. I can share my screen too when you're ready for that. And I can go in there and I could show you exactly what tiles and explain them all. I think the visual metronome is a separate like additional plugin. Or that, but yeah, I guess that works too. So let me see what this is. Okay, I'm gonna send you. Oh gosh. I'll just send this to you like private message. That links to the start of watching how to start the wave. This is like probably the most important part. Even if you get everything.
Wix, one platform.
Like this is like the foundation. You start that and you watch that for like a couple, make a minute. It should start the video at like 5 minutes and 20 seconds or something.
Just chilling. Watching this. 15K CTOA, $30. What are you talking about?
You gonna give me 15? Are you gonna give me $30 if we run 15 KC with you?
Nice.
Our boosting service starting?
Feeling really comfortable
I
with
think
it.
I would do it for $30.
On my next two examples, I'm going to show you what it looks like if you're running too early or if you're running too late. Sometimes if you run too early, you won't notice the difference. But the thing we're going to look for to know if you're running too early is if anything spawns between these two pillars.
You got the timing down?
For example,
Did you watch that part?
2, 3, 4, 5. It happened. See, one spawned between the pillars.
Okay,
They
I
should
can show
never
you
spawn
tiles.
between the pillars. If it ever spawns there, it means you're running.
Let me how do you do
Run At
this?
Colosseum pack?
Do you have
Running too early, and you want to try run a
Line
little bit
marker.
later than you've been doing.
plugin?
No, I didn't. Downloaded it.
Okay, this is gonna give you a bunch. Just delete the ones you don't want or hide them. I think. So you should be able to download that, and then you should be able to import it. And it will copy the lines. There's also, I think those are the same or very identical lines that somebody else uses, but I think I'm made and configured my own. But that's not tiles. Tiles you might just have to mark because I don't know. Oh, maybe I'll be able to export them.
And
Never
the
mind.
final thing to look at
If I
now
go
is
over
what
there, I
happens
might be
if
able to
we
export
run
them.
too late. How can you tell if you are running too late?
Yeah, export ground markers.
Well, the way you can tell if you're running too late is
Okay.
if anything attacks you at the start
forgot
of the
about that.
wave.
Okay, I'll give you the
Just like
tiles
this.
too.
1, 2, 3.
But I'll
4,
explain them.
run.
I'll need
Oops,
to explain
didn't run.
all of them.
Watch this
anyway.
major here. It attacked me. That means I ran too late. I'm going to do one more wave 1 to talk
Oh,
about
this
the
is-
reinforcements. We'll get the timing right this time. 2,
It's
3,
saying 80
4,
ground markers
click.
and there's not 80, so I don't know
We're
what you're
gonna
getting,
play
but you're getting
mage,
all bunch.
Get my blood barrage ready. Blood barrage twice. Stab twice. Only had to stab once because sometimes blood barrage cleaves. It's nice when it does that. And now we deal with middle spawns. So this is why we want a range weapon, so we can stay behind the safety of the pillar. Safety of the pillar is super important, because usually there's going to be a whole bunch of minions stacked up behind this pillar here, and here is going to be safe from them. And it's going to be safe until the reinforcements spawn.
Oh, I
And when
appreciate
the
that, thank you.
reinforcements spawn, they're going to run along the side of the pillar
Yeah.
here, But this spot and this spot here are safe from them. These are your two most friendly tiles. It will always be a meleeer, and sometimes there'll be a major with it on some of the trickier waves. When the major comes around first, you can often
All right, I see. Watch you lose your little monkey totem. Or are you teleporting?
Wait, I'll just leave. I'll just explain. I got a lot that I can explain here. I think depending on how you're feeling with the first, like, let's get through the first wave, then get through the second wave, and then I think you can get through the third wave. I think you can do that. I think that'd be a pretty good goal. But anyways, yeah, you're able to see my screen, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and did you get all these tiles?
I'd have to go in the Colosseum. Oh, wait. I have it downloaded. It's gonna be like the tiles for like across the entire game.
Yes, this is for everything. So start tile, obviously, we're gonna run to the green tile. This green tile is associated with this green tile. This blue tile is associated with this blue tile.
Mouse isn't pulling up, by the way.
What's that?
I don't see your mouse, by the way, but I see what you're talking about.
Oh, shoot. I hate how it does that.
I bring the Fang better.
I don't recommend it for first cape. For first quiver.
Like there, and there. Oh.
Okay, you see. All right. You see my mouse now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this blue tile, this blue tile, this green tile, this green tile, those are associated from the start because this is a spawn, this tile. You'll have a spawn here, this blue tile, you can have a spawn here. And in some waves you can have both two spawns on a wave there. This means that when you run here, I always run to the green. But running to the green tile means that the timing, these will be off tick. And if you have a spawn here, you can run to this tile, and they will automatically be off ticked. I'll have to get into, like, I'll have to pull that up to remember exactly, because I don't remember exactly fully what it means, but that's not really important for right now. But I always run to the green
and that's what I recommend at first. This will be a little bit advanced for later on, but that's just so you know. Now, I always run here first. Ice Barrage, when they get around me, they'll be standing. And let me just go like this. Yeah, they'll stand here, here, and here. We Ice Barrage this one. These two become frozen. You run down here. Blood Barrage. And then finish off these two. This guy will be coming around. He'll see you. Just pray whatever this is. And you can move between these tiles. You move here. If this is a javelin thrower, he'll throw javelins at you. The reason why I run down here is because you normally turn on volatility. Volatility means that these guys die, and then they have an explosion around them. And this keeps you out of range from any of the explosions. So you're safe. That's why I run down. You normally run back up after these are dead. So you run back up here. For the first 6 waves, you get reinforcements. They always spawn here. And then they'll come down and path towards you, and then they'll see you here. The meleeer will get stuck here as long as you're on these 2 tiles. If you're here, he will hit you here. So if you stay on these 2 tiles for the first 6 waves, you're safe. And if you step back, he'll be able to get you, and then yeah. After the 6 waves, you can actually stand on these tiles. But with volatility on, you'll also explode. You'll be safe for volatility 1, but volatility 2, you won't be. So just always remember volatility. You get used to that. The major will be able to come down and see you if he comes first. In waves, I think waves 2 and 3, you'll be able to, you'll get a meleeer and a major.
All right, somebody said volatility 3 drops a tactical nuke whenever an.
Yeah, for this strategy, volatility 3, like you want to take volatility all the way up to 3. It's not really a problem. You just become conscious of it, and then it becomes custom, and then it's just always expected, and it's pretty free. This tile down here, these are some of the more important ones. They're based on the stack of what you have here. You know, all these NPCs 3x3. The major, like the little guy, the little shaman, he can't actually see you from down here. And so if he's stuck here, or if he's stuck behind a javelin thrower, you can be here, and you can move to this tile, or even move out to this tile. But you move out here for a little bit. The javelin thrower will step out, and then the major will step out, and then you go back, and he'll already start to path towards you. And then you want to go back over here, and then run up. You actually want to run up in this line, so that he stays here, and then he starts to path down. So there is a difference between these 2 tiles and running out to this tile, depending on what the stack is. And
This will be for advanced stuff too later on. This tile is a melee tile for later on, so we won't worry about that yet. This is for the big Minotaur. Minotaur will get trapped here. He won't be able to get you. This is really, really rare use case, but it's there. This tile is very, very, very good. This tile probably will be used very frequently. Right off the bat, like wave 2, you get a javelin thrower, you get a major, and they both spawn here, and they both coming down. You got a ranger, you got a major, both hitting you. You finish off the warband. You come up here, they're coming towards you, and they're both there. And say they're both same tick. The best thing that you could do is actually just run over here. They'll stack nicely here. You can just wait for reinforcements. This the melee will pop up, and you'll get stuck like right here. You can move to this tile. This tile is always safe. Oh, this is also safe. This tile and this tile. So if you have a javelin thrower here, and you need to move tiles, you can move between these two, and then you'll be safe over here.
Electric.
From anything that's behind here still.
Just talking about yourself in my chat.
But the meleeer will be trapped here, and he can't get you.
Oh, okay.
But if there is a major there, the major will still be able to get you, but the meleeer will be trapped. So you can deal with these two things here before you deal with what's here. And so just in some cases,
pray mage and then attack, kill the major, and then the melee. If there's both.
Yeah. And then once these two things are done, you can go back to solving this stack. So
ridiculous.
This is what will happen. Say a major and a ranger spawn. We move to this tile. We see the major and the ranger spawn. They're coming down. Instead of freezing here, and you see this coming, just go here. Just go right into this spot, wherever but you can go here, right off the bat. Freeze the warband here instead.
You've been doing all right, man.
And then go down right off the bat. And then these two guys are not even
going through a whole bunch of stuff.
Not even on you. Don't even worry about them. This will be like wave 2 and 3 that you can use this. Finish these guys off. Wait for reinforcements if you want, or you can go right off the bat and start dealing with these if you wanted.
Probably wait for reinforcements.
This will probably be the best. Yeah, wait here, finish this off. Then you got nothing to worry about. But this wave 2 will probably be the toughest part, and this will be the first part to learn. When you have a javelin thrower and a shaman, because in some cases down here, you can actually shuffle. You can move between these two tiles, and the javelin thrower will kind of shuffle one way and then the other way, and then the other guy will shuffle the one way the other way, and then he'll actually come down, and they'll be beside each other. They'll be stacked, one here, and then you can deal with one at a time. That doesn't always happen, but the shuffling works here. The shuffling does not work here on this side anywhere. So you have to off tick what's stacked here. And in order to do that, it is guaranteed to off tick by standing on this purple tile and going to this purple tile. You will always off tick this. And you always pray the thing in the back first, and then you pray the thing in the front. And you just alternate back and forth. Watch the attacks. You watch the major attack, and as soon as you see the animation start, you switch to what this is. So you start with mage, and then you pray range after you see the attack, and then you go wait for this attack, and then you pray back. Go back to range mage, and then when you see the mage attack, you go back. This attack, and then you go back, and you just alternate. So it'll look like this, and then you go, okay, range attack, and then he does this attack, and then you go back, and then back, and then you go attack. And at this point, they're off ticked, and you can move up, or you can just stay standing there. But you can move up, and you can move up here. You can move up anywhere if you needed to, because he'll throw a javelin in the air, and you have to move. You can't pray against those. So that will be the trickiest part. This will be the trickiest part, getting this down, getting the prayers right, and then moving when the guy throws the javelin at you. In like such scenarios like that, you know, the best thing to do is just like pray rigor, try to kill the thing, try to kill one of them as fast as you can. And then once one of them is off you, the shaman is a little bit weaker. You can kill that first, and then just have the javelin thrower left, and then you're just praying range.
Okay.
That's what these two purple tiles are for, is for when on this north side of the pillar.
Wait, why do
the
I
reason
go
why
north
I've
side
got
again?
a line.
There's south side spawns.
What's that?
So I go north if there's south side spawns.
Yeah, if there's two early waves, you can use this. This doesn't work. This tile doesn't work, and going north is not an option past like even past like wave 5 and 6, even maybe 4. Don't use this. Sometimes you can, depending on if there's something here, and then maybe something else that spawns, and they're all going to be stacked here. If you go here and something spawns here, it's going to pull out and see you as well, so you can have like 2 things here, and it won't matter going here. But if you do have 2 things here, yes, you can still use this. Past wave 6 though, you cannot use this at all.
Yeah.
Because the Minotaur will he'll get to you there. He'll be able to get to you there. And you'll have enough stuff that it won't matter. But actually, like, it's kind of funny because after wave 6, it actually gets a little bit easier. Like wave 7, a little bit easier. Wave 8, same thing. But I have this line marked for a reason. And the other thing that I do is I zoom out the minimap a little bit, just in case I miss an NPC that's stuck up here. If this NPC is stuck here, he cannot get you. But if you move to this tile, the pathing, he'll immediately be able to path down to. So stepping out north can be very dangerous, because if you already have 2 things here, you add another thing to the pile really quickly by stepping out. That's why this is here. So this line is an extra safe zone. You can step out to here and here, because sometimes you have to step out from this middle tile to like tick these 2 things. By stepping from this middle tile and stepping to here, the back thing will see you first, and then the front thing will see you next. And so you can off tick them. So you pray this thing, and then you immediately wait for the attack, you pray this, and then go back. And then you just keep going back and forth, waiting for the attacks. This line is safe. So if you get javelin thrower and you're trying to move around in here, you can move in this area if there's stuff here. And if there's something back here, he will move out and he'll see you here. Like, he'll try to path towards you here, but his big butt will stop himself there if you move out here. So, and he won't be able to attack you if you move up to this point. If you move past this point, he can attack you from there. So that's why this line is here and this line is here, making this safe from the thing back here. Normally, again, if you wanted to, I typically run out to this pillar when I have, again, the mage stuck here, and I pull them out, and then I come back in, and then just get one NPC on me, and then javelin thrower. It's a little bit easier to deal with that for the early waves. Yeah. There is a few things for off-ticking that you'll need to learn. Just remember that standing here and going out, everything will see you at the same time. So if you have 2 javelin throwers here, yeah, they're easy, right? You just pray range. But if you have 2 opposite NPCs, a mage and a range, you off-tick them by standing here and going out. You can actually stand here or here, and then you can go out. And if there's 3 NPCs, and you stand back here and you go out, the last one will see you, and then these 2 will see you together.
Oh, I see.
You can use this tile, or you can go like this. Like you can path this way, or you can use this way. The other thing, and this is probably the best thing for later, a little bit later on. This is like a last resort, and I recommend using this. Doing this. If you've got a bunch of stuff here, you got 3 NPCs. Pray range, pray rigor, or pray whatever is going to hit you the most. Stand on this tile and click on this orange tile. If you know what's going to hit you, you can try praying it. And then once you get to this tile, these guys will path like this. This guy will come down, get stuck here. This guy will come down, get stuck here. And then this guy will come down, and he'll come down and see you. And you can actually corner trap him. What's that?
You can take one at a time.
Yep. And you can corner trap this guy. As soon as you see this guy, get to here, you can step on this tile, and he won't be able to attack you. Because sometimes this could happen. You have an NPC here, you have an NPC here, and you have this guy. This guy comes down, and as long as you're standing on this tile, he'll come down and he'll stop right there. And then the other guy will come down and he could come down here. If this guy's big, he'll actually create a wall, and he'll be able to come down here. If you have an NPC here, he'll be able to come down and see you like here. So if you have this NPC here that's coming down, he's going to see you. This one's going to see you. You can step here, corner trap this guy, and then deal with this. You're not able to do the corner trap though if this is a javelin thrower, because the javelin thrower will throw the spear, and you'll be taking a lot of damage from that, and then you'll have to move, and then this guy will see you too. It's messy, but you can also, if you do end up having 2 things, you can actually go here and then deal with this NPC. But a lot of times you end up getting a stack here too, but you'll be able to see. This is like the this is a good run. And then as a last resort, again, you can run again to continue on. If you've got a nasty stack, again, you can run again. But that's it, right? From right here, you'll usually be able to deal with the last 2 things. But it's very specific that it's this tile that you have to run to and wait for things to come down, because you might use solar flare. Solar flare, there's a little orb that will go around the pillar, and going to this tile, you're safe there. You don't have to think about that. So that's why it's this tile.
Well,
yeah,
ready.
I got lots that I could continue to tell you, but I think the best thing probably would be at this point to get in there.
Get in there. All right, let's see.
It'll be tough, but you're using you're gonna be a ice barrage, right?
Yeah.
Getting the timing, and the reason for the timing, again, you'll hear the tick, you hear the sound when you press the continue button, right? You hear the sound, and then you can even just count as you're watching the ticks. Whatever tick cycle it is on, it doesn't really matter what number it's on. You can just be counting and follow along with the count. 2, 3, 4, click. And because if you run too soon, things can spawn right over here, other than up here where you want them to spawn. And if you run too late, things will spawn and then see you and start attacking you.
All right, we have Blasphemy, Relentless, ALT.
Also, you can import the line markers that I gave you. You always take Blasphemy.
It won't let me.
Go click the line marker, the one just underneath the trophy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a ground marker. Yeah. Yeah, and then import from there.
Won't let me. Oh well, I think I got it though.
Maybe just like re-download the first bundle.
Yeah, I'll work on that in a sec. I should take.
Yeah, always take the first one. You always take Blasphemy. Once you kill the melee, you can run down, and then you'll avoid the hits from all those guys. Yeah, if you stand one more tile towards the pillar, he'll come around and he'll see you, and then you'll be safe from that melee. If that melee ends up pathing down, but he's safe behind the pillar.
So go one tile north.
Okay, now for that dealing with the melee, go south. You go south out of the pillar, step out south of the pillar one tile. Yep, and you can hit him and he won't get you. So he's stuck there. So his southwest tile is essentially his brain, and that's how he's trying to path towards you. So he sees you there and he's trying to path towards you, but he doesn't recognize the other side of him exists. And so he gets stuck there. If you go one more tile, he'll be able to come down and be able to get you.
Okay, I have Blasphemy 2 or
What you're gonna want to do here. The thing after that was good. By the way, that was really good. Very easy. That was first wave is really easy. Yeah, like and look how much money you get from just doing that.
Oh, I didn't do the thing that where you health. All right, well, I'll fight him here.
Yeah, no, that was good. Though that still worked. Right.
Which
you're safe. You're safe from stepping out from that tile. And anything pathing down. That one you got. Let's see. You got Doom. You got what's the other one? Quartet. You never take Quartet. Doom is a one that you want to take a little bit later on, maybe. But yeah, Blasphemy is a really good one to take all the way to level 3. But it's fine. You're gonna want to do something a little bit weird here, but as soon as you press the continue button, run to the start, and then run to the safe spot. I think that can work. Because you want to start at the start, because like once you finish a wave, you always want to get to that start tile. Runs north of the pillar. Yep.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
And turn off auto retaliate. You tanked so many hits there. You should be able to move once you freeze them. I'll pray melee against that big guy.
Yeah, the auto retaliate really fucked me.
Yeah, it did.
I had no idea I had auto retaliate.
Yeah. For the other than what went wrong, you freeze. Let's see you now try to freeze the warband, and then immediately after you freeze them, move down. And then the same thing when you move north of when you get that spawn like that on wave 2, you get that spawn. Immediately move to the north, wait for the warband, freeze them, and immediately move out of the way from them being able to hit you. And move to that yellow tile, that most northern tile, and pick off the rest of the warband, and then you're safe for if you are still focusing on the warband for that melee to spawn, and you're safe. Another thing, I'll tell you what to pray, and you'll get used to what needs to be prayed, and it actually is not set in stone for what needs to be pray every wave, but it's a like recommendation. As soon as you run, you can turn on a prayer. For the first wave, you can always just turn on Pray Mage. Second wave, you turn on Pray Melee or Range. Third wave, Pray Range. That was nice. That was exactly what you want to do. I might even, with that strategy, I might even blow pipe those guys. Because you always max hit against them. And you'll just be able to DPS and kill them pretty quickly.
So yeah, where you're standing right now, where you were standing with the when you were attacking the major. Oh yeah, not right there. Yeah, that corner tile. When he's north of the pillar, you're also safe there. And this is where if you got hit, you can use ice blood, heal off him if you needed to. Otherwise, just like kill him down with whatever. I'd probably kill him down with
So I have bees, anti-mayhem, awful, blasphemy.
So bees is never an option. Blasphemy 2 is again always a good option. Manti Mayhem can be a good option when you get used to dealing with the manticores. The manticores are actually they can be pretty easy to deal with, but
we'll do blasphemy 2.
That's a very easy spawn, so you can deal with the Fremnik. You can even after. I recommend just waiting for reinforcements. Unless those guys, those guys are actually they're in a QP stack or whatever. Well, not a QP stack, but they're just like they're side by side. Oh, go. Oh, okay, you're good.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, javelin thrower. Remember, just don't go north. Don't ever go north unless you want to deal with the melee first. You can like pop out. Always try to hug the pillar. Like always try to stay really close to the pillar. But I recommend doing just working at them one by one. And you can step out close to the pillar, pray range. And when you see him do an animation that he throws the javelin up in the air, and you'll start to see a shadow on the ground, you just have to leave that tile and go to a new tile.
I don't know which tile to go to.
You can just you can be close and you can just run out to any of the south tiles, south side of the pillar. Yep. It's just the ranger. He's the only one that can see you there. As long as you kind of stay in that area, even if you get to melee distance, the shaman still can't see you. So now he did that animation. You just move. Easy enough. Nice.
Oh no.
You can't. What'd you do? Oh no. I just blowpipe all these guys to death and then leave. You can stand closer to him too. Like you can move up. You move up all the way on the south side of that pillar if you need to. So that you can blow pipe. All right, and then same thing. Pray mage, and you can step out, and they'll one guy at a time.
Just claim, pretty much. I hit claim and then I leave.
Oh, yep. Sorry, I was muted. And then go pick up. You can get that chest. Yep. Yep. I mean, I think I'm seeing stuff, but delayed. Yeah, this is actually not bad loot, right? Like, you do that pretty quickly, and
It's not bad. I can't believe
yeah, you did pretty good. I think you can get past. You can get past into wave 4, no problem.
I can't believe my Bofa ran out of charges. I have 20,000 charges. That should be enough. I don't know if I want to take the blowpipe now.
Yeah, I actually really liked using the dragon cross spec and using the dragon bolts. We can give you yeah, I can give you some. I can go get some and give you some.
I tank some serious hits.
You I think you just I think that was pretty clean one. That was a lot better. Already like it's already going pretty well. I'll I can show you what happens if you get to you need to off tick.
I have soul.
Blasphemy. Solar flare is like a really last resort. It really actually just messes up stuff. So I don't really recommend taking it unless it's later on. Because then it actually doesn't really matter later on. Like past wave 6, it's actually fine to take. Also not a bad spawn. It's yep, stay close to the pillar, deal with that guy. When reinforcements comes, you'll be able to be safe from that melee. So just as long as you don't move.
Yeah, about that.
You could have gone back behind where you were. And stay on that tile until they stack. Because now you got 2 guys there. You can go north, or you can go east. Northeast, no, south. West. You can go the melee side and pray melee just in case he comes up to you, which I think he will. And deal with just the meleeer. So you can pop out and he'll probably come down and then pray melee. Oh yeah, you can deal with just him. You don't have to pray melee. And then I'll tell you how to deal with the stack there. Once he's dead, quickly go back behind the pillar. Perfect. All right. To deal with this, the best way to do is pray like range and pray ranged and pray rigor. Go all the way south, go all the way south. And you're gonna want to step east, the furthest east tile, so that ranger, the major comes down and pass towards you. So you'll want to step out the southeast side. Yeah. So if that and then go south if you can, like even further south, as far south as you can. If he doesn't path, okay, he doesn't path, so just run to the other pillar, run to the east pillar, and run from run from there where you're standing. It's fine. And run to the Yep, perfect. You did that perfectly, actually. I was gonna try to tell you how to do that, but when you stand like on the closest side, that one NPC will path towards you first to that south side of the pillar, and then you can actually I think on that other side where you were, you can actually like jiggle them a little bit. Yeah, you're doing really good actually. You're doing a lot of stuff that I don't even have to tell you to do. Yeah, one thing that you're doing there is like, it's a good idea to run back and get close to the start tile again, and so you're, yeah, very good. And when you know it's one NPC, after reinforcements, that's it. There's no more other reinforcements, so that you know that it's just that NPC that's left. You can stand almost anywhere.
Damn, that was a weird wave too. Such a strange. All around the Colosseum.
Oh, that was pretty good though. I mean, yeah. You panicked when that melee came around, and you didn't need to, but now you know. Hopefully, you know. You'll be perfectly safe to just stay there. Re-entry, you do not want to take that. The other one, what's the other one?
Frailty.
Frailty, yeah, frailty could be an option. I can't remember what it is. Oh yeah, frailty is not an option.
Blasphemy 3 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this wave, I'll tell you what it is before you start. You got 2 javelin throwers instead of just the one. You got the shaman and 2 javelin throwers this time. So there's a good chance, depending on what is on you, if you got 2 javelin throwers on you from the south side, just stay like a normal. Stay on the normal side of the pillar. If you've got a mage and a javelin thrower, go north and then pray against the thing that is east. And then go to that melee safe spot. You can deal with the Fremnik, deal with the reinforcements, and then remember the 2 tiles. It's probably going to happen. If you get lucky, you probably would just be able to play this normally. You can close that menu. Yeah, you can close that menu, change gear, pot, eat, whatever you need to before you start away. Okay, just pray range. Oh no, you're fine. They're actually all stacked. You're good. Look, they're doing a lot of work towards you.
Yeah, that was a ton of damage. That was hard. Damn.
Let's see. Were you able to cast Blood Barrage?
Yes.
Or
Blood Ice Barrage now.
Ice Barrage.
I have to use Cotton Brew. I could come back whenever I get, or I am pretty close. It'd be worth it.
I'm just trying to see what happened. You had the mage level. Weird. Weird. You should watch that back. But you somehow misclicked. It didn't look like it though.
What did I miss?
I can't explain that one. I actually just can't explain that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you clicked on the Ranger. You were able to, like, you ice barraged the Ranger, and it didn't hit the Ranger. It just hit the Shaman, or the Major. And then, yeah. They didn't even get hit. Yeah, I'll send you the clip. I'll watch it back one more time in slow motion.
Yeah, let me see.
Stuck at 99%. All right, there we go. Oh, the first thing that went wrong there anyway was you didn't run soon enough, but that's... Okay, just pray range. Oh no, you're fine. They're actually all stacked. You're good. Yeah, you splashed.
Damn. Yeah. I saw the splash and I was like, fuck. But I mean, I liked the... I feel like it was working, the back and forth, but I should have just stayed on mage.
In that scenario, since your mage setup, you'll be able to finish off the meleeer, get him off you. The major can't hit you. Unless you, well, he can, but if you move, he won't. Actually, I don't know. I don't think, he can't hit you there. So the major is fine. You can ignore the major. He's frozen. Kill the meleeer. And then just pray range against the archer. And then try to melee him as fast as you can. I am so surprised that you splashed there, though. Like...
That doesn't even make sense. What is the accuracy of the... What is your mage accuracy right now?
Man, you're even lazy flicking the rigger? Holy smokes. Who taught you that?
Okay. Flip flare, beat.
Pretty good though. That's what I like to see. Yeah. Blasphemy's best. There. Perfect timing on when you need to go. As soon as you see XP drop there too with the warband, you can run. The faster you are, like when you freeze them and run, you can actually avoid getting hit by any of them. All right, be careful. On the mini map, this is what I want you to recognize. Look at the mini map and tell me what you see.
Guy coming. I saw him, I was like, oh fuck. How this comes out.
There's one more thing.
Oh, there's a green. Oh, there's a ranger.
Yeah, like look where that ranger's at.
Yeah, there's another pillar.
So it's really nice. It's really nice that they get stuck there, right? So it makes that wave really easy to deal with. But just remember that he's there and he can be there. So if you end up running north again, remember as soon as you run north, you can even try that now. It's kind of a strat so that you don't run towards him. But you can go try that out. So run back. Unless you already know what I mean by that.
What?
Yeah, run back to where you were on that normal
first
where you normally go. Yeah. And then step out step out south. And you'll know that he can't hit you. Right? Step out north and he'll be able to immediately path down.
Oh.
And then you can go back behind the pillar and you can wait for him to come down. Yeah.
Okay, we blaspheme.
A lot of it just ends up becoming like muscle memory, and you become really familiar and you get comfortable understanding the movements and stuff like that. Very, very useful to know and get comfortable with. All right, you said blasphemy for 3. It looks like Manticore and Frailty.
Yeah, I am in Frailty. I guess blasphemy 3. Could take Frailty, but
yeah, yeah. Frailty can be an option that you'll take. The thing with invocations, how they work, is that when you take one, you're likely to see again. And so if you start taking Frailty, pray range here. Oh, you didn't want to move north.
I didn't. Nope, I did not. Oh god. I was being way too ballsy with that. Way too ballsy. What? Okay.
A lot of times, just when you move, you're gonna be ready with the freeze, right? But just take a look at what's coming towards you, and then if you think that something's gonna come towards you and hit you, just pray against it. But you can start that wave. You can start wave 2 and 3 just praying range right off the bat.
Oh, I could have been fine praying rain. I don't know, the major was crawled around.
That in that way on that wave you were fine praying range.
Oh shit.
I kind of want to get you to like share your screen on Discord so I can get like the real time, but I don't know how. If you can. If you can. If you think you can. Otherwise if it's too hard on the internet or whatever, then yeah, don't bother.
Be good. See it still?
Right. Yes, sir. See, how does yours... Oh, are you doing... Did you share your screen? Or did you share the client? The window?
I think I shared the client.
Because I can see your mouse. Yeah, you're good to stay there. You can actually go back there just so you know that you're safe. And as long as you're not within one tile, see? You're perfectly fine.
Oh shit.
And you can move between that tile and the south tile. Because there's usually things that are still east. And you're fine.
I have last meet at re-entry. What's re-entry? Javelin leaves a temporary pool of molten. Oh wow, that's awful.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's actually really tough for first. I thought it wasn't that bad. I tried using it. It is awful. Even the higher levels that it gets to is just, it's almost undoable. It's
How many
so
attempts?
painful to deal with.
How many times have we probably done it? 4 or 5 now?
Yeah, like 4 or 5. I'll tell you now, you were a little bit late.
Oh no, oh no. That berserker hits. If I splash, I'm
Yeah,
fucked.
I'm surprised you're splashing. We should look at what your stats are. But the in that case, stay. Once you move, stay. Pray melee against whatever's on you. Kill the meleeer.
I hate that it fucks up my.
Honestly, I hate that too. I wish it would just like do the thing with the equip, like just put your stuff back. All right, I think I know a switch. Let's get rid of the dragon boots.
Oh yeah, doing the Arrhenius.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Arrhenias or like devout boots or yeah, I think Arrhenias are gonna be way better.
Echo boots. Essence.
Yeah, your mage is 114. I need to check what the you should still be able to hit with
That's right.
They'll be like 15 mil. You have to buy guardian boots and then you have to buy echo crystal.
Oh,
and then you
right.
can't sell them.
Well, Rainy is good. God, I accidentally got rid of my placeholders one time and never have the bank knife.
On your bank.
Let's see. Need to make Colosseum.
No, I'm just really surprised that you're splashing on them on the Fremnik Warband. There we go. Maybe that made like all the difference. Because dragon boots actually give you a negative accuracy for mage. Yeah, that's already feeling, I don't know, that's already feeling better for some reason. But we'll have to see.
Totemic?
Nope,
Blasphemy?
never take that one. Yeah, the options are Manti Mayhem and Blasphemy, but Blasphemy is definitely going to be the better choice. Oh yeah, we're hitting every time now. So far so good. This is this is looking better. All right, what you just did, you didn't realize what you did, but how you moved up from that center tile on that white one, or the yellow one, up to that corner, was you're able to shuffle the major from being stacked with the javelin thrower, and you were able to just deal with the major there. And you can heal off the melee. always manually cast on that melee or two. You for whatever reason you get brewed down or you die and you forget that you cast not set anymore. It's almost immediate death. So I just always recommend start with manual cast when you're healing. There's a little tip.
Okay, frailty, relentless, re-entry.
Okay, frailty again is not a great option at all. Relentless is probably your best. It sucks, but it's your best. Again, like 1 tick late when you move to the pillar. All right. Before you do anything, wait for the reinforcements.
Oh, yeah.
Stay there, wait for him to get there. Perfect. All right, after he's dead, I want you to wait. And you actually have 2 options here. Situational wise, the easiest is actually to pray range and go north of the pillar. The shaman won't be able to see you. Depending on where you go, for the most part, he won't be able to see you. So you could deal with both the rangers on the north side. The other thing that you could do is you can run all the way down to the green tile.
Oh, the green tile?
But don't do this. But you can run down there, run to the pop out praying mage, and then go back in behind the pillar.
Oh, I
and
see.
The major will come down.
Yeah.
Right? But you don't have to bother with that. You can actually just pray range, go north, and then deal with those 2 guys. You can hit the back one first, because when you kill the front one, the shaman will be able to come and see you, and then you'll have 2. The Bofa has 10 tile. It's got crazy range. Oh, is that what your line of sight is set to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can rely on that. Easy solve. Another thing that you can start trying now is getting used to understanding when the attack hits and when prayer needs to be up.
Telling me to flick
So you could lazy flick, essentially, like you're doing with the rigger, except just with the overheads. So as soon as you see the animation, you can turn off the prayer and then predict when the next hit is going to be. I think everything attacks on a 5-tick cycle in the Colosseum. Let me just confirm that. Yes, 5 ticks. Except the Manticore. The Manticore is different. This is what we're dealing with now is the Manticore, right? I think. Let me just double check. Yep. Okay, Manticore. I can quickly... You might want to watch a video on this one.
Mage range attack, right? Then right whenever he starts, just go on to the next.
So... Yeah. When he sees you, he'll charge up his orbs. Okay. So there's no attack that's going to happen for a while. And you can use this to your advantage later on with other Manticores. But they will always, their last attack will always be melee unless you start using the Manti, like if you start doing Manti Mayhem, you get to level 3, they can do melee first as their attack, but they will always do the melee attack last. And they'll do either mage or range. And the bottom orb, the one you'll see them spawn. The very bottom one is the wait. Let me just look. I don't want to get this backwards now. Manticore.
God damn, this is fun. Whew.
Bro, you're doing so good though. You got the wave 4. That's very good.
That's crazy. 4th of the way there, or a 3rd.
Okay, yes, I was right. Okay, I just had to confirm. I don't want to give you wrong information. Okay, so it'll charge up and it will stack the orbs above it. The bottom one is the one that it's going to use first. And then it's just green for range, blue for mage, red for melee. As soon as you see the orb leave the Manticore, pray the next thing. So you'll see it and it's really fast. The sequence, you just go right, like once you pray the next thing, you can immediately start praying the next thing. If that makes sense. So you can go right off the bat. You know, you're praying range. It's got a range, mage, and then melee up the top. As soon as it leaves, it shoots you with the first one. Go to the next one, and then immediately go to the next one. You can kind of watch it. You get used to it. Don't worry if you die here from the Manticore. They hit hard, but they'll just keep doing that cycle. You'll have a little bit of time in between.
And on my runs, I try to go for volatility 3 on almost every single one.
Yeah, this video is really good for explaining the Manticore to its core.
So now we're getting to pillar
it's
stacks,
very good to,
and we're going to talk about the things that you're going to encounter on
to
each
get around
wave
watching the section that he talks
through.
about.
The pillar stack is like the 4th thing you're going to deal with. At the start of every wave, we're going to deal with
there's
the
there's a little bit of a difference,
and then we're going to deal with any mid spawns coming through the middle second.
Slow.
And thirdly, we're going to deal with the reinforcements
now
to our left.
Is a shaman
and once
and
those
the
are dealt with,
so
we are left with what we are calling the pillar stack.
You're going to want to try to deal with the Fremenic warband
that are stuck
as
behind
quick
the
as
pillar
you can,
here and unable
and then
to see
deal with anything that is salve.
There are 2 primary tools we'll be using to deal with pillar stacks.
And then
the first of those is off-ticking.
But
that
it's
means
nice
running
because
out
you have
at specific times
you
and
do
positions
have
to cause
another
the
shaman
minions
that
to
spawns.
attack
You
you
have a
at
shaman,
different
a
times
manticore
like
that
this.
spawn initially. If the manticore is on you on the south side, run north of the pillar and then go to the safe spot and pray mage against the shaman that will see you. Wait for the reinforcements, pray mage, deal with ranger, and then you'll just have
The
manticore.
second way we deal with
Otherwise,
these
it will
pillar
be
stacks
mage,
is one we generally
with
revert
mage,
to when there is
manticore
no
will be
nice
behind the
way to
pillar,
flick the stack behind the
reinforcements
pillar,
will come
and
in,
that's
it'll be
rotating.
mage and melee.
You see, if my stack
you'll
is
just
this
be
way,
manticore.
pointing away from me, if I run round to the next pillar in the room,
Yeah, he goes into detail right here about off-ticking.
this involves
Very-
an off
very
tick as
useful.
well to make sure I'm safe on the way over. But when I get to this pillar here, these minions are now lined up side
The
to
other
side,
thing that I would say is I
meaning
can
I
get
can
in
deal
there.
with them one at a time.
Oh, he just runs for it.
Your regular
I
off
see.
tick starts by offsetting the minions from the pillar. You can see here that the minions are lined up perfectly with the sides of the pillar, so what I'm going to do is if I move to the middle, now I've got some room to play with. If I were to run out this way in the direction that these are sticking out, they would both see me at the same time, so that's not of use. We're always going to be running out away from the side
Yeah,
they're
this
sticking
video
out
is very
from.
good.
That will be the west and the south of the pillars. And from here, there's now different
talking about
places I
line of
can
sight
run
and stuff and
to
off-ticking.
cause things to hit me at different times. If I run to this and back,
Not every, like, this is something that you need to know is, like, not every side
nothing
of the pillar
sees
is
me.
the same.
Nothing manages to get round this side of the pillar.
So
this is
even
useful
when you move
if
pillars,
something is sticking out on the side here. If there was an extra
when you
minion,
rotate pillars and stuff,
and I ran there and
the
back,
tech,
this one would see
the
me
tech
first,
essentially
and
just like
anything else
can
would see me
immediately change
afterwards.
on what you need to do.
If I want
And
things to
it's
see me
based
at
on
the
what he's
same
saying here
time,
with line of sight and stuff.
I can go from here.
Yeah.
That causes the ranger to see me on the same tick as the first mage projectile here, and I take damage. And if I want the back one to see me first, I run out from the middle to this
Yeah,
tile.
he still did that wrong.
That causes me to take this mage projectile, then the ranger and this range projectile on the second tick, and then the melee afterwards, allowing me to flick
Maybe
this.
he was trying to prove that point.
Quick recap. The side tile means things see me at the same time. The mid tile out causes the back one to see me first. And the mid tile back causes none of them to see me straight away, unless something is sticking out. A note for off ticks. Anytime you run out, you can pray before you go, but my preference is to pray the tick after I go out. I do this
Yeah, I just
by
gotta go to the
watching my
bathroom real
visual metronome for a 4 ticks before I make any motion, so that I really confidently know when the ticks are happening, and then I choose a tick to run out on, and on the next tick I pray. This makes me feel very confident about when I'm flicking the minions, and I know when all the attacks are coming in.
Alright, I gotta be
You can
right
do
back,
this
boys,
if you
but
want,
the
but if you want to
Colosseum's so
start
good, I'm
with
just figure it out. Before here, so we'll see how it goes. I gotta take it. Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it felt nice to stay up for a second. Look.
How are you feeling though about all this?
You're intended prayer up before you run, you're more than welcome to do that as well. And third,
fight them. Yeah, I think I get it.
This is like the part with the off tick with the Manticore is going to be advanced. That will come on the next wave, like wave 5. Wave 5 can be a real nasty one, but wave 6 is usually like the biggest, like a really really nasty one. But yeah, just deal with it. Let's just try to see if we can isolate it and deal with it. Get a good spawn. What are the other? We got Blasphemy. We got
Blasphemy. I think I'm gonna take Blasphemy through.
Yeah. Okay, run north. Yeah, stay there. Don't worry about the warband. Oh yeah. Go to the safe spot. Run all the way back to that yellow tile. Just wait for him to come. Yeah. Now we deal with him. Yeah, that's the only thing is if you end up freezing the warband there, on that original start tile, the way that your line of sight will be, your path around. Perfect. And then we just calmly stay there, deal with those two, and then we can deal with the other two. That was nice. Oh, go back. If you turn. Sorry, what was that?
Maybe a little scuff, but actually not too bad.
Yeah, it was fine because the major came around. Okay, you're technically safe as long as you stay on the north side of the pillar from
What's up, Nukenator? Holy shit. Welcome in.
Nuke, when are you gonna get Quiver?
Lock in. I'm really trying, man. Hey, do you have the Quiver? I feel like you could take it on. That lost in roughness. Okay, alright, holy.
Nice.
Holy shit. Alright.
Okay, so it's gonna be a mage. It's gonna be mage attack first from the Manticore, and then range and melee, and then go back to mage. He will always keep once he charges up his orbs. He will always do that attack sequence. He's not gonna change it, so it'll always be the same. You'll always know that it's this pattern for this guy right now. When you step out, it's gonna hit you right away. So you want to pray mage when you step out, and then as soon as that orb comes out, pray range, pray melee. You can even click on him to path towards him. Yeah, just eat, yeah.
Damn. I'm a noob at the game and I'll never get it.
He hits hard, but you got it. Once you get the timing down, it'll feel more comfortable. Yeah, it's pretty quick. Perfect. Killed him.
Holy shit.
Nice work, bro.
Holy shit.
Okay. You could get lucky with a really good spawn here. Don't feel bad about dying on this next wave, or you could choose what you want to do here. This is really good. This has been really good progress.
I don't have a lot of
because this next wave can be a real doozy. Like, it could be really tough. But I can tell you what to do. I can tell you where you need to run.
ease, frailty, relentless.
Yeah, Relentless 2 is your best option.
Holy shit.
So this can get tough. If you get a bad spawn, it's okay. It'll happen. There's two things that'll happen. They can really mess you up, and it's fine. It's just gonna be unlucky, but you will be able to. You should be able to deal with this at some point, but this is like that'll be advanced when we need to get there. The issue with this wave is that there's a shaman, a javelin thrower, and a manticore. Okay, you can end up running to a safe spot and be able to isolate. Hopefully maybe you just have one NPC on you, and hopefully it's not the manticore, and you can just do your normal thing, deal with the regular one, and then wait for the reinforcements. If that doesn't happen, we have the manticore on you, go north, and hopefully we have two guys behind you. If not, like, your best bet here, honestly, I know I'm saying a lot of stuff, I'm all over the place, but your best bet is, if the manticore is south, to deal with the Fremenic Warband and try to prey the manticore and then kill it. So it'll happen really quick, and you want to deal with that. But if there's, and I'll tell you if you should run, or if you're gonna have to prey the manticore.
Okay.
But the problem is that even if you have the manticore that spawns south, you have to kill it pretty quick, because you'll have reinforcements come in, and one of those things could be the major, the shaman, and he'll start maging you. But you can get lucky here too. And then the meleeer will actually come in front of the major, and the major might not even see you. So even if you play this right, deal with the Fremenic Warband, go up to the blue tile after you dealt with the Fremenic Warband, trying to prey the manticore, then deal with the manticore, and just cross your fingers and hope that the reinforcements stack nicely for you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Lots of stuff. And I'll try to tell you what you need to do. But I believe in you. Okay. You'll deal with the manticore, so watch it. It's gonna melee you. Range. Yeah, it happens. It's all good, bro.
Yeah, I felt like I still had the prayers all right.
Yeah, I just 1 tick late.
Oh, really? Fuck. Oh, it's quick as fuck.
He's quick. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
It is. It is really fast.
Yeah, and then I was gone. Got teleported back to the Colosseum. And I want to use the bank. Oh.
You can now. Holy smokes.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
you got enough. You got enough glory. That's awesome, dude. That's really good.
Okay. Nice.
That is really, really good. That is a nice thing about the Colosseum is that even if you get like all the way through it and die at the end, you still get honored the glory. Even if you don't get the loot, still is rewarded. So it's very, very nice. Yeah, that was really good though. That was a really good run, man. Getting to wave 5 on the first day.
It feels insane. Easier setup. Rewarded for your effort is nice. Fantastic. Already.
You'll want to leave you'll want to leave 1 tick earlier.
Oh, okay.
To get behind the pillar. And you can count it out.
Putting it like right on whenever like hits.
You can count it out so that when you press the continue button and if you hear the sound, right? I don't know if you have the sounds of that on. But it's basically as soon as you hit the continue button, that'll be on the first tick. And then you can count from there 2, 3, 4, and leave on 5. So it's just one tick quicker than you're leaving.
I see. I have Doom, Frailty, and Relentless.
Yeah, Relentless is the best bet. Doom is actually a take over Frailty in my opinion, but that's later on.
Yeah, seeing what else we can get.
Yeah. Like sometimes you get further down in the waves. There's some other invocations that you don't want to be picking, and Doom becomes a little bit better of an option, especially if you're getting to the point where you're getting on later in the waves. Doom actually doesn't even become a problem at all because you become efficient enough that it actually doesn't even really matter. The problem with Doom is picking it early means that you'll be seeing the next level of that again early on in the run, and you do not want to take Doom 3, and you do not really want to take Doom 2, but it's a like if you have to kind of thing. Yeah. So that's why you want to take it earlier, because again with taking invocations, the thing with taking them is that you'll see them again. You're more likely to see them again.
Bounding got this? Yeah, he's got his quiver.
I can teach you too, Nuke, if you want to get it. It's actually a lot of fun.
Did you see how quick I died? It's a lot of fun.
It's more fun for me.
He gets to sit back and watch his stuff in the stands. If I actually take that. Relentless, Doom. Relentless. Well, no, I don't know.
I would say when you start to get the Manticore down, Manta Mayhem is a pretty good pick. Because it actually doesn't, if you're accurate with the Manti Mayhem, what this does is nothing.
Maybe one day. Yeah, dude, let it be tomorrow. Oh, did you catch any of the shit, by the way, that happened today? The Deadman All-Stars? Sorry, go ahead, Bunny.
I was just gonna say the clip. There's a part in the clip of that video that you're watching. It actually shows he has Manti Mayhem active, and you see 2 projectiles being shot at the same time. And as long as you're praying it accordingly, it doesn't. Because if you're praying it normally, you just pray it normally, and accordingly, you'll be fine. It's just if you miss a prayer, you get hit by the hit. So it is dangerous. It is much more dangerous, but learning the Manticore and getting it right, it actually doesn't matter.
I'd have to scroll a lot more. We were going with Relentless, right? Happened at DMM? Yep. Oh yeah, Snakes won.
Yeah, Autoblock got DDoS. Snakes win. Sad days. And just again, if you don't get hit by any of the things that spawn, you know that you've run at the correct time. But if you do get hit by everything that spawns, you're just 1 tick late. So that's how you know. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what you wanted to do there.
By who? You could only assume Rot. At Ditterdost.
Yeah, someone clearly has his IP and hacked and DDoSed him. It happened. I think that happened more than once, but it was pretty obvious. I think it happened though one time at the very beginning of the tournament, like day 1. But then I think it happened again. I think he was talking about it and it happened again when he was training. But then he got into the fight, and as soon as he got in the fight, he got completely disconnected. And his stream wasn't even affected. His stream was still running fine. He got immediately disconnected as soon as he joined the fight. It was so obvious. Like the whole rest of the time, no connection issues, none. They caught on it pretty quick, and they It was really nice. The ref stepped in, paused the tournament. They let him move to a new spot. He went across the street, went to a friend's house, used his setup, and then he wasn't able to perform that well, but he was able to finish the tourney off and didn't have any connection issues. But it was really unfortunate to see, honestly. It just really sucks that people are like that, man. They gotta ruin the event because they got that bad blood or something, and they just dislike the guy, and so they gotta hurt the event, they gotta hurt him, they gotta hurt all his fans. You know what I mean? Just sad to see. It's just sad. But I hope he did say at the end that every tournament now he's gonna switch his IP. He's just gonna do it out of practice, and hopefully set himself up for like any tournaments, just to have a fresh slate to work off of, so that doesn't happen. But other than that, there were other good fights. There were really good fights that it was nice to see.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Wow, actually, Port Kazard fucking pulled through like a beast. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was really cool to see.
So did what's his name? West Ham, fantastic fighter, crazy fighter. LS was.
Oh yeah, West Ham KO'd Bodie. That was really good.
Yeah, West Ham KO'd Bodie with the 56. Bodie was sitting. Versatility or volatility.
Yeah, volatility. You're gonna get used to this. You might get hit by it, but you need to get used to that one, because it's basically a free invocation.
Good claim 300k too.
You want to take that all the way to level 3 with volatility. You can claim, yeah, with this is all. You can claim and run away with at any time if you need to, or whatever, and just get used to the beginning waves or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
If you ever see, okay, this is one thing that I want you to do though. Don't make this mistake. If you ever see a unique that pops in there and you're like, in the later waves, and you're like, should I take it or should I continue? Just take it. Just take the money and run, man.
I like that.
Because you feel so much worse. You feel so much worse when you get in the later waves and you're like, progress here and get out of here. Get this quiver. Nah, it just weighs heavier on you when you're like, you just die in the next wave and you're like, I should have just took the loot, man. But yeah, volatility's the pick here. The 3x3 grid explosion around each NPC, and that includes the Fremenix. So you want to freeze them, and you want to get you want to move to those yellow tiles. Wait, you already have a Manticore. Oh my goodness. You're only at wave 4. I didn't even realize that. Perfect. Wait. Oh. Nope, don't hit him. Or your 10 tile, you're fine. But you can move to the green tile and you can. But yeah, he's actually just in range. But stay. Yeah, you can. This is the trick that I like to do. You can cast, or you can select auto cast with the staff. Select the auto cast to Blood Barrage. Manually cast the first one, and then you'll continue to auto cast.
Go over that one more.
So you can set the auto cast to Blood Barrage, and then you can manually cast. I always manually cast because for sometimes when you die, you forget that it gets turned off. And then you manually cast first, and you'll continue auto casting what your auto casted from the manual cast, if that makes sense. So your character will just continue if you have. Yeah, what you want to do is you'll step out, let him charge up, and then make a decision on what to do. And go for it. Perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, you see that volatility? Don't forget about that one. That's why volatility is nice though, because you're just gonna be ranging everything. You're safe as long as you're not moving crazy. And you'll still get hit by that there.
Holy shit! Oh my god, that was yeah. I did forget about it for a second there. Big fucking to the.
Yeah, that was good, man. Back to wave 5 already.
Holy shit! All right, this is the big boy, the 5. Okay.
Yeah, 5 and 6 are tough.
So Manti Mayhem it does one prediction per orb. Do you like price?
Nope, you pray the same thing the same way, and it does nothing. If you miss a prayer, you get hit twice.
Okay.
So yeah, don't let that one be scary. Just know that you do the Manticore correct. It doesn't matter. But it is tough because it can kill you, right? It can still kill you. You miss like 2 prayers and move north and then deal with the Manticore.
I clicked the wrong section prayer by accident.
Yeah, it happens.
500k.
Is that how much it cost?
Well, that's how much I would have got if I just claimed.
Oh, okay. I was like, is your death fee already 500k? Yeah. Again, I mean, I'll keep repeating this, but yeah, you 1 tick sooner. You just want to leave 1 tick sooner. So you want to leave on 5, not after 5.
I thought I hit it on 4.
So if you hit it on 4, leave on 3, because that'll be 4.
Just
so it'll be
do it.
2,
Make
3,
your dreams
4,
come
5,
true.
on 3. That makes sense?
Got it, boss. Alright, that was 2.
Yeah, you
nervous. You're flustered.
Any one of these numbers that you leave on, as soon as you click continue, you'll hear that sound. Leave on the number, like click to leave on the number previous to that.
Yeah.
Also, like I always count it out in my head along with it. I always just am being like 2, 3, 4, click, 2, 3, 4, click every single time. Yeah, one tick sooner.
Oh, we're talking.
You can switch to melee and finish the ranger if you want. But I recommend setting the autocast and getting used to trusting the autocast. Like how that works. Because in that situation, you can leave your character autocasting on the Fremenic Warband, and then you can go to your prayer book instead of continuing manual casting, and then pray what you need to pray against that's south. Because you will, yeah, you will need to pray. You will need to watch that, especially when the Manticore is south. Sometimes it's just like that's what you need to deal with because it's the only thing. So you just deal with it, pray with it.
Thanks for the redeems there, Nukenator. I'm so focused, man. I just need to chill out. Give me with the seat.
I don't get to listen to it. I'd have to hear you twice.
Yeah, double down. Like I appreciate that, Nuke.
Yeah.
Fucking.
You just watch where you stick that thing.
Don't take your mind.
Oh, what? Do I double? I just missed it.
Barely. I had the skin of my chinny chin chin.
Don't panic though. This guy where the mage is at right now, volatility will not hit you. Unless it's volatility 2, that changes. You can stay right there. Kill both these NPCs to your north and south without moving, and you're completely fine.
I like that that's your channel redemption. Go right to. I like it. Great.
So I want to teach you something real quick. This can be useful too. Go to the green tile. The one up by the north of the pillar. Yeah, right there. Once he's there, don't click anything. Okay. See where the purple tile is, but south of the pillar instead, on the opposite side.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, like instead of where the north side of the pillar where the purple tile is, do the south side of the pillar on this, basically the same axis. Yeah, that tile. Go back to the green tile, pray range, and click on that tile.
Oh.
Yep. Go back. Yeah, and go back to the green tile and click that tile. But wait for the NPC to move. Okay, now click the green tile. Yeah. No, don't click the NPC. I want you to see what he does. Yeah, right there. See where you're at? Corner trapped.
Got him.
He can't hit you. So it's a thing that you can use. Don't use it all the time because sometimes it won't actually work. Because if there's another javelin thrower, obviously it's gonna force you to move. But yeah, if you have like a manticore behind him, you can use that and be able to deal with the manticore and trap him, and you're fine, safe. But just know when you move, you pray range.
Nukenator, you're great at that.
And that only will work from that green tile to that tile. It won't work in any other orientation. Like if there's the NPC south, there's no matter. Yeah, you can corner trap anything there though. You can trap the shaman, the guy, the mailer, a manticore. And yeah, just remember that volatility's on.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that would have hit me.
Yeah, you never want to take totemic. It'll kill you. It's brutal, man. Solar Flare is kind of an option, but again, after wave 6. Wait for volatility. Ooh, just missed it.
Yet?
Just be mindful of like what's on the mini map, what's behind pillars.
Man, this is gonna be an easy run.
Is it the amount of times that I've been in that situation that you're in right now, killed this javelin thrower and ran to the start tile, and then got hit by the other javelin thrower that I forgot was there. It's not fun.
Get over here.
Getting it.
What were you gonna say?
No, I'm saying like you're getting it all pretty quick.
Groove. Get up. Damn. Get down on it.
I should get you
Not even playing music. It's just its like quietness.
There's no music.
There is.
I mean, I do want you to set your. I do want to set you to set your autocast. Yeah. And I want you to try that out. The other thing that I want you to start doing now is I want you to start at least. You don't have to prey flick multiple NPCs right now, but I want you to understand when the hit is being registered from the attack. So I want you to start prey flicking. If we get an NPC here that's isolated, I want you to prey flick it, and you can lazy flick it. You just turn it off. Turn off your prayer after the animation, and then like these attack on 5 ticks. You can turn on a little bit later, or you can turn it on right away. But I want you to just turn it off at least, so that you can see that you can have it off when the full animation goes through and everything, and he goes back to idle. You can turn it back on. But yeah, as soon as he starts moving, the attack is registered, and that's when you need the tick before that is when you need to have the prayer up, and then after that, it can go down. But yeah, just do this wave normally. Get through this wave, isolate one guy, and then start trying that.
Oh yeah, okay. Do you think I should do myopia?
I personally actually don't like taking myopia because it reduces your range.
Yeah, the Tintiles has been nice in some sense.
And yes, there are some situations where that will prevent you from moving forward, because again, when you take an invocation, you'll see the next level. There's a good chance that you'll see the next level. What was the other one? Frailty or
that's me. Volatility.
Volatility. I would always be taking volatility. This will mean that you'll have to move though.
Have to do 2 tiles.
2 tiles, yeah.
Okie doke.
It's just a bigger radius, so it's not like it's not like it is actually a lot of damage. But the yellow tiles for the Fremnik warbands, they're safe. The only tricky part that this makes is when you're right close to when you're waiting for reinforcements and you're dealing with like a major, and then the melee is coming for reinforcements. That's when it can make it tricky. What you can do is you can step into the melee and pray melee, and then step back out. So step in.
Okay.
If you need to do that. But he can one-shot you. The melee is probably like one of the most dangerous NPCs.
Yeah. Experience. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, you were one tick late again.
Whoa.
Yeah, you're perfectly safe on those tiles.
Godly.
Yeah, honestly, that reinforcement spawn is normally what you want to see. Doesn't always happen though. I pan over to the Manticore's already charged. Oh, he's gonna hurt.
I didn't even see him charged. Owie. The fuck?
Yeah, he charged. The reason why he charged is, and that's another indicator. Yeah, being one tick late. That's how you know. Otherwise, he won't actually charge up.
Alright, this shit. Taking the.
Yep, played safe. Played safe. No shame in that.
Like that shit. Huh? Volatility 3?
It's the other one, Solar Flare. Yeah. I personally, again, I like to take volatility here. This is it's nicer to actually take on like wave past wave 6. But you can make a decision here. The thing with that messes you up, okay, is going to the green tile instead of the blue tile by taking volatility 3, because when you kill the Fremnix, they're going to leave a molten pile where you're going to want to stand. And on the blue tile, they'll put a molten pile on that green tile and on the other side of that blue tile, and it will make both those tiles unable to stand on. So you're going to be stuck in the middle and not be able to use those other two tiles. However, if you do it on the blue, if you do it on the green tile, there'll just be one pile in the middle tile, and then you'll have to run. You can skip over it, so you can actually run over it if you click. If you're on the green tile and you click to the opposite side of the tile, your character will run path over it and won't even touch it. That makes sense.
Okay. I'll take blasphemy still.
All right, yeah. Both are actually really, really good. Go. The thing I like about volatility is that it reminds you really quick that it's on. Yeah, that's perfect. This is a situation where you recognize that you want to kill this NPC as fast as you can. You can actually go to the green tile and you'll be... Because when he explodes, it'll hit you. But just don't go south. Yeah, just stay there. Perfect. Now you can go by there. Yep, perfect.
Beautiful play.
Oh man.
I don't know. I so far, even watching you play through this and remembering back, yeah, some of the later waves get really tough, but I really feel that this is easier than Inferno. Mind you, when you have good RNG and you get good invocations, this you have to rely on that a little bit, but it becomes easier than the Inferno. Okay, the really nice thing is that you can do is you can pray range, and you can run to that orange tile, and then the orange tile and the other pillar, and then you'll just split them up. Because the Manticore isn't charged yet, he won't even hit you. So you can stand there and then run all the way to the other pillar. And then just wait there.
Nice.
And you can corner trap him if you want. He's gonna mage. You can go to the other side and just deal with the ranger if you want. Yeah, that's that.
Oh no, 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 no. I ran out of prayer. You weren't supposed to do that. Supposed to be nice to me. Fuck. That was dumb. I can't believe I did that. Oops. Fucked that one up.
That is where blasphemy hits. Unfortunately,
got me. And
that was still really good.
Yeah, that's crazy. That felt good. All right. I think we're fishing, to be honest. Gonna go get some food real quick and chilling. Oh, hit it with a quick interview.
Sounds good. That was really good. So far, we're
Yeah, that would have put me in wave 6, right? I mean, so what did I do wrong with that Anticore bit? Like I probably should just, I don't know. Uh, oh, he wouldn't have seen me. He would have just sat. The Manticore would just on the edge without seeing me. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get some food real quick. I'll be right back. Hey there. There, Brendan. Why is he? Oh, what's up? Overlay. Oh. Right, sorry, wrong scene. I got a claim after this. Don't have any more blood runes.
Oh no. What wave are we on? I'm guessing wave 3?
Yeah. Can you get one tapped by those javelin tosses?
They hit really hard, but I don't think that they can outright fully kill you. Up to 40 damage though.
Damn.
How much total loot?
150k. 170. All right, let's see. Ran through my.
You want me to give you? You want me to give you some stuff?
I might just.
You just need bloods.
I probably need. Yes.
I can give you. I got all.
1% progress.
You need any other runes?
I have 15k souls, 12k waters.
You could also check your you can check your stats here and see your statistics, see how many waves you're at, and then your deaths.
7 deaths. $4,540. I'm a brawler now. Fortis respawn point?
Yeah, you can choose like your normal death to be at Fortis. Like instead of Edgeville or Lumbridge or something, like you can choose Fortis. The best one though is the Colosseum ring.
Yeah, that's cool. Teleport here, that would be dope.
Yeah, but being able to bank, that's probably the best one to get unlocked first. Like it's nice that that's the first thing. Being able to use this little bank. I think when you get to wave, I want to say past, maybe if you get to wave 6, but maybe like wave 7, you'll unlock the teleport, maybe.
Oh shit.
It depends on how fast you do the waves. Because honestly, the faster that you do the waves, the less glory you lose, because you start with a certain amount of glory each wave, and every game tick you lose glory. And there's other multipliers though. There's other, like the invocations that you turn on. You see the plus 200. You're guaranteed to get that at the end of the wave. Man, it'd be pretty crazy. You get your quiver. That'd be insane, man.
That would be the fucking wildest. Oh, for some reason I thought I had versus.
Oh, volatility? Okay, so here's a little trick. Oh, you did it. Did you see what happened though?
I did, but I didn't know it was gonna happen fully. I was like, I feel like this green tile is could do it. Good shot at Derek.
I'll be right back.
God, that's worse. No way. I don't like. Huh.
How we doing?
We're doing alright. The Major got stuck behind the Ranger, and I didn't know how to shake him, so I just backed up out of the Major's, like, range, and killed the Ranger. Or I backed up out of the Major's range. I don't know if I said.
Yep.
We have Blasphemy and Mayhem.
Manti Mayhem 3 is not something that you want to get to though. So I'd try to hold off taking like Manti Mayhem 2 as long as you can. But you like it's still something that you can take. The only thing that Manti 2 does is inflict venom when you get a hit.
Oh, way cool.
That was fine though. The only thing that happens when you run too early, honestly, is you can have a potential spawn like directly south of the start tile, and they'll immediately see you and start attacking you. So it isn't something that you want to do very often, but you could just end up getting lucky with the spawn, and it doesn't matter.
So earlier I fucked up. I got too cocky. I was fighting a Ranger, and then the meleeer got stuck like this, and I just stayed on the Ranger, and then he threw a thing, and I backed up one tile, and I was like, oh shit, unhinged fucking meleeer, when I thought he was dead. Like, he had 1 HP left, and I thought he was done for, so I just like left him. Then he came up and ran his shit.
Damn.
I was like, that was stupid. Why did I do that?
Yeah, I get used to stepping instead of stepping back there, I'll either step forward towards him or I'll actually step another tile south.
In this case, I'll probably step.
One of the reasons though I don't recommend using the Fang and using melee is because it's easier to range these things and set up different like safe spots and distances of yourself away from volatility. But the reason why you would actually like melee is because it's a lot faster. Melee is the strongest for the Colosseum. So that's the only reason, but I love this setup. I think it's so easy. It's so much chill. It's a lot more cheese method maybe, but it works. So one thing or another thing that I want to tell you about is, you see how both those, where you're standing is perfect for reinforcements. If you've already killed that major, you still, most of the time, you want to stand there, and the Manticore will make just the perfect wall and just close enough so that both those guys come down. Otherwise, if you go on that green tile when the reinforcements come, you can actually get that major stuck behind the Manticore. You can also click to... You can also click to path to him. So instead of manually clicking out, you can just click him and then be able to have the prayer. You have your mouse on the prayers. Just know that when you click to path, it's like you take the shortest route. So in this scenario, because he's sticking out on the north side and you're standing on the middle tile, if you click on him right now, you'll walk north and start attacking him there. So if you actually stand, if you stand there and you click him, you'll walk. The timing will get used, you'll get used to it a little bit more. You do it for running out and getting those attacks down.
Anti-Mam again. Frailty and Totemic.
Yeah, I think I would take, personally, I would take Manti Mayhem. Frailty is
I don't have any anti-venom.
Yeah. I bring like one sand view in my runs for that, so I bring two actually. You can try Frailty, but you don't overheal with the bruise. Do 99 HP. Yeah, that wave is very tough, man.
It was a lot, man. You're throwing it at me.
It's a very, very, very tough wave to get past. You get that Manticore on you like right away. I could show you the dragon crossbow spec method, and I think you'll like it. Do you want me to show you that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I think I really get it. Like, dude?
Yeah. So I think I'll just bring this in. I think I have the mage bonus, but I don't know. Okay. All right. So I'll get through the first wave real quick. But even then, you can do... It doesn't work there. But I'll show you on the next wave because this crossbow spec uses 60%, but with light bearer, and if you're fast enough on this wave, you might not have enough spec. But
This is also to kind of show this guy that gets corner trapped on this whole column, yeah. So it doesn't matter where I stand here. And this is where I also stand, is to know that it's safe here for the ranger. All right. So in this case, I'll just go north. Which will look a little bit different. But it usually gets rid of the two of them.
It just deleted. It deleted it from the game. What was
that? Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't even have my range gear on. I had some of my mage gear on. I guess it's a good time to show this. May as well show this right now. All right, so this one. You wait for the animation to start, and you immediately switch to the other one. And you just go back. Starts, go back to the other one, and he's already dead. And then also for lazy flicking, we can turn that off. Turn it on, off. He's gone.
Comfort.
So I want to show. Okay, we'll do one more wave. I want to show. Yeah, these are bad. Sometimes this happens, and in this case, I just leave. Honestly, you can probably take my OP here, and like if you wanted, and you feel comfortable, like especially in wave 2, you can be like, all right, I'm gonna do another wave. I'm gonna use my opium maybe for a couple waves, but don't try to push this run all the way, knowing that you've taken a bad invocation. At some point, just be okay with leaving, because bees is a no, quartet is a no. It's just too hard to deal with. Myopia is okay, but I just don't recommend it. All right. Okay, hopefully I can showcase. Okay, we can showcase. So, freeze, run down, blood barrage this guy, quickly switch to range gear, click this guy, and they're dead.
You're not sitting there.
Yeah, and I'm safe, and I can start focusing on this guy to get rid of him as fast as I can. And then I can wait for reinforcements or start working on this guy and come over here and start working on him. Reinforcements come, I can force him to come down by making a wall there. Yeah. I love, as janky as it is, since you're not really using spec anyway, you have enough time to restore your spec in between waves with Light Bearer on, that you can do it guaranteed every single wave. So I'll probably get full spec here, honestly.
Inefficient with.
Yeah, most of the time, I usually know how my pathing is going to go. Because again, if you're here and I click here, I'm going to go north, which is not what you want. And knowing that it's just one NPC, there's a little bit of a trick here, but I don't recommend using this. I recommend playing it safe, clicking the prayer first and going around. But you can actually click the NPC and then click the prayer, and you'll be safe from the attack. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But this is good to do. Learn to prayer flick this, like lazy flick it, because you'll save a lot of prayer. Yeah, I hope that convinced you to bring Dragon Crossbows back.
Win.
You always use the.
All right, what happened?
You'll get the order down pretty efficiently, and you could be really fast with dealing with the Feminix because you want to be as fast as you can, so that you can have them gone, have the volatility go off, and be down here and praying whatever's here, and then being even able to run back up to this tile, having a clear zone, and then having enough. Like this, it just takes the pressure off really quick. But the order that you do this will always remain the same, and you'll be able to take them out every single wave. So I always go to the green tile. Ice Barrage, Ranger, run down, Blood Barrage the meleeer, and this will do damage to the Ranger, killing the meleeer, and then Dragon Crossbow spec. And you don't even need to do a full switch. The reason why I was doing a full switch is because, well, I really just need the quiver equipped, because my dragon bolts are in there. And when I don't have the equipper, I don't have the bolts. But
I see.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want me to showcase another wave, or if you want to get in there, I can wait here. Or I can. Yeah.
I'm gonna get in there. What? Dragon Colosseum. Dragon Colosseum. He's not Rossi.
Was that helpful though, or was that pretty fast?
No, that was helpful. Yeah, I like that.
Right.
I'm not really using spec the whole thing, so I wasn't even pulling out the blowpipe, but they don't like dropping my things.
Also, do you have this? There is it might be helpful. Fortis Colosseum. The utilities and useful information for the Fallout Fortis Colosseum. It's a plugin. It mainly just shows me the waves, what wave I'm on in the top left, and then what waves are next. But it tells me the reinforcements, and it tells me what I'm expected to see. Very, very handy. It also actually shows me, that's how I see what invocations are active.
Man, I wish I had the Fortis Colosseum teleport. Teleport, man. So you said wave 7, is it?
Wave 7 for what?
For getting the teleport.
It's based on glory, and so it's based on how fast you go, and also like based on how much how much glory you're gaining per thing. And like every invocation that you have on, they all have different modifiers to the how much glory you get. So it's hard to say that like at wave 6 or at wave 7 you'll get it, but it's roughly it might even be wave 8 or 9. I can't remember.
It would be crazy.
Yeah, a little bit. Using a what is that?
Forgotten Brew.
Forgotten Brew. Well, I wasn't watching what. You deleted the ranger so fast.
I did.
Did you do it?
Also, I staff bashed him.
Oh, okay.
I accidentally don't have my... Solar flare. Relentless. Unless I just want to flame now.
Relentless isn't terrible. It's not a great one though. But that is one where you're already wearing kind of glass cannon armor. You really don't really have a lot of defense anyway. Anything that hits you is already gonna hit you. So it's not like it's gonna change actually anything. The extra damage though, that hurts. And the Relentless too, like Relentless just gets worse and worse.
Oh.
So in a situation like that, your other option is actually to go like Western green tile. And then click off to the other green tile. Wait for the major to move around the ranger. And then click back on the green tile. And he'll come down and meet you.
Okay. Blasphemy.
think what might be throwing you off is that there's actually an additional tick that doesn't, or like there's a tick that you're missing when you hit the continue button.
Oh, really?
And so if you click continue on 5, you'll skip, like you'll count that as one of those ticks, and then you'll start counting from 2. So if you click on 5, it'll go to 1, and then you'll start counting 2, 3, 4, 5, and you'll click on 5. If that helps, because I think what you're doing is you're clicking, and then you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're counting. Then you're clicking 5, but it's actually technically the 6th tick already at that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah. God damn. Guess you just claim and leave.
Did you already take? Like, what are the? You got frailty already? It looks like.
I got relentless.
Or relentless. Up to you. You could try looking at what solar flare is. But again, like wave 4 is the manticore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you felt like that's where I'd be like, if you felt confident in doing a wave, you may as well do the wave and then leave after. But if you don't, just take your loot.
Yeah. I just kind of scuffed run too. Anyway, so. Go. Okay, well that was interesting start there. Mayhem, relentless, and I guess I'll go Manti Mayhem.
I think it's so like there's a little bit. So I do the dragon crossbow spec on the major because you'll max hit the major, and since your damage output on the major is gonna be higher because he's got the least amount of defense, it'll bounce off and then do 40% of that damage on the ranger. And since that it's a max hit, it's enough. It's more than enough to kill that ranger. That was a smart play. That was really good.
Yeah, I was like, I hope this works.
I think either side would have worked. Was he behind him or?
Yeah, he's behind him. I tried to get early with it, try and get him to slide down to the side, but the range. What? I don't.
Uh-oh. I'm surprised you moved there.
There's the ranger. I didn't want to get hit major in the.
You were fine though. The ranger wasn't on you, or the major wasn't on you.
Oh. Shit. Fuck. Oops.
Yeah, I saw you hesitate for a second to like cook that tile, and then I was like, no, he's not. He wouldn't.
But I would. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Yeah, that was good though. Oh man, that run was. That was fucked. And I hate that my dragon crossbow.
So another thing that is hopefully pretty helpful that I didn't think about just till now is I always position my camera on a manticore where my like inventory is just right underneath the manticore. And then I can have like eyes on the manticore and my prayer book at basically the same time. Instead of, you know, having hand over here, the prayer book, and he's all the way on the left corner of your screen. Just rotate your camera so that he's just right above the prayer book. I don't know if that helps. It looks like you're using a smaller.
Smaller what?
Are you using a full screen or are you using this client?
Oh, this is full screen.
Oh, this is full screen?
I did enlarge my stuff though.
Yeah, you made your stuff pretty big. Like if you have like you have a widescreen monitor.
Right? Full milk cow. No, I don't. Not anymore.
Oh, not anymore.
No, those are actually my close.
Oh. Is this like a 22-inch or like a 22-inch screen?
It's a 1920 by 1080. Yeah, 22, 24, somewhere in there.
Or 24 inch. That's 24 inch. Yeah, that's pretty big. I'm actually surprised. It actually makes sense how small your mouse is compared to everything. Yeah, you made your inventory huge.
No, right? I did. Literally doubled it.
That's got to be like 100% or 200%. Is that 200%?
I think it's 100.
100?
But what is it called?
Screen scaling. Or stretched mode.
Did 100%.
Yeah, damn. I also have, maybe this will help, I don't know. I have the increased performance mode checked on that. Yeah, run north. And prey range. Don't hit the Fremix. Just let them chill. Go to the safe spot. And just chill there.
So the yellow tile?
Yeah. You'll have a major come on you though. And you remember you can go between those two. Get in range. If you can. Oh.
Oh, he can go through people?
I didn't. Yeah. He can go through the Fremenix. The Fremenix can literally path anywhere. They don't even have anything. For some reason, I thought you were actually more screwed there, though. Anyway, but there was a major on that wave, no? Or no? Yeah, that
There was, but he was stuck.
Or for reinforcements. For some reason, I thought you were actually going to get hit by a major reinforcement. But you didn't.
I wasn't sure if I didn't think it. I wasn't.
That was only wave 3. Yeah, I know I told you not to hit the Fremenix, but you probably could have still have, but you had to use, like, you had to be on a specific tile to hit them, still. Otherwise you just get pulled and you get pathed around the. And I should have, in that scenario, when you get them frozen there, just go to the, go wrap around on the north side of the pillar and wait for them. Otherwise, you can hit them from, if you see my screen.
Yeah.
You can hit, I believe you can hit them from this tile. But if there's a Fremenic here, I believe that you can hit from this tile. Unless Path of Sight works like this, you'll get pulled. So,
that was fucked. That was just straight fucked.
Yeah, one of the problems with the Fremenics here. I would say just wait here. Wait for them to come. Wait for them to get unfrozen. Freeze them again. And then go to the safe spot. And you should have enough time. You should have more than enough time if you end up running north. Let them unfreeze, refreeze, and then go to the safe spot.
That was... Man, that sucks. I like volatility. I think volatility's dope, but... So what do I do about this again?
The east or the west green tile. You can step on that one all the way at the bottom. Yep. And then you pray range. And you step on the one the green tile that's out there. Oh yeah. Let's deal with reinforcements.
You can end the wave before reinforcements join, right?
Yep. The probably the only wave that you'll end up doing
is wave 1.
Yeah. Any other wave, it takes too long. Yeah, then go back and pray mage. If you stand on the edge of that pillar though, like right in front of where the major is, when you go back to the green tile and run up when he's coming down, otherwise he can actually stuck back behind the pillar. If you run to like back into the middle and then you run up through the middle, there's a chance that he could run, or he could just get restuck behind the pillar. Which isn't normally that's not what, because 2 javelin throwers and then a major behind him, and then you want to pull just the major. You want to stay on that line, running back to that green tile and then running back up along that line.
Okay, player Doom. Play.
Smack him.
Free. So free.
I don't exactly know how the loop works, but I think that there's a chance. Oh, unique rewards can be obtained from wave 3 onwards. Every wave after that has a progressive item. It sounds like even like after you complete wave 3, you have a chance of actually getting a unique. If I'm reading that correctly. So you can be pretty efficient even at doing this, like, first 4 waves. It's actually a really good moneymaker. You could have the chance of getting a unique and running away with some pretty good GP. Probably pretty rare though to see something that like an early.
Yeah. How bad are bees?
Oh, horrible. I think they're the worst invocation. Yeah, you can go north if you want and just deal with the major. Get ready to freeze the warband. And then run to the safe spot. Run to the orange. Yellow.
What? Oh, the melee was still on me.
Bro, I didn't even see him either. Holy.
He was fucking tanking it. He was like, he's like, oh. Oh, that freak.
I'm surprised though, because like you're still like you're brewing up. It's not like you're 90, like you're not actually at 93 magic. You're brewed up to 10, 103, 104, and then 101, and even at 99. Which the whole time when I've done this, I've never used a single mage pot. So I'm always just 99 mage.
It's wild.
Like I'm just very surprised. End up splashing sometimes.
No, it is kind of, especially one second. Bison.
Is that your best mage year?
Bloodbark.
Is Bloodbark better? Stat wise? You don't have Arims?
I think that
the reason why you're using this set though is because it's got strength bonus. And you actually use that, yeah. Use it as a melee set for soul. Yeah, just practice shoot him, blood barrage the melee, and then crossbow the other guy. Still worked.
Yeah, it still worked.
Yeah, just do the rotation different, like do the freeze on the range, blood barrage on the melee.
Oh, okay.
And then bolt, crossbow bolt, spec, the major. Oh, you don't have spec. That's the only time you'll not have spec. When you do the... You didn't even get the reinforcements. Right? You went through wave 1 so fast that you didn't even get reinforcements, and you didn't even have like your spec bar have time to reset or get high enough.
I did go through that.
They just like blew through that wave.
Yeah, that's. I didn't even think about that. I was just like, yeah, let's go. Volatility, fantastic.
How much is your death fee right now? Do you know? I'm guessing it's around like 200k or so.
Which is what?
The death fee?
Around 90. Relentless. LT. Relentless.
Yeah. Yeah, I take relentless. I'll do the same.
Yeah. Relentless. Okay. Oh god. I pulled my microphone out. Do that. Alright, there you go. Fuck.
Do the major crossbow effect.
Oh shit.
There is I could look it up, but there is a chance that it actually might not even work there. Because there's the shaman there too, and there's the potential of the shaman getting hit with the bounce anyway. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's why I blood barrage him at what I was doing.
Also, I believe the reason why you were able to hit the last one, or the very first one, is because you were divine range pot to 112. Oh, wait. Bro, I thought I knew what the Dragon Crossbow spec did. So yeah, you'd actually want to do... It hits up to 9 enemies in a 3x3 area. So if you do a middle one, if you actually did the major there, the Shaman and the Ranger would both take a damage. Yeah, Primary Target Anelia will take 20% extra damage.
What?
Yeah, hit your target with 20% extra damage, and in multi-combat zones, hit 20% damage. Yeah, that's good. I didn't realize it worked that way. Try Solar Flare. You can step through it as it's moving. So you can swap tiles with it, or you can run and skip between tiles as it's moving. Solar Flare 1 is actually hard. In my opinion, Solar Flare 1 is actually more dangerous than Solar Flare 2. And getting Solar Flare 2 is better, but you don't want Solar Flare 3. And that's part of why I don't recommend taking Solar Flare at all, but yeah. Just see what it is. Give it a try, because in later waves, you actually... Alright, so I want you to look at how the solar flares move. It goes in the corner, stops, and then it moves. You can step through it as it's moving, like, into your tile. And you can replace, like, you can swap tiles with if you time it just right. Like, you can step down, you can actually step down on that black tile. And the melee won't get you. But you want to step back up, or just pray melee. But yeah, you can practice stepping through it right now. So, yeah, that was perfect.
I liked your reaction. Ah.
Yeah, and in this situation, once everything is cleared, like reinforcements stuff, you can step away from the pillar.
Alright, volatility 2. Blasphemy. Oh, cool. Blasphemy 2.
Range. No, go back. Yep, this is very good movement. Step up to the black tile. Oh.
God damn it.
Yeah. That's tough. That happens.
I was trying.
I like that you tried though.
Good.
That's honestly that's one of the hardest things I think to do in the Colosseum is to prey flick a ranger and something else. I think the hardest thing to do is a manticore of those. But just having a javelin thrower throw, yeah, just having a javelin thrower throw something at you, it's tough, man. Thankfully, though, I mean, there was a chance you were lucky enough to have those two off tick, so you were able to actually pray against them. It's tough. It's tough to just like do that on the fly.
Yeah, it's possible though, pretty much.
Yeah, that was possible, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes you actually like you either have to know how to off tick them.
I think I was flicking too quick or too slow.
How you pray against that depends on who's attacking you first. Because I mean they have 5 ticks that they can attack on, and as long as they're on a different tick, whether that's like right away, if they're like if the ranger attacks on the first tick and the major attacks on the second tick, what you do is you pray range and then immediately pray mage and then back to range. And so you kind of camp praying range for a moment. And so what you do is you actually end up just watching the first attack. You wait for that attack and then you give it a tick and then you just go back. It's just like you quickly turn the other one on and then you go back. If that makes sense. But if they're completely off ticked, so if one is on tick attacking on tick 1 and the other is attacking on like tick 3, you might have to watch it a little bit more to see which one is more delayed after the initial attack. It's just essentially if that's the case, it's a little bit easier to flick that. And pray mage or pray range. Yeah, stay there, pray range. And if you go up there, pray mage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, go up there, pray mage. Pray mage.
I overclicked one. wonder how much it is. What?
Yeah, you were fine. You were fine initially, just there.
Overclick got me. Got me.
I think you definitely had to have tanked. That was. Yeah, you ran back and forth, back and forth.
I was like, ah.
I mean, it didn't help that I was talking to you too about other stuff. But yeah, just going back, if basically you kind of camp which one's gonna attack you first.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of that one. Like I'm like, all right, I can camp this one and chill. But then I realized like way too late.
Yeah, just going back for the like talking about the off tick. You'll be able to tell which one you're gonna be able to more camp. They're all like that will always happen because of the 5 tick like the 5 tick cycle. There's always one that's gonna attack and then one that's gonna attack right after, and then there'll be 3 more ticks at least before the original one attacked. So you have like a little bit of a rest period, and that will always happen. It'll either be 2 ticks or 3 ticks. And usually you end up switching it around. You end up switching it around so that it always ends up being like, it always just ends up being the 3 ticks. I guess it's always just the shortest.
Beautiful. Really thought I'd get the maging time for that one.
For when you pulled them?
Yeah.
Same sort of thing with that. When you run out praying range, and then you almost immediately run back, but when you run back, you pray mage, like almost immediately. You can actually run out, pray ranged, and then immediately switch to pray mage and run back, and you should be fine.
What am I? Oh. I think I hear your audio from watching EVscape. Like, why do I hear EVscape in my...
Oh, I got Nukenator. You can hear him?
Or Nukenator. Yeah, Nukenator. Oh, that's what it is, yeah.
Sorry. That's funny.
What's he doing? What you up to?
He messaged me game. He's like, going live. I don't know what he's doing. I'll save you from the noise.
Thanks, man.
Go on the safe. Do you already have reinforcements?
Yeah.
Alright, go to the go to that yellow tile. Just in time, nice.
Honestly.
I think he would have actually got. I think he would have got caught behind those majors.
Warning. Yo, I'm gonna pass this fucking wave.
One thing I don't like about that spot is that like the camera is just such a weird angle. and it's like forced. It's like a locked in.
I hate that combination.
Yeah. It throws me off sometimes too. Yeah, just click him. You can click him to pass.
Yeah.
You notice that second projectile though there?
Yeah, did I get into a thing?
Yeah. So that's all that is. Oh, melee first. You done. You went to melee first instead of range. That was really lucky.
Boys.
The Karam one and the anglerfish. I mean, the reason why you bring that, just so you know, you can use it however you want, is you try to save it for soul, volatility.
Oh.
But yeah. Yeah, you try to save those for a soul because it makes allows you to combo eat. Because he hits very hard. But technically you don't really need to bring it. Until you know you can get to soul. But even then, yeah, it's still a nice way to eat.
And bring my anti-venom.
Yeah. Check out Volatility 3. I don't know. It is tough to deal with since the first Fremenix really just that's the only thing. They just really they really mess up the first 2 tiles, but yeah, if you go to the green one, you should be fine. Unless the Fremenix, like one of the Fremenix fall you down, but yeah, if you freeze them, get rid of them, delete them, they'll just be the middle tile that's kind of messed up. If you really needed to, you can step on it. It does like tick damage, so it will go do a lot of damage really quickly, but
yeah, give me 1 second. Be right back.
All right.
Where'd you go? BSB, no. Hello?
Hello?
Yo, you might get logged out.
Hope not.
You'll have to just take your rewards. You might be able to do a wave.
Log me out.
Yeah,
Boy.
you got 6 minutes. I think if you stay in combat though, you can you might not be able to collect the rewards though, so like if you finish the wave and then you go and it's already past the time, you can just get kicked out. Which sucks. I don't know why you're not allowed to log. If you log out in between waves, it just kicks you out.
I mean, okay. Does I do volatility 3?
Yeah, go to green, and then do the sequence.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, up there. You can actually go north. Go north and per range. Oof.
I think I got hit.
Yeah, the Manticore saw you too, and then it just wrecked you.
43k for the fees.
Oh, that's not bad. You can actually reduce that. You can even reduce that further if you got like the Dragon Defender kit. And then if you got, I think that's it. Or there's a kit for the whip I think it's a lot of money though. But that's not very much for the fees. But yeah, after 100 waves, it'll go up. Oh, the ornament kit is only like 700k. I thought it was way more than that.
That's not bad.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
My
when League finished, it was like 3 mil.
My like monitor's power went out for the storm, so I might stop the stream, take care of some stuff real quick. Or
oh right, you're getting hit with the tornado and stuff.
Yeah, it's well maybe, possibly.
Or windy.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. Well.
All right then. Dude, that's pretty awesome.
That was sick. Yeah, that was really fucking cool.
Almost got to wave 6, which is it's a very big hurdle. Wave 6 is very hard too. Yeah.
Making it to 5 was a huge accomplishment. But man, up everything stuff. But hanging out, Bandit. Get back on.
All right, I'll be here, chilling.
Take it easy.
You too.